This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate a movie on what if Team 7 travel back in time. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
His initial Genin squad, or at least the first one that he was going to be testing to see if they would actually be Genin. Sarutobi. Sama had insisted that he start testing Genin. The teacher at the academy had told him that the students were already at Training Ground 7, so he made his way there, wondering exactly what kind of children he would be testing. It was simple enough for him to think up a test for the Wana.be team. It'd be the same test that his Junin sensei had given his team. Hiding up in the trees surrounding the training area, he watched for the students. All he could see were 3 6-year-olds playing in the dirt. Actually playing in the dirt, with rocks and everything. He could clearly see that the child with black hair was a Uchiha. The red and white fan on the back of his shirt a dead give away. The girl child had amazingly fluffy pink hair, and the last child was dressed in practically rags, his blonde mop of hair fly away and dirty. There was no one else in the area. Hopping down from the tree, 19-year-old Kakashi Hitaki walked sedately towards them. Yo! They barely looked up at him before going back to their game. He was a little annoyed at being so easily dismissed, but figured that the children were spawn of ninja and wouldn't really be wary of someone with a Konoha headband and Junin vest. What are you kids doing here? Waitin'. Pulling a rock from the blonde's hands, the Uchiha muttered. Who are you waiting for, teacher? With a frown, the pink fluff ball handed the Uchiha a rock. With a groan, the blonde retracted a rock from the Uchiha. Raw. Under his mask, Kakashi smiled and said, "Why are you so mean?" His lower lip trembling and his voice low and hopeless. Sorry, too. The Uchiha smirked, and the pinkette smiled at the blonde, which, on his 6-year-old face, was very adorable. So, Kakashi collapsed onto the ground beside the Uchiha and observed the little game, growing enthralled as the rocks rapidly changed hands. To Kakashi's surprise, he noticed a pattern and a strategy to what the kids were doing with the 20.1 rocks they were passing among themselves. What's the name of the game? He asked. With a sneer, the blonde turned to face him. Kakashi covered up his surprise at seeing his face covered in 6 whisker marks. This was the boy with the 9 tails sealed in him. Pass the rock. Incredulous, Kakashi bit his lip to contain his laughter. Pass the rock. Is not a game. The Uchiha boy scowled fiercely when Pinkette took one of Blondie's rocks and Blondie took one of his. He paused for a moment, then gave a rock to Pinkette, who scowled back at him as she handed a rock to Blondie. How do you play? Kakashi was intrigued. He'd never seen a game that involved rocks and passing them back and forth, and even after watching for a bit he didn't understand what they were trying to accomplish or the rules they were using, but there was definitely strategy involved. 2. Pinkette shrieked suddenly, throwing her hands into the air and flopping onto her back in a huff. Do you always gotta win? Is just good at it. Naruto, because it was most definitely Naruto Uzumaki who was the blonde of the group, took all 8 of Pinkette's rocks and held out his hand towards the Uchiha, who was scowling as hard as possible for a 6-year-old. The Uchiha growled in the back of his throat and handed over his 4 rocks. We'll play game, right? The Uchiha poked Naruto in the knee and Naruto nodded contentedly as he counted the rocks. Hey! Naruto snapped his very blue eyes up at Kakashi. You stealed one of my rocks. Kakashi's visible eye snapped open and he stared at the blonde kid. I didn't. You did. Pose ta have 2.1. Naruto hoarded the rocks close to his chest and stared at Kakashi with anger and hurt in his eyes, as only having 2.0. The other kids may have not given you one of their rocks. Kakashi did indeed have the missing rock, but messing with easily manipulated children was always fun. Kei and Ra are aware of the rules. They don't not gimme my rocks. To Kakashi's bemusement, both the Uchiha boy and Pinkette stood up, not that they were very much taller when they were standing, and glared at him, hands on hips. Give to back the rock. The Uchiha hissed. It was surprising to see a Uchiha get so defensive for someone else. I don't have it. Kakashi raised his hands, indicating innocence. Or the fact that he had no weapons in his hands, but that was more ninja related. Besides, it was just a rock. It was only 10 meters to the stream where the kids could pick up another one. Much nicer, he thought. Don, lie. Pinkette literally screamed at Kakashi, and he was so stunned at her shrill voice and absolute fury that he barely dodged out of the way when she leapt at him. A kunai with a live blade nearly collided with him as he replaced himself with a log, distracted by the Uchiha flaring his chakra. That the child had live weapons astounded Kakashi. Who the hell gave a 6-year-old live blades? However, the child was a Uchiha. Something hit Kakashi's knees and the teenager staggered forward a step, looking down to see Naruto holding tight to his legs. "Gimme my rock." Slipping out of the blonde's grip, Kakashi sidestepped Pinkette, who had thrown herself at him again, only to have her move into his dodge and sideswipe his hip. Her short hair puffing up even more than it already was with what Kakashi assumed was anger. Fire. Phoenix Immortal. From where the Uchiha was standing came several small balls of fire that Kakashi couldn't dodge completely, though he managed to get his arms up to cover his face. He was completely flabbergasted that a 6-year-old, even a Uchiha 6-year-old, managed to correctly do a C-rank ninja technique. What was even better, or maybe worse, Kakashi couldn't decide, was that he'd done the technique with the shortest release phrase Kakashi had ever heard. A sudden pain in his foot flooded over the burn pains on his arms made Kakashi look down to see that Pinkette had driven the kunai the Uchiha had originally thrown into his foot. And she hadn't just cut skin. She'd driven the blade to the hilt, right through his foot and into his sandal. Pinkette growled at him and yanked the kunai back out of his foot, and Kakashi hopped away only to trip backwards over Naruto, who'd been waiting behind him. The Uchiha leapt from his position, catching Kakashi around the neck on his way down, refusing to let go even with Kakashi pulling at his arms. Tiny hands scrabbled at Kakashi's pockets and then, within seconds, all 3 of the kids backed off. Kakashi leaned up, resting on his elbow, stunned at the fierceness of the 3 over such a little thing as a rock of all things, and glanced down to his foot to see that it was bleeding sluggishly. When the kids began to speak, he returned his attention to them. "Here, too." Pinkette handed Naruto the rock that had at one point been in Kakashi's pocket, and Naruto beamed at her. The Uchiha took the kunai that was offered back to him and cleaned it off with his shirt. "You get them?" The Uchiha quirked an eyebrow at Naruto and the boy grinned, the whisker marks on his face crinkling. "Absolutely." Naruto pulled something out of his pockets and handed one to each of the other children. They turned as one to Kakashi and presented a united front. "I am Sasuke Uchiha." The Uchiha boy sketched a short bow and showed that he held a small silver bell in his hand. "I am Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto saluted a textbook perfect salute to Kakashi. "I am Sakura Haruno." Pinkette curtsied like a well-trained court lady, also showing off a small silver bell in her hand. Naruto stepped forward, standing the middle, Sasuke to his right, Sakura to his left. "We're your Genin team. We graduated young and Sarutobi. Sama decided that we should all be on the same team. For the sake of irony, I think he gave you our team." With a snort, Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Team Tensai my lily, white ass." "Oh shut it Sasuke." Sakura walked around Naruto and knelt at Kakashi's feet. "I have training as a medic Hitaki-san. Please allow me to heal your injuries." Without another word her hands glowed with a familiar green light, and the pain from his burns on his arms dulled before going away completely. "There we go. As good as new," she said, leaning back and allowing her hands to drop softly into her lap after lingering over his foot for a short while longer. "You're the team that I'm supposed to be testing?" Kakashi exclaimed, sitting upright and gazing at the children. For heaven's sake, they were only 6 years old. Even though it wasn't for long and they caught him off guard, they were still able to defeat him. He knew that if the fight had gone on any longer he would have recovered fairly easy and taken control. It was how very childish the children had been acting before attacking him that had let them gain the element of surprise. Surprise was always an effective ninja tool. "Yes, sir." Naruto pulled Sakura behind him protectively at Kakashi's tone, probably worried about the Junin's temper at being tricked by young children. He was obviously ready to take anything on himself, including punishment, that Kakashi was prepared to throw at all of them for any reason he might have. The boy was used to punishment and it showed in his actions. "And that thing, with the rocks," Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle, "that was to put me off guard so I wouldn't see you as anything but children. Tiny, ungrained kids simply enjoying themselves in the sun." Kakashi shook his head. "Ah, even during the fight I thought it was only the rock that you wanted." "Correct, sir." Naruto was given a back nudge by Sasuke. "Okay, not all of it. Pass the Rock is actually a game that we've been playing for a while and the rocks that we use are important." "How did you know what kind of test I'd be giving you?" Considering that Kakashi had never tested Genin 1.be before, He was curious as to how they knew what he'd use as his test. One of my cousins was on your team, Hitaki-san. The Uchiha boy spoke up. When I found out that I would be tested by you, I asked Obito's parents if they knew what kind of test you may give us. I was told your team was given a bell test that had been passed from the first Hokage all the way down to the fourth. I was reasonably sure that you would give the same test. Sasuke nodded to Sakura. Sakura was able to confirm that you had bells on you when you first sidestepped her lunge and signaled us. We then commenced with the rest of the plan. Getting to his feet, Kakashi nodded, impressed with the children. Very impressed. He looked directly at Naruto. So, you're good at gathering information. Deception. He looked to Sakura. Medical techniques. He looked at Sasuke last. Ninjutsu, and you obviously passed all the academy tests. How did you decide who got the bells? Teams of 3 Genin are assigned. Your test was set up to create dissension between the ranks and depended on teamwork. Naruto smiled, just a bit sadly. I determined that if that was not the case, if any of us should be sent back to the academy, it should be me. I am, after all, me. There wasn't anything Kakashi could say about that in front of the other 2 children, so he resolved to talk to Naruto about it later, when they were alone. Alright. Kakashi grinned at the children and his visible eye curved up. The title that Sarutobi had given the team earlier was just too good to pass up. You pass. Congratulations, Team Tensai. Mother, Sasuke called out as he entered the house. I brought my Genin team to be introduced to the family. Oh, Makoto Uchiha exited the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Hello dears. She trailed off when she caught sight of the 2 other children with her son. Are you all 6? She asked her son, a little confused. When Itachi had been put on a Genin team, both of his teammates had been 12-year-olds. Nah, the blonde boy scrubbed his hand through his messy hair. I'm 7. I'm older than K by about. He paused and looked up at her for the first time. 10 months. His cheeks were covered in whisker marks. The container of the 9 tails. Her precocious 6-year-old son was on the same team as the 9 tails container. She wasn't even sure what to think about that. When the 9-tailed demon fox had attacked Konoha and the 4th Hokage had died, almost every single clan in Konoha had made sure that there was an heir born within a year. Those clans who had heirs for their families already had not wasted any time having another child, like the Inuzuka and the Uchiha clans. It was fresh on their minds that anyone, at any time, could die. Why the child looked as young, or maybe even a little younger, than Sasuke was a mystery. Makoto didn't like mysteries, neither did Itachi. Oto. Aniki. It had only been a year ago that Sasuke had stopped calling Itachi Itachi.ni, and ni Tama. That had been when he'd asked to go to the academy. That had been when Fugaku Uchiha realized that he had a second son that wasn't just a spare, but a brilliant child. Smarter even than the Uchiha genius. Not only had Sasuke proven to be smarter than his, at the time, 10-year-old brother, which was a feat that most adults couldn't claim, Sasuke had proven to be even more Uchiha. It was clan pride that had kept that a secret until it had been unavoidable that others found out. Sasuke Uchiha had activated his Sharingan at the age of 5. Even Itachi had been 8 when he'd activated his Sharingan. Hello. The small girl with short pink hair stepped forward. I'm Sakura Haruno and I'm 6. I'm on Sasuke-kun's team and I specialize in medical ninjutsu and genjutsu. I was offered a place in the Ninja Academy last year and graduated with Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun. Kakashi. Sensei passed our team this morning and I won't ever let Sasuke-kun die of anything but old age. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki shrugged one shoulder, picking at the edge of his thin black shirt that was about 2 sizes too large for him. I'm a pariah and live in an apartment by myself. I specialize in wind ninjutsu and sealing. Sarutobi. Ojii.san enrolled me into the academy last year after I asked him to let me go. Sasuke is my best friend. Makoto inwardly cursed her soft maternal heart as it broke just a little for the boy. I would like my teammates to stay for supper, mother, if you don't mind their inclusion. You should ask your father. Makoto wasn't going to be the one to get in shit from Fugaku for letting the 9 tails container eat at the Uchiha table. I will do it. Itachi turned to the front door, but Sasuke blocked him before he got there. They are my guests Aniki, let me take responsibility for them. Sasuke gave his older brother a tiny nod and vanished in a small burst of wind, using the Chunin skill body flicker to vanish from the entryway. That rat bastard, Uzumaki growled under his breath, and Makoto rounded on him, ready to give the urchin a fairly large piece of her mind for insulting her son, only for him to continue before she could. It's been over a year. You'd think that he'd gotten used to it by now. The Haruno child shook her head and patted Uzumaki's shoulder in something that resembled empathy. You've never got over it either. If he were still around, do you really think that even after a year of exposure you'd been able to get over it? Yeah, Kei, you're right. Sorry, Chan, Uzumaki sighed. I'm just glad that he's dead and I won. Ever meet him? Gain. I guess Kei's not doing too bad. Makoto stared at the boy. She'd never heard an accent like the one that he had just displayed, and yet not minutes earlier he had spoken like a clan member with clean grammar and enunciation. Are you from a ninja family as well, Sakura-chan? As she led the two kids past her oldest son and into the living room, Makoto questioned. Sakura sat prettily on the sofa while Uzumaki collapsed onto the ground. Itachi stood at the room's edge. Sakura ducked her head and said, No, Uchiha-san. My parents are civilians. While my mother works as a librarian, my father operates a machining shop. Before Makoto had time to ask the girl another question, not wanting to hear about the Nine Tails container, Uzumaki spoke up. Ain't got a mom or dad. Nevertheless, Iruka Sensei likes me. Makoto's living room seemed to be a little bit brighter after he smiled. She nearly stammered when she said, That's nice, Naruto. She could not possibly be more impolite than this if she called Sakura by her first name instead of the Uzumaki. The Uchihas were never impolite. Yes, Iruka is going to buy me food. He heads out to get groceries on my behalf, and he buys me ramen. Uzumaki's eyes brightened considerably and Makoto had to look away at the pure joy for something so simple. Doesn't he also let you crash at his place when the villagers trash your apartment? That's where you went last Thursday, right? Inquired Sakura. Yes, Sensei had prepared an additional futon for me in his room. He's really awesome, Uzumaki said, rolling onto his back while gazing up at the ceiling. He even allowed me to use the washing machine. You don't usually have access to a washing machine, Naruto-kun? Itachi would have scowled if his face muscles had received consistent exercise during his brief life. There were laundry facilities available in an apartment building where anyone with money could drop off their clothes. Nah, Uzumaki shook his head. Last time I got my clothes washed, they all came back with holes and shit. Right now, I use the kitchen sink. Naruto, how often does your apartment get ransacked? Makoto worriedly asked, biting her lower lip. It was understandable that no one like the boy the nine-tailed fox was sealed in, but to actually attack him or destroy his possessions was a little out of control for most ninja. About twice a year, Uzumaki shrugged, not even looking at her. I put up traps and stuff, but I can't use ninja neeks because it's the civvies that are trashing my place, not ninja. A flicker of chakra caused Sasuke to materialize at the entrance, saying, Father said yes. That wasn't surprising at all. Fugaku was just as aware, more.so even, than Makoto of clan reputation, and it was far worse for a clan member to allow one person to stay for dinner and refuse the other, even if it was Uzumaki, than to refuse a request from a new genin to have his teammates for supper. In Konoha, collaboration was paramount. Is there anything special that you'd like for dinner, Sasuke-kun? Makoto asked her son, wondering absently why Sasuke was so insistent. And it was insistence that he was showing by going so far as to ask for Konoha's pariah to dine with the family, about having Uzumaki at the house. It was possible that the Hitaki was the reason. Hitaki was well known to the Uchiha clan and despised for it. As the only non-Uchiha to have the Sharingan transplanted into him, as the only non-clan member to have a Dojutsu transplanted, it silently proved to the clan council that the Hyuga were correct in utilizing the caged bird seal. But the Uchiha were not going to compel their members to become slaves. From Konoha proper, they had far too much of that. Enclosing the majority of the Uchiha would be harmful to both the clan and the village. Not every Uchiha wanted to live in the Uchiha compound after all. It was an unspoken rule that users of a Dojutsu were confined to one place to make the other people of the village feel safer, less vulnerable. He would like something with tomatoes. Uzumaki's inflection and accent were once again perfect. Sakura Chan prefers to eat salads, but we are working on that. Uzumaki eyeballed the kunoichi gravely, saying, Children as young as we are should not be restraining ourselves from food. Sakura turned to look at her hands in her lap as she flushed. What do you like, Naruto? From his corner, Itachi raised his voice, and Uzumaki gave a casual shrug. I don't have a preference. Because you don't eat well, Naruto, Sasuke said, fitting his fist around the boy's shoulder. Naruto will have mostly vegetables with well-done yakitori. Uzumaki grinned as he glanced up at the younger boy. He must have the minerals and vitamins. Naruto sighed and said, okay, so do I really have to eat the meat, K? Really? Sasuke was practically hissing out his words, his anger like a knife to the throat. The meat that our family obtains from the markets is not rotten or spoiled, Naruto. It will taste good and will be good for you. Hey, Naruto scowled. It's not like I go out and purposely find the most spoiled cut to buy. Sakura joined the boys on the floor, her large green eyes sad. We know, too. We are aware. Iruka Amino was a nice person. Even though he was a 16-year-old Chunin who'd only just started teaching at the academy a year earlier, he was trusted with pretty much everything to do with the students. He also drew children to him like the Pied Piper did, only without the need of music. The first time that he met Naruto Uzumaki a year ago, the 6-year-old boy was lounging on the steps of the school with 2 children his age. Iruka quickly found out that the trio of genius were good friends. Uchihas never went to bat for anyone other than family, but the Uchiha boy in Naruto's little group beat the ever-living crap out of an 11-year-old early genin graduate that afternoon for throwing mud at the container. Not that the mud had actually hit Naruto. No, the boy was far too fast for that. Iruka Sensei? Even though the blonde had graduated with his 2 friends just a week earlier, Naruto still came around the school at the end of the day to walk Iruka home, like he needed protecting. Ah, Naruto-kun. How was your day? As nice as Iruka was, he was even smarter. He'd heard the wishes of the 4th Hokage, he'd heard the explanation of the ceiling. He knew that Naruto was the one keeping Konoha safe, not a reborn 9-tailed demon fox in human form. Was good. Naruto exclaimed as he clasped their hands together. Iruka slung his satchel over his shoulder and off they went toward Iruka's house. Kaka Sensei was pretty surprised to see Sasuke and me sparring on the water, and Sakura was balancing a leaf o'er her nose, standing off to the side of the water so she didn't get hit with nothing. He said we was doing good. That's excellent, Naruto-kun. Iruka squeezed Naruto's hand gently and Naruto squeezed back, and I heard that you had dinner with Sasuke-kun's family last week. How did that go? Oh man. Naruto practically jumped 3 feet in the air, he was so excited. Man oh man. Makoto Sama made this yakiniku. I think it was pork. It was so good. I've ne'er had such good food before. He stopped jumping and looked up at Iruka through his eyelashes, continuing in a more guarded tone. I mean, you always feed me good and I love eating at your place, but Makoto Sama is really awesome. Iruka laughed gaily, just a little intimidated and a lot sad that Naruto thought his cooking was good. He made a mean instant ramen, sure, but he was better at cooking over an open fire than with a stove. Naruto's preference just highlighted how bad his life really was. Naruto may have meant to be comforting with his words, but the reality was there in the background every time he opened his mouth. It's okay, Naruto. Iruka pulled Naruto into a quick, tight hug and ruffled his hair before taking the boy's hand again and continuing their journey. Did you have fun? Iruka asked a moment later. Well, still a bit subdued. Naruto shrugged one shoulder. Sasuke and Sakura were there, which was awesome. And Makoto Sama is totally cool and Tachi-san is kinda sensei? Yes, Naruto. Naruto looked up at Iruka with wide eyes and a completely serious expression on his face. When zombies get resurrected, they don't got emotions, right? 'Cause I heard zombies had no emotions, and Tachi-san is kinda emotionless, so I was wondering. Tachi-san, is he a zombie? The complete seriousness that Naruto's face held was far too much for Iruka and the teenager broke down laughing so hard he fell to his knees, satchel landing beside him, a worried Naruto in his face. Sensei? You okay? What's so funny? The panic in Naruto's face convinced Iruka that it would be bad for the child to see his beloved Sensei keel over from laughter. No, Naruto, I'm fine, it's okay. Iruka breathed deeply to contain his mirth. I found something you said funny, that's all. What's so funny about Tachi-san being a zombie? Defiantly, Naruto stood back and crossed his arms over his chest. I've seen zombies before, he exclaimed. I believe I saw zombies because I saw a man using puppets made out of human bodies. It's possible that Taki-san is a zombie. Iruka rested a hand on Naruto's shoulder with a smile. If Itachi-san really was a... Iruka had a hard time getting the words out without bursting into laughter again. A zombie. Puppet. Who is controlling him then? There was a pause while Naruto considered the query. Uchiha. Sama. Naruto exclaimed suddenly with vigor. Uchiha. Sama was really cold. Colder than zombie. Tachi-san and he don't like me. Everything Uchiha. Zombie. Controller. Sama tall. Zombie. Tachi-san to do. Zombie. Tachi-san did. Wide-eyed, Iruka gripped Naruto by the shoulders hard, shaking him once, gently. Naruto. Don't ever call Uchiha. Sama. Uchiha. Zombie. Controller. Sama. To his face. In fact, don't ever call him that. Uchiha. Sama is not a zombie. Controller. And Itachi-san is not a zombie, okay? Alright. Naruto furrowed his brow then shrugged. Can I call Tachi-san? Nah. I mean. Iruka lowered his voice at Naruto flinch. No, Naruto. You can't call Itachi-san. Zombie. Itachi-san. It isn't polite. Calling people by mean names hurts their feelings. Blue eyes clouded over and Naruto nodded distantly. Yeah, okay. I won't call anyone a mean name. Sorry Iruka, sensei. Shocked by his full name, Iruka pulled Naruto back into a tight hug. This one not short. Oh kiddo, you can call me, Ka. Sensei. It's not a cruel moniker. It's a nickname, like the ones you have for your team. I like having you call me, Ka. Sensei. It means that you like me. Naruto sniffled in Iruka's ear and nodded, burying his face in Iruka's neck. He mumbled something and Iruka hummed at him in question. Pulling away, just a tiny bit, Naruto mumbled again. Love you, Ka. Sensei. Iruka felt his heart melt all over again. Love you too, Naruto. Naruto breathed into his neck for a few moments then leapt back with a huge grin. What you doing tonight, Ka. Sensei? Getting to his feet, a similar smile on his own face, Iruka shouldered his satchel once more. Well, I have some remedial marking to do for the summer students. No. You gotta play with me and you oughta teach me something cool. Naruto grabbed the keys that Iruka threw him and opened the front door. You could be Junin ya no. I saw this Junin out in the trainin' field just next to us today, and you coulda beat his ass if you'da wanted to. Language. Iruka bit out sharply, watching Naruto tear through his living room. Sometimes Iruka wondered why he'd never asked Naruto if he wanted to live with him. The poor boy was living in an apartment all alone. Arms came up around Iruka's shoulders. Naruto shut up mid word and Iruka remembered with a jolt that he'd never asked Naruto to come live with him because Naruto hated Mizuki. Hello, Iruka. Mizuki murmured and Iruka blushed. Mizuki, Naruto's here. Yeah, Mizuki's voice became a little strained, I heard. Naruto, why don't you clean up in the bathroom and I'll put some water on for ramen. Yay. Naruto streaked out of the room like he was on fire. Removing himself from Mizuki's restraining hold, Iruka frowned at his lover. Mizuki, there are no PDAs when Naruto is here. I've told you before. Sorry, Iruka. Every time I see you, I can't help myself. You're just so beautiful. Mizuki ran a hand through his thin, shoulder-length silver hair, angry with how he wasn't allowed to kiss his boyfriend when the younger teen invited the demon brat over. Drawing himself up, Iruka hardened his eyes. I am not a play toy. This is my house and if you don't respect the rules, you can leave. You do not have rent to pay. Mizuki looked shocked. Iruka. Adoration. You have me as a partner. Damn it, Mizuki. Iruka took a deep breath. You don't pay for food. You don't pay for meals when we go out. You don't keep your promises. You pick up other girls and guys at the bar. I have just about had it with you. Do you understand me? Iruka. Mizuki leaned in close to Iruka, pressing their cheeks together. You don't make the rules. A hand sneaked up and lightly caressed Iruka's throat, warning evident in how tight Mizuki held him. Before Iruka could do anything more than blink at the impetuousness of the silver-headed assistant teacher, Mizuki's hand was ripped from his throat and with a cry, Mizuki landed hard on his knees. Iruka looked down to see Naruto standing on a kunai that was buried in Mizuki's upper calf. Touch, Ka. Chan again and I will fucking kill you. Understood? Naruto's high-pitched, childish voice would have normally sounded funny, but with Mizuki on the floor bleeding and another kunai to the 19-year-old's jugular, it wasn't. It was anything but funny. Naruto. Iruka breathed out in shock. He'd never seen Naruto like this before. Never knew that Naruto saw him as a parent figure. Was a little surprised that Naruto saw him as his mother. Iruka.com. Chan is my very first and most precious person. If you threaten Iruka.com. Chan, you threaten my family. I will track you down and rip your limbs off if you threaten my family. Iruka moved forward as Naruto began to snarl. Naruto glanced up at him and Iruka stopped. There was something in Naruto's eyes that screamed at him. Screamed, pawn at him. You. Mizuki sneered. Digging the blade of the kunai into Mizuki's throat just enough to draw blood. Naruto jerked Mizuki's head back by his hair. You wouldn't be my first kill. Not by a long shot, you motherfucking cocksucker. I am a gifted girl. I am an orphan who lives in the bad part of town. I haven't been innocent for more than half of my very short life. Blood has run through my fingers and over my hands for so long that I can't remember the last time they were clean. Don't fuck with me. Naruto shook Mizuki's head once more and let him go, pushing him forward with a burst of chakra, forcing the oldest ninja in the room to catch himself on the floor with his forearms. Naruto. Iruka went to Naruto and gathered the boy into his arms. Oh, Naruto. Iruka was horrified for his pseudo-son Naruto because of the sheer agony in his words. Leave. Naruto glared at Mizuki, pointing the kunai at the door. The light from the entranceway glinted off the drop of blood that hung on to the tip of the blade. Mizuki glared back, before flinching at the killing intent that both Naruto and Iruka leveled at him and scrambled out the door. He won't be back, Naruto. He better not be. Naruto grimaced and wiped the blade on his shorts. Stupid idiot thought he could force Sensei into anything. Bastard. If I hadn't got him, you'd killed the fucker. Naruto. Iruka watched Naruto put the kunai away. Did you mean it? Mean what? With a sideways head tilt, Naruto blinked. You said. Iruka cleared his throat. You said that I was your very first and most precious person. That I was, Chan, for you. Cheeks flushed suddenly and Naruto looked away and down at the floor. He mumbled an affirmative under his breath. Iruka put a finger under Naruto's chin and made him look back up. Would you like to move into the spare bedroom? What? Naruto flinched, startled by Iruka's sudden offer. I'd like it if my son is living with me, like children should live with their parents. But I'm not. You're not. Naruto floundered for words. I love you, Naruto. Iruka smiled contagiously. You are my son if you think of me as your parent. Though I'd rather prefer to be your father than your mother, Iruka said with a slight pout. In return, Naruto grinned. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked over the three children standing in his office, heads held high and grins on their faces. Kakashi Hatake stood between Sarutobi and the children and the Hokage shook his head. Kakashi. Your genin are not dogs. I know. Kakashi didn't even have the decency to blush or look away. You can't treat them the same way as you treat your ninkin. I know. You are not their owner. Yes sir. Can you tell me why, exactly, your three genin have a henehenomoheji on their shirts? No sir. Naruto.kun. Did Kakashi Sensei put the henehenomoheji on your shirt? Sarutobi looked around Kakashi at the smallest of the three. Nope. K had his Uchiwa on his shirt and I wanna belong somewhere and Pakun and Buru have a henehenomoheji on him. So I drew one on my shirt. Roared Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the genin of Kaka. Sensei, similar to his ninkin. Naruto, you don't need to brand yourself to belong somewhere. Sarutobi faded away. If you started it, why do Sakura Chan and Sasuke.kun also have henehenomohejis? Naruto looked down at the ground. I was lonely. Ra and K didn't want me to be alone, so they put faces on their shirts too. I see. Sarutobi didn't really see. Why the hell would a Uchiha replace his Uchiwa with a henehenomoheji on the whim of a teammate? It wasn't natural. It had never been done before. And you're sure that Kakashi Sensei had nothing to do with this? You got it, old man. Naruto pumped his fist into the air exuberantly. It was all me. At least the boy was as energetic as he ever was. All right. Why don't you show Sakura Chan and Sasuke.kun around to your office? You're sensei and I would like to speak. Old man, Naruto sounded reproving. I ain't dumb. You're gonna raise, I am, for putting his mark on his genin. He didn't do it. I did it. Being a prankster still. Sarutobi shook his head at the eldest of the genin and waved them outside. Go on now, Naruto. I still need to talk to Kakashi. Sensei. The kids scowled, but trooped out of the office. Sarutobi looked back to his finest Anbu. How the teenager managed to be Junin, Genin sensei, and Anbu operative all at the same time astounded Sarutobi. The Hokage had assumed the Hitaki would have at the very least resigned from his Anbu post, but he had not. Now, Kakashi. Hokage. Sama, Kakashi held up a hand. I know when the kids are mocking me, and I know when Naruto. Chan's been completely honest. This whole business about the Heneheno Moheji is a bit of both. Naruto. Chan is interested in belonging and does consider everything with a scarecrow face emblem on it to be mine. But he's also jerking our chain, because just last week he got Sakura. Chan and Sasuke. Chan to slant their hite. It's over their left eye for 3 days. Sarutobi coughed into his hand to cover his chuckle. He could just imagine the 3 children walking around with their hite. It's askew like their sensei. It would be so cute. You got pictures, I assume? There was a twinkle in Kakashi's eye. Of course I did, Hokage. Sama, he pulled out a small package and tossed it lightly on the desk. I got copies for you, Itachi and myself. I don't think Sakura. Chan's parents would understand the joke. No, they wouldn't, not as civilians they wouldn't. When Sarutobi took the pictures out of the envelope, he was unable to contain his smile at how adorable the images were. He was almost through all the pictures when a single one of Sasuke came up. He stopped, his eyes wide as he studied the picture. Is that the one? Yes. Kakashi nodded to himself as he leaned over the desk to take a quick look at the photo. Thus, I learned that Sasuke's Sharingan is active 2 weeks ago. Not just the Sharingan, but also the Sharingan from Mangekyo. It was shocking to see a 6-year-old with swirled black and bright red eyes. Given that the boy possessed Mangekyo, Sasuke had to have killed a close friend or relative. It was the only way. What did he say about it? Kakashi shook his head. I didn't ask. I know that everyone thinks that Uchiha has to kill someone that they're close to for the Mangekyo to activate, but it's not quite that simple. Kakashi closed his eye and turned his head downwards. You don't kill someone you're close to emotionally. You kill someone who has been in physical contact with you using their reproductive organs. That means that Sasuke either killed his mother for giving birth to him, and Makoto-san is still alive, or he killed someone he had sex with. Red in the eyes, Sarutobi saw. He's 6. Yes. And his father is the head of the Konoha police force, Kakashi said, looking up. Regarding Sasuke's Sharingan, I questioned Fugaku-san. There have been no arrests, he said. But a few days after Sasuke returned home one night sobbing, a body was discovered in a hotel room. There was a feral air to Kakashi as his killing intent leaked out. Fugaku found out about the Mangekyo and the investigation into the man's death was determined to be self-defense in civilian court. Breathing deeply to control his anger, Sarutobi put the photo with the others, back in the envelope. I assume that you scheduled counseling for Sasuke-kun. Already taken care of. Every Saturday, Makoto and Fugaku take him to see the Uchiha counselor. There are about 2 other Uchiha with the Mangekyo. I believe that they were mission-related, but even the Uchiha know that the trauma of rape has to be dealt with. Anything else to report, Kakashi? After pausing, Kakashi nodded and said, I think Sasuke told Naruto what happened. Again pausing, he said, Naruto is normally a very talkative little boy, but sometimes he and Sasuke sit by the memorial stone and talk for hours on end. I overheard some of the conversations that they've been having and I think Naruto understands exactly what Sasuke is going through and it makes me want. For heaven's sake, they're only kids. Have you found out who assaulted Naruto? Killing intent was pouring from Sarutobi and Kakashi was thankful that he was as trained as he was, or he'd be on his knees, begging for the fear to end. Not at all. Neko and Karasu are investigating it for me. If Kakashi was the one investigating, he knew that he wouldn't be able to help himself from killing anyone that even looked at Naruto wrong. That was a lot of people, and it only took one for Naruto to be able to sympathize with Sasuke. However, neither of the Anbu has informed him of any discoveries. What of Sakura? Sarutobi wasn't sure what he would do if he found out that all 3 of the young graduates had been sexually assaulted. He doubted his ability to handle it. Kakashi smiled. His visible eye clearing, she's fine. Good parents, no real issues. She has a bit of an extreme personality, but we're working on that. Thank the gods. Sarutobi rested his hands flat on his desk. About Naruto, has he confided in you? Or just Sasuke? He hasn't said anything about his life to me. If I didn't know how he was treated by watching him while in Anbu, I wouldn't think him any different than Sakura. Do you think that Sasuke could get Naruto to go with him on Saturdays? To the therapist? I'd have to speak with Fugaku. Uchiha are not allowed to speak with their therapists by the Uchiha. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. I'd have to tell Fugaku, Sasuke, and Naruto that I know what happened to the boys and then get Naruto to agree to go to counseling. Then get Fugaku to allow the Jinchuriki to use the Uchiha therapist. You have to let him know that you know anyway. Ask him if he'd be willing to go with Sasuke. Take him to the Yamanakas if he declines. They've received psychology training. For interrogation, not counseling. A gray eye widened. He blurted out, then calmed himself. Sorry sir, I was surprised. Naruto has to see a counselor about this. I don't want his early trauma to cause him to come to despise most of Konoha. Sarutobi pinned Kakashi with a hard look. Ask Naruto and Sasuke if you could tell Sakura about it. If the whole team knows, it'll be easier for all four of you. Yes sir. Kakashi made a bow. Is there anything else, sir? No, you're dismissed. Sir. After bowing once more, Kakashi departed from the Hokage's office to find his genin. He discovered them all huddled around Naruto's desk in the room that had been designated for the boya floor below Sarutobi's office, carefully examining some documents. He stayed outside to listen in on their conversation instead of entering the room. So, given what information you got from Haku, Momochi should have fled from Kirigakure by now with him, right? Naruto nodded as Sasuke whispered to him. Yes, Haku's father killed his mother along with a few other villagers. Haku then killed the others, and a few years later, Momochi and his father found him living on the streets. Haku is, I believe he is 8 or 9 years old. He's 3 years older than you guys and only a few years older than me. However, I don't believe Momochi adopted him. Rather, he merely used his ancestry to turn him into a weapon. One miserable Kiri ninja doesn't mind bloodline limits, and it just so happens to be Zabuza Momochi, mocked Sakura. What a ridiculous irony. Naruto shushed them as Sasuke laughed alongside her. People, calm down. We're still in the tower. Therefore, it makes sense that Momochi would find it difficult to both train Haku and ward off Kiri's hunters at the same time, given that we know he has gone missing. Nin. Exactly, Sasuke concurred. Therefore, the advantage is ours. We're more skilled than Haku, and right now Kakashi Sensei can defeat Momochi even if he were to tie one hand behind his back. Give them an additional 6 years, and things might turn out differently. You recall the water prison that Momochi enjoys visiting? Yes, Sakura sighed, that Momochi is a true silent assassin. Are we going to be able to convince Kakashi Sensei to take us out on a mission towards Kiri? Sasuke's voice contained a frown, and Kakashi tilted his head to one side. He was not prepared for this. It was only recently that he learned that one of Kiri's 7 swordsmen had attempted to kill his cage and had left the village after the attempt failed. How could 3 children under 10 years old have known? And what on earth were they thinking about? What would motivate them to pursue an A-rank missing? Nin. I don't think we will be able to, Sakura said. Who the hell, after all, takes 2 6-year-olds and a 7-year-old to a place where a missing nin has been confirmed to be hiding? Though he might be a little taken aback, Kakashi Sensei is not a moron. Besides, she waved a hand negligently, we all know his stance on teammates. He would die before letting us get killed. Which means there is no way of getting us up close and personal with Momochi right now. Naruto sounded despondent and Kakashi shook his head to clear his mind. What wonderfully genius children he was teaching, knowing that he wouldn't ever take them near a missing. Nin as dangerous as one of the 7 swordsmen. The question remained though. What were they trying to do, and what did it have to do with Zabuza Momochi and this, Haku? Throwing open the door, Kakashi grinned at his students. Hello there, my cutest little students. Oh god. Sakura buried her face in her hands, flashbacks. Both the boys patted her shoulders in commiseration and Kakashi added another name onto his list to check out. Damn these kids for making him so curious about some things that he'd had to cut down on his memorial stone visiting time. Okay. Ra. Chan, we totally understand. Naruto smiled up at Kakashi. Hello Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto. Chan. What do you possess there? Kakashi leaned over Sasuke's head to look at the papers. He was only able to make out a map of the elemental countries. Interested. Very curious. Perhaps a genjutsu was used. Sakura was very good at those. Just looking at the borders around Fire Country, Naruto pushed the papers towards him and grinned that innocent little grin that Kakashi wouldn't trust was innocent in a million years. Do you want to look? No, Naruto. Chan, that's okay. Are you guys ready to go get another mission? Okay. Seriously Kakashi. Sensei. Sasuke spoke, disgusted. If we take one more D rank, I'm going on strike. I've never done this many chores before in my entire life. Oh god, you don't even know the worst of it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Just wait until we're Chunin or even Junin and the desk ninja insist on D ranks cause we're so small. It'll be so embarrassing. Sakura rolled her eyes in agreement with Sasuke, saying, I get you. I totally get you. Are we going to be nominated for the Chunin exams? Sasuke asked lightly as he poked Kakashi in the knee, annoyed that his teacher was sleeping. Once more. Sakura rolled her eyes. Seriously, Sasuke-kun, Kaka. Sensei isn't going to nominate us. He hasn't even given us AC rank yet. Besides, you should stop asking him. We've only been genin for a month. And we've completed 12 D rank missions. Our teamwork is exceptional. What's wrong with wanting to advance? Sasuke griped. He was so tired of the boring chores that had been forced on him. He was also starting to regret going along with Naruto's plan to fake getting his Mangekyo. It was not enjoyable going to therapy. He was going with someone, at least. Uchiha gave a snort. So what happened to Mizuki? Teme anyway, Naruto? Sasuke asked as he turned to watch his Hokage painting on a scroll with chakra-infused blood. Oh, well, I stabbed him. Threatened to kill him, Naruto shrugged delicately as to not disturb his ceiling lines. Well, threatened to tear him piece to piece actually. Uruka. Sensei was impressed. He didn't even tell me off for calling Mizuki a motherfucking cocksucker. Sakura choked back a laugh. Opening his visible eye, Kakashi fixed his gaze on Naruto. He blinked, asking in an incredulous tone, you stabbed a Chunin? Oh yeah, Naruto drawled, not really paying attention, held a kunai up to his jugular too. If he hadn't have left when I told him to, I totally would have killed him. As it was I nicked his throat as a warning. Naruto. How did you get close enough to do that? Kakashi asked bemusedly. He was aware that his students were geniuses, but even though he himself had been a 6-year-old genin, it had been during a time of war and children were advanced much quicker than they should have been. Without even a flicker of chakra, Naruto vanished from sight only to reappear less than a second later sitting next to his sensei, kunai point digging lightly into his Junin vest, like that. Holy crap. Kakashi breathed quietly. How good are you at the body flicker? Good enough that you didn't see me coming, Naruto replied, smirking up at the Junin. It's not like the body flicker is hard. I mean, I was playing flicker with Shisui-san last Saturday after our appointment. He said that I was good, but all I really do is compress my chakra to a point where it seems to be the same as a normal gust of wind. No one thinks to be wary of a gust of wind. Naruto's eyes closed as his smirk intensified. It helps that I'm wind-natured. Okay. Kakashi leapt to his feet with his exclamation, new plan today. What, no more sleeping? Sasuke muttered to Sakura, who chuckled quietly. You're going to show me how good you are at the 3 academy taught techniques. What? Clone, replacement, and transformation. Naruto clarified Kakashi's statement as he frowned. That's it. If you're good enough at the body flicker to impress Shisui of the body flicker, then I want to see what else you excel at. Kakashi waved them down from the trees and pointed at Sakura. You first. Replacement. Okay. Sakura immediately did 5 rapid replacements using her sensei, her teammates, 1 squirrel and a training log. What now? She asked, her tone informing her sensei how useless she thought the exercise to be. Clone. Regular or typed? Kakashi looked closely at Sakura. All the ones you know. A second later there were 10 Sakuras standing before him. Great. 9 kunai flashed into Kakashi's hand and one by one the clones were destroyed. The first was water, followed by mud, blossom, honey, haze, shadow, rock, lightning and fire. Kakashi paused and stared. There was only one of those clone types that he'd never seen before. Fire? Yes. I figured that we're in Fire Country and all the other countries have a type of clone, so I spent, 3 months working out how to make a clone of fire. The best part about a fire clone is that if you physically attack it, you'll get set on fire. Sakura clapped her hands, exited that there was someone she could lecture who hadn't been there when she'd come up with the process. I used the composition of Greek fire to make the clone, so everything that the fire touches will catch on fire and water won't put it out. I had to learn how to shield obviously, so the clone doesn't set fire to the grass when it walks around, but that was a fairly simple addition to make. Kakashi stated, Greek fire. He'd heard of Greek fire from the scientists, but he'd never come across it in a fight. It was ingenious. That's very good, Sakura. Very good. Then Kakashi realized something. You didn't use hand signs. No, you're correct, I didn't. I think of using hand signs as giving advanced warning, so anything I know that doesn't require me to use hand signs will usually be the first to be played out of my arsenal. Sakura paused in her lecture and blushed. You wanted to see a transformation as well, right? Please. Sakura was suddenly an exact replica of Kakashi without hesitation. Yo. Sakura. Kakashi pulled a small orange book from his weapons pouch and flipped it open. Kakashi approached her side and leaned over her shoulder, curious. The book? With a blush, Sakura. Kakashi said, part of the transformation, and gave the book to her sensei. As Kakashi turned the pages, she was astounded to see writing. He raised an eyebrow after reading a page and said, this really is Icha paradise. It's not, actually. Sakura dropped her transformation and gestured at the book. A transformation is really just a genjutsu, and genjutsu is one of my specialty areas. I transformed something relatively innocent into an orange-colored book and weaved a genjutsu around it so that whatever you find inside is what you expected to find. Ah, Kakashi humbly agreed, letting your opponent's mind work for you rather than for him. Correct. With a excellent work, Sakura. Chan. Kakashi threw the book back to Sakura, who grabbed a sealing scroll. Then, he turned to face Sasuke and said, your turn. With an aggressive gesture, Sasuke crossed his arms and asked, if we impress you, are you going to let us do a C rank? I don't know yet, Sasuke. Chan. It's always a possibility. Kakashi's eye curved up as he smiled at his student and Sasuke scowled. Fine. Without anything else said, Sasuke created 10 different types of clones, replaced himself with every one of them and transformed at the end of the string of replacements, becoming a small pebble that his shadow clone picked up and started tossing into the air. Kakashi's grin spread wider. Wonderful. You are very good at these techniques. What type of clones do you have? The shadow. Sasuke shrugged a shoulder and replied, crow, water, haze, clay, lightning, fire, leaf, wood, smoke, and shadow. As he said each type of clone, that particular clone dispersed. When he spoke his own type, Sasuke, Rock dropped his transformation and replaced the dispersal smoke from the shadow. Is that enough? He scowled at his teacher. Excellent, Kakashi said with a smile. And last but not least, Naruto. He asked, turning to face Naruto. Naruto smirked. He was unable to resist. I'm not so good with the academy level transformation, or the clone really. I can do the replacement. Naruto paused to replace himself with a single falling leaf 10 meters away, but it takes more concentration than I like. Kakashi said, okay, what clones do you know? The fact that Naruto had been able to replace himself with a moving object that small impressed him. He had also been impressed by the other people's work. When you had 6-year-olds performing over 6 different clone types at the drop of a hat, it was difficult not to be impressed. I can do 14 versions of the clone. A snort from Sasuke cut off Naruto. 11. You have 4 types of shadow clones and 2 clay types. Hey! Exclaimed Naruto. I hope you can do a mass shadow clone or a blood shadow. Kakashi tilted his head to the side and asked, a little curiously, mass? Yeah. The first time I did it, I made 525 shadow clones. Naruto jumped and punched his fist into the air. Then I saw someone's clone explode. Naruto emphasized his last word with cupped hands that flung outwards, signifying an explosion, and widened his eyes. So now I have shadow explosion. Ma. I don't think we need anything to be exploding right now, Naruto. Can you list off the clones you do know? the student's sensei said with a nervous giggle. Air, Naruto hesitated, blinking and looking up at the sky and thought, shadow, shadow explosion, multiple shadow, blood shadow, clay, clay explosion, mud, fire, leaf, water, grass, lightning, paper, ink, and sand. Naruto nodded as Kakashi, who sounded a little faint, said, oh really? There were at least 3 clone types in that list that the Junin had never heard of, and 2 that he'd only just been introduced to. And of course, Naruto lowered his voice and licked his lips, disturbingly looking like he was about to try seducing someone. My homemade version of the transformation. In the background 2 childish voices cried out in indignation. Harem technique. 30. 4 well-endowed, naked women of varying facial and body structures appeared and piled onto Kakashi with moans and groans as they undulated against the poor 19-year-old and each other. Leaning back, Naruto laughed into his hand, until Sakura struck him on the back of the head with a blow. You idiot. No, seriously, Naruto. Sasuke bent down to stare the other boy in the face when Naruto had pulled himself off the ground. He was actually going to do some training with us. And you went and fucked it up by getting him off. Sorry guys. Naruto hung his head in shame. Naruto sighed. I just haven't used that in so long I couldn't help myself. The 3 genin turned back to watch Kakashi drag himself out of the pile of women. He looked more than a little ragged as he begged breathlessly, please, make it stop. Naruto have a tiny nod and the clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Kakashi rolled onto his back and stared up at the sky, dazed and confused. How? Who? What the hell was that? That was my harem technique. An ingenious combination of the shadow clone and transformation techniques, if I do say so myself. Naruto buffed his fingers against his shirt, proud of his ability to take out any hot-blooded man or woman. I'm restricting you from using that unless there is no other option available. Do you understand me? Kakashi instructed Naruto forcefully as he got to his feet. That technique is dangerous. Yes, Kakashi. Sensei, Naruto simpered, bobbing his head up and down in an imitation of a nod. He was totally lying. No one was ever going to restrict him from using his harem whenever he wanted to. Kakashi staggered over to the tree that he'd been sleeping in earlier and dropped into a cross-legged position. One question about your. It was almost painful for Kakashi to say the word, harem. Those noises that they were making, they sounded awfully real. How did you know how to make them sound like that? Oh. Naruto mumbled something under his breath. Kakashi leaned toward the blonde. What was that? The orphanage that I was in when I was little, Naruto hedged. I got thrown out when I was 4, you know. He didn't look up from the ground. As he continued speaking, his words turned clipped and unfeeling, as though he was giving a mission report instead of expanding on his personal history. Sometimes the whores would feel sorry for me if it was raining and let me spend the night in the closet or in the second bed of their hotel room. I heard a lot of stuff. Bara Chan had fairly tame Johns, so she'd usually be the one to pick me up. If Bara Chan wasn't around, Toge Sama would pick me up, but he made me watch most of the time. It was one of his conditions. There was silence and then 2 sets of arms came around him. Even before they'd come back, Naruto had never told his teammates what his childhood had been like. However, it was now. It had been worse the first time around, and Sasuke and Sakura knew that. Kakashi observed his pupils, his expression solemn. He'd at first thought that Naruto's harem was great fun, no matter how dangerous it was for people who were unprepared. Then the clones had started touching and caressing and moaning, and Kakashi had realized that no 7-year-old thought up something as detailed as that. Something like that had to been seen to be copied. Clapping his hands together, Kakashi brought the attention of his genin back to him. Well, he proclaimed, you have impressed me. I don't see a reason we can't beg a C rank off of the Hokage. Throwing himself at Kakashi, Naruto whooped loudly, catching his sensei around the waist in a hug. Awesome, Kakashi. Sensei. Sakura couldn't contain her enthusiasm either, hugging Sasuke tightly. Woo. Seize. Finally. Sasuke let a genuine smile grace his face as he patted Sakura's back coolly. It will be a pleasant change. Ma. I only said we'd get a C mission. That doesn't mean that we're off D's altogether, Kakashi maintained. Remember Kaka Sensei's rule number 26? The 3 children sighed and nodded, chorusing out together. You can always do something that will better Konoha. D ranks are just as important as A ranks. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Naruto glanced over to his friend and nodded at him. He knew exactly what the Uchiha was thinking and couldn't help but to explain to their sensei, who never had learned how to speak proper, silent, Uchiha. We're ninja. Assassins. Thieves. We don't do these things called honor and glory. The only reason Konoha starts new ninja off with D ranks is to appease the general civilian population that we are not turning children into killers before they reach the age of adulthood in civilian law. Kakashi stared at Naruto. Naruto held up a hand, telling him to wait for the blonde to finish up. At least, that's how the Uchiha see it. For myself, personally, I know that doing D ranks are good for getting teams to work together, and as ninja of Konoha we need the skills of teamwork. That's one of the reasons that we're the top ninja village in the elemental countries. We send out teams to do the job instead of just one or two ninja who don't know how to work with or even around each other. With our skills in teamwork, we may take a pay cut because the reward is split so many different ways, but the job gets done and everyone comes home. It's a better business practice in the long run, money-wise, and it is a better use of human resources. Kakashi tried very hard not to broadcast his marvel at Naruto's very grown-up version of why exactly Konoha was set up as it was. The reasoning that the boy had given sounded like it had come out of the Chunin graduate class that was a requirement before advancing to Junin. Nicely put, Naruto. Sakura agreed evenly. I'd agree with both versions of your explanation intellectually, but lean towards your reasoning under the ninja village law. No matter how many civilians are in a hidden village, the ninja outmatch them exponentially. Even if Konoha was making children into killers, the civilians couldn't do anything because they only think they have the power. We present a nice face to the civilians and pretend to be malleable, but we could kill them all in less than an hour. Not even that, Sasuke snorted. Civilians are weak. They do have money, Sasuke allowed, but if they weren't paying us for killing other people, we'd just steal the money from them. They don't know that they're our pawns. So, how about that C rank? Kakashi gathered his genin together and started herding them towards the Hokage tower. Every time his team discussed killing, it was a painful flashback to when he was a kid. They were too young, far too young, and yet they had a better grasp of what they were doing than most Chunin. The number one reason why most Chunin never made it further up the chain of command was their inability to see every side of the issue, whatever issue was in front of them. If his kids could already see at least 3 sides to the issue of their profession, they were well on their way to becoming Chunin. As the children turned their conversation to something lighter, Kakashi wondered how the Hokage would feel about him nominating his team for the Chunin exam. It was going to be held in sand this time, and they did have a non-violence treaty with them. Why are we leaving a week earlier than everyone else? I mean, it's only going to take us a few days to get to Suna. I don't see why we can't leave with the other teams. Naruto complained to Iruka as he sealed away his clothes and toiletries for the trip to the Chunin exams. Iruka ruffled Naruto's hair. You guys are leaving early because you're younger. Aw man, Naruto groaned. We can run every other genin team into the ground and they want us to leave early because we might get tired and have to rest? You're young, Naruto. Enjoy it, Iruka said happily. Now, do you have time to eat before you leave, or are you going to be late? I've only ever been late for one thing in my life, Chan. Naruto shook his head. The only thing Naruto had ever been late for was getting Sasuke back to Konoha. It had worked out in the end though. Alright. One last bowl of ramen at Ichiraku's and I'll see you off at the main gates. How does that sound? Iruka asked, nudging the boy out the door. Naruto nodded and they made their way to Ichiraku's. Sasuke and Itachi were at the ramen stand when they arrived. Hey, Tachi-san. Naruto greeted the solemn Uchiha brothers as he sat beside Sasuke, leaving the stool next to Itachi free for Iruka to take. Naruto. Sasuke pushed a steaming bowl of pasta to Naruto. Are you all packed? Yep, Naruto mumbled around his first bite of ramen. Itachi was fascinated to watch Naruto eat. He'd seen the boy be completely polite at the genin introduction dinner held at the Uchiha house, so he knew that Naruto could eat like a civilized being. But watching the boy slurp down his food like a garburator was seriously disturbing. You've never seen a starving street rat eat before, have you, Itachi-san? Iruka's question was voiced low enough that the elder Uchiha brother was the only one who heard it. No, I haven't. Itachi turned to Iruka curiously. Iruka shrugged a shoulder. We learn to eat whatever we have fast so that no one will take it away from us. Itachi raised an eyebrow. I may have a house that was left to me by my parents, but I've been an orphan for 7 years. I know what it's like to go without. It's not something that I'll ever let happen to Naruto again. Aniki. Sasuke tugged the edge of Itachi's sleeve. I'd like to go to the memorial stone before we leave. HN. I wish to say goodbye to some people. Sasuke answered Itachi's unspoken question. Me too. With a wave of his fragile wooden chopsticks, Naruto said, I have to bid farewell to Chan's parents. Did you know that Izumi.Ba, Chan and Ikuta.G, Chan died fighting the Kyuubi? Naruto asked Itachi, glancing at him. Itachi asked Iruka, observing him warily. I did not know that, as if to gauge his reaction to his parents' death being essentially announced to the world. Itachi was surprised that the injured ninja didn't seem to mind. Iruka smiled modestly. I told Naruto that I would introduce him to my parents before his first Chunin exam. I wasn't expecting it to be within 5 months of his graduation to Genin. The joys of a child genius, Itachi spoke serenely. Laughing, Iruka shook his head. Oh, if only I had been. No, you, Kakashi. Sensei and the children are the genius. I was smart, but nowhere near close to your guys' levels. Naruto threw his arms around Iruka's waist with a large grin plastered on his face. You lie, Chan. I sneaked your IQ scores from the tower. Your mom was a Nara. Rubbing the defining scar that crossed over his nose, Iruka flushed. All right, Naruto, you're right. Yes, I lied. I have a lot of intelligence. I could take on any Nara alive right now and probably come out on top in terms of IQ, but I'm not a natural ninja like you 5. I have to work very hard to keep my skills sharp. All 5 of you Tensai could stop being ninja for months and come back to the plate fresh as daisies and ready to kick anyone's ass. Itachi looked down at the ground. For an 11-year-old prodigy he was startlingly modest. Iruka liked that. Memorial stone? Naruto reminded the 2 older ninja and they stood. Both reached for their pockets to pull out their wallets and Itachi gestured for Iruka to put his ratty leather purse away. Allow me. Right, Iruka muttered. It wasn't like he was poor. He could pay for himself and Naruto without a problem. Iruka shook his head to clear it and firmly told himself that Itachi was only being kind, not condescending. Thank you Itachi.san. You're welcome Amino.san. By root, Itachi said. Oh, please, just Iruka is fine. Iruka corrected Itachi's use of his name. I'm only 5 years older than you. Itachi nodded his agreement and they were silent for the rest of the walk. Naruto wasn't silent and talk enough for all 3 other people that were in his group. Sasuke made remarks here and there in between Naruto's rapid speech that garnered a chuckle or two from Iruka. Sasuke was the first to the memorial stone and he sunk to his knees in front of it. He traced over his cousin's name as he whispered. Hello Obito.ni.san. I'm going to Suna for my first Chunin exam. Kakashi. Sensei is making us leave almost a week before everyone else leaves, but I think that's because he's being cautious. Obito Uchiha was the only Uchiha other than Itachi that Sasuke had any real respect for. He had found out about the betrayal that the Uchiha had been driven to and though he didn't approve of how Itachi was told to handle it, he didn't blame his brother for following orders. Sasuke had come to realize that if his clan was still around when Naruto ascended to Hokage, he too would have wiped them all out to save Konoha from civil war. He trusted Naruto far more than he would trust any from the Uchiha clan and he could now see that Itachi trusted Sarutobi in the same way. Obito was lucky to be dead when the coup d'etat copyright tat was planned. He would have been killed for being the Hokage's former student. His loyalty wouldn't have been trusted and Kakashi would have lost his friend either way. Having learned about Obito from Kakashi, Sasuke was glad that his entire family wasn't made up of assholes and pompous bastards. Sometimes he thought that the Hyuga had nothing on the Uchiha pride. No wonder Itachi had been under so much pressure. This time around would be different. This time Itachi wouldn't have to kill everyone. There wasn't as much pressure on the Uchiha either, what with a second Uchiha genius on the same team as the sacrifice. If a Uchiha was content, even pleased, to be teamed with the sacrifice, it showed 2 things. 1. That the Uchiha were willing to play nice with anyone if need be, and 2. The village trusted that the Uchiha were strong enough to survive, perhaps even win, if the sacrifice succumbed to the monster inside. Not that Sasuke cared what others thought. The only reason he was on Naruto's team was because they had planned it that way. Naruto was his Hokage and he was his Hokage's right hand. Sasuke finished his conversation with Obito and moved out of the way so that Naruto and Iruka could knee at the stone. He'd kept his conversations with the future dead silent. He returned to his place at his brother's side and grabbed his hand. "Thank you." Sasuke hesitated, then continued with forced nonchalance. "Ni. Tama." Itachi glanced quickly down at his little brother and a smile broke over his face as he squeezed Sasuke's hand. "You are welcome, Otouto." "Mother, father." Iruka pulled Naruto close. "This is Naruto Uzumaki. I guess I've unofficially adopted him. I know that I'm young, but I had to grow up fast after you died. I'm a Chunin and just started my second year of teaching at the academy. I think you would be proud of me." "They do. Believe it." Naruto hugged Iruka spontaneously. Iruka hugged him back. Turning to the memorial stone, Naruto became somber. "Hello. I'm Naruto and I'm gonna call you Grandma and Grandpa. Chan is really awesome. He's really strong and really smart, just like me." Naruto frowned. "I think he needs some help looking for a lover though." Mizuki was a right bastard. Naruto sneaked a look up at his guardian. "I wouldn't mind a girl this time. I know that Chan don't really care about gender, but sometimes girls smell really nice and they're so soft too. I think Chan needs someone soft." Mizuki. "Teme was too hard. I almost killed him. He was threatening my mom. No one threatens my mom and gets away with it." Naruto. Iruka shook his head with a rueful smile. "I thought we agreed that I would be your father, not your mother." "Nah, we didn't agree to anything. You wanted to be my dad, but you're already my mom cause you make me clean behind my ears and do my homework and eat veggies. You even give me a cheek kiss when I go to sleep. That is more of a motherly trait. That's what Kei says anyway." Naruto raised his voice at the end and grinned widely. "Iruka. Sensei is lying, no matter what he says," scowled Sasuke. Iruka and Itachi both laughed and Iruka turned his attention back to the stone. "Well, now you've met your grandson. I'm hoping you agree." Naruto clambered up Iruka to hug his neck tightly. "They do. Nothing you could do would make them not approve." Double negative Naruto. "Chan," Iruka reprimanded as he stood, Naruto in his arms. "Are we ready to go?" Iruka asked of Itachi. The preteen nodded. "Yes. Sasuke has his belongings sealed in scrolls. Naruto as well." Iruka put Naruto down. "Okay then. Race to the main gate. Restrictions. No genjutsu. No ninjutsu. Body only. You may augment with chakra. First one there gets a week of take. Out when you guys get back from Suna. And now, let's go." Sasuke was the first one out of sight, but Naruto wasn't much more than a millisecond behind him. So that was easy. Naruto cradled the back of his head with his folded hands as he and his team of tiny tensai walked out of the exam room where the written portion of the test had been held. "No shit." Sasuke rolled his eyes. "There wasn't even any psychological torture involved. I could have done this test before." "Hey," a 15-year-old Suna genin stepped in front of the three Konoha ninja and scowled down at them. "Kids aren't allowed in administration buildings unless they're escorted by Chunin." Sasuke stared at the boy, glanced back to his teammates and then back at the boy. "Did you, or did you not, just see us take the written exam with you?" he asked condescendingly. The teenager frowned. "No, seriously. We're Konoha ninja." Sasuke flashed his hite-eyed at the teen. "Are you blind? You're way too young." Before Sakura could make a scathing remark, the hall went quiet as the cage slammed the doors open and stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at all the hopeful genin. Naruto hissed. A step behind and to the side of the cage stood a tiny little red head. Sasuke muttered, "God damn," and stepped to his left to hide Naruto. It was his duty to constantly step in front of Naruto. "Damn it, Sasuke. You." Sasuke grimaced as he watched Gaara of the Sand jerk his head up and stare at him intently, confusion visible in his solid turquoise irises. "I couldn't take on a 12-year-old Jinchuriki, but I can take on a 6-year-old. I took on Kira B a few years later after all." His words. If only Sasuke could convince Gaara to concentrate on himself instead of Naruto. As Naruto emerged from behind Sasuke, Gaara's intense gaze trailed after him. "Something is different." Sakura scowled as she looked at the young man. With her hand covering her mouth, her eyes grew wide as she said, "Guys, he doesn't have his tattoo." Yes, Gaara did miss the tattoo of blood-red kanji on his forehead. "Naruto?" Sasuke asked his mentor a question. Although he had never been informed of the full significance of the tattoo or asked for the details, he was aware of its significance. Sasuke didn't really care about the Godaime's personal details, even though it seemed like a private matter. It indicates that Gaara hasn't yet murdered Yashimaru, his uncle. It means that Gaara doesn't know that it's his father that's trying to kill him. Naruto told his captain under his breath. Father. Gaara's childish voice was low, but Naruto wasn't a sacrifice for nothing. He heard the boy. Father, there is someone down there. The Kazekage looked down to his son and raised an eyebrow. Not that anyone could see that behind his veil. Yes, Gaara. There are people down there. No, father. Someone like me. Gaara was ecstatic. He had no idea that he was not alone. He had considered himself unique and isolated. Every genin in the waiting area was hit by killing intent. Almost all of them fell to their knees in tears. Tensai team didn't. The Kazekage and Gaara stared at the only 3 people still standing. Gaara was smiling. Kill them. Gaara was taken aback by his father's order and blinked in confusion. Father? He questioned the order. It's risky. Take them out. All of them. Gaara scowled. The area was crowded with people. He had never in his life killed so many people at once. Just the 3 standing, Team Tensai was indicated by the Kazekage. Sakura and Sasuke moved to the front. Kazekage. Sama, we're here only to complete the Chunin exam, Sakura said with a low bow. However, you also carry a Jinchuriki. That isn't the behavior of someone who is merely visiting another secret village to complete a pointless task like the Chunin exam. Genin could advance in rank in ways other than through the Chunin exam. The Kazekage sneered. Bringing a Jinchuriki to another village is an act of war. Konoha has a non-violence treaty with Suna, Kazekage. Sama. Sakura went on. It was her job to get her team out of this situation. She was the most diplomatic of the 3-man team after all. The Kazekage barely restrained himself from flinching. Konoha was a fairly peaceful, if powerful, hidden village. Sarutobi was considered weak, for all his past glory. If they had a Jinchuriki, what else were they hiding? Sand started to swirl around the edges of the room. Gaara didn't want to kill someone like himself, but he would obey his father. His father loved him. Naruto placed a hand on Sakura and Sasuke's shoulders. Kazekage. Sama. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes at the blonde. I have no intention of killing anyone here unless they attack me first. Naruto jerked his head to the side, indicating the rising sand. A tanuki is no match for a fox. The Kazekage blanched. The 9 tails. Konoha had the 9 tails contained. The boy was right. Gaara was no match for him. With no official training, Gaara was competing in the Chunin exams to demonstrate his mastery of his power, and this Jinchuriki was there to witness the proceedings. Gaara, hold, the Suna leader ordered. Gaara dropped the sand like it was boiling hot. He hadn't wanted to kill the boy. Something tickled the edge of Gaara's mind and the redhead watched the team closely. Thank you, Kazekage. Sama. Sakura bowed again. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask our Junin-sensei, Kakashi Hitaki. Oh dear God, the Kazekage was suddenly glad that he'd stopped Gaara from trying to kill the blonde. Even if Gaara had managed to carry out his order, dealing with the copy, Ninja Kakashi after would have been a test of power. Kakashi was said to be as strong as a cage. He was the son of the famed White Fang of Konoha. Who are you? The Kazekage asked, bitter about his seeming impotence against these genin. His inability to carry out a command would strike others as weak. I am Sakura Haruno. The negotiator bowed a 3rd time. The boy with black hair gave a bow-like nod, saying, Sasuke Uchiha. The Jinchuriki actually smiled at him. He showed off his sharp canine teeth. Naruto Uzumaki. A Uchiha, a Jinchuriki and a girl strong enough to be put on the same team as them. And astute enough to foil the Kazekage's attempt to murder them. Keep an eye on Haruno. They all really were. They were 6 after all. Gaara's father brought his thoughts back to their sensei. Hitaki had become Chunin at age 6 as well. I see. Placing a hand on Gaara's head, the Kazekage dropped his killing intent and the other genin slowly began to come back to themselves. Not bothering to wait until all the genin were paying attention, the Kazekage announced, congratulations to everyone who passed the written. The doors at the other end of the hall lead to the next part of the exam. There are waivers with the Chunin. You cannot commence with the second part of the exam until you have signed the waivers. The Kazekage, his robes swirling around him, turned to return to his private place to watch the exam. Gaara persisted. Naruto sighed deeply and made his way over to the quiet boy. Hey. Hi, my name is Naruto, he said, extending his hand. Gaara looked up at him. You're supposed to shake my hand and introduce yourself, laughed Naruto. It's courteous. Gaara, he murmured, putting his hands together and releasing them right away. Gaara, nice to meet you. Here are Sasuke and Sakura. I am friends with them. Are you friends with anyone? They don't fear you at all? Gaara inquired, perplexed. He had no friends at all. His uncle was the only one who showed him kindness. You'd have to ask them. I don't speak for Sakura or Sasuke on their feelings. Naruto could and did speak for them when it was about their jobs, but never for their feelings. Sakura smiled and held her hand out. Hi Gaara, I'm Sakura, and no, I'm not afraid of Naruto. He's actually very nice. Sasuke, the Uchiha grunted as Gaara took Sakura's hand. He hadn't been friends with the Godem Kazekage in the future and felt no need to be his friend now. You aren't scared of Naruto either? Sasuke was asked by Gaara. Sasuke gave a headshake. Not at all. Isn't Naruto like me? In a way Naruto is like you, Sakura answered, but Naruto uses his power to defend us as well as himself. Mom doesn't stand up for other people, Gaara remarked gravely. He was still not sure. Naruto said to the redhead, Gaara, Shukaku isn't your mother. He just defends you because he wants to protect himself. Gaara's head began to hurt, and he cried out, gripping his head, No, you're not correct. My mother adores me. Gaara, with a scowl, take care of yourself. You choose what your power does, and, Gaara, Naruto said as he ducked under a sand spicule. Nah. Not at all. Mother, please don't harm Naruto. Gaara fell to his knees screaming, garnering the attention of the Chunin and Junin in the room. They observed, not taking any action. They had no intention of interfering with Gaara's relationship with those who infuriated him because they knew he was dangerous. Sakura stepped towards Gaara, scowling fiercely, only to have the sand shield stop her. Her fist glowed not the usual healing green, but a malevolent dark green as she struck it once. With a single blow, the sand gave way and she gave Gaara a slap across the face. Gaara stumbled and gasped, turning to face her. That ached, he grumbled, shocked that she had struck him. Stop being a baby. The irony of a 6-year-old telling another 6-year-old that is hilarious. It was difficult for Naruto not to laugh. Just because Shukaku isn't your mother doesn't mean your mother didn't love you. Shukaku. Naruto growled menacingly at the sand that was beginning to accumulate. You are aware that neither I nor my companions are a good fit for you. We will not injure the sacrifice. Gaara looked at Naruto and whispered, Mother hates you. Shukaku has all the right to despise me. It cannot harm me anymore. The fox is in my possession. In front of Gaara, the sand trickled across the floor, wavy like water. Ignoring the stirred sand, Naruto knelt beside Gaara and hugged her. He petted Gaara's soft red hair and smiled as he whispered to his fellow sacrifice, Shukaku doesn't love you. That's okay. Kyuubi doesn't love me. Even if no one else loves you, I always will. I consider you to be my brother by default. To save others, we gave our lives. As my father sacrificed his son to save Konoha, your father turned you into a weapon to aid in Suna's defense. Gaara sobbed as she held the blonde close to her. No one, not even Yashimaru, could recall ever hugging him before. It was pleasant to feel. It was something he would always remember. You made Chunin. Iruka rushed forward and threw Naruto up in excitement, catching him and twirling around with Naruto in his arms. Congratulations. Ah, come on, Sensei. Naruto laughed into Iruka's hair, holding tight to his neck. You knew that I'd make it. Iruka twirled around again and started walking away from the group with Naruto in his arms, babbling a mile a minute at his son. Kakashi shook his head, watching as they left and turned to Itachi. Sasuke. Chan did well. All three of them were promoted. Sasuke grabbed tight to Itachi's hakama and looked up at him with wide eyes. I passed, ni, Tama. I am proud, Oto. Itachi smiled down at his little brother and leaned down to pick him up, setting the boy on his shoulders. I had no doubts. Sakura had 4 points more than me. Sasuke petted Itachi's hair, playing absent-mindedly with the dark strands under his fingers. She had a better strategy for her final match. Who did she fight? It wasn't a surprise to Sasuke that no one from the Uchiha clan had gone to the exhibition matches in the final round of the exam. Suna didn't let other villages send ninja to watch the exhibition matches. The only people Suna was interested in showing off to was their daimyo and potential customers. Me, Sasuke grimaced, I won, but she fought well. Her immense strength is a challenge to overcome, as is her excessive brilliance, but I am faster than her. When she is unable to hit her opponent, her strength is meaningless. In order to get her to stop focusing on me specifically, I had to resort to barrage her with attacks. Well done, Itachi said, giving Kakashi a nod before turning to head back to the Uchiha compound. Wait. Sasuke tapped his older brother on the forehead and twisted around to look at his pink-headed teammate, Sakura. Chan, you'll be okay getting home? Sakura waved a hand at Sasuke's question, I'll be fine. Kaka. Sensei is here to walk with me. Sakura's parents hadn't been pleased when they'd been told that Sakura had been nominated for the exams. They'd been less pleased when they'd found out that she'd be traveling to Suna for a month and a half to compete. The Harunos loved their daughter and knew how hard life was for ninja, and they sometimes couldn't deal with their 6-year-old killer daughter. Not that they knew for sure that she'd killed people, but again, they knew of ninja life. No matter how much they wanted to encourage their daughter, they still couldn't take a day from work just to meet her at the gates for her return. They just weren't that wealthy. Sasuke frowned but didn't disagree with Sakura, be safe. I'll see you tomorrow, Sasuke-kun. Sakura waved her friend and his brother off. She cocked her head to the side thoughtfully and watched until she couldn't see Sasuke anymore. Kaka, sensei? Kakashi looked up from his book, yes? If you wouldn't mind? Ma, not at all. Kakashi put the violently orange book into his weapons pouch and with a grin curving his eye up, not quiet hiding his mischievousness, he scooped the girl up and settled her on his shoulders like Itachi had done with Sasuke. A cry of innocent laughter erupted as the two jumped onto the nearest roof and ran toward the Haruno family's modest home. Sakura held back her laughter, confused by her sensei's behavior. The last time Kakashi had been this carefree. She idly wondered why he'd become so distant from her when he was 19 and 25 years old. Kakashi landed directly outside her door before she could formulate a theory. Thank you, Kaka. Sensei, she released her grip on Kakashi's white hair, and he let her go with gentleness. No problem, Sakura. Chan. Kakashi chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, pretending to fix his perpetually messy hair, just a little embarrassed by his own childish behavior. Watching Kakashi be unsure for the very first time in years, Sakura smiled and lunged at him, hugging him tightly around the waist. Kakashi patted her head self-consciously, unsure of why his tiny student was hugging him like she'd never see him again. She let go of him with a high-pitched giggle and backed away. Thank you. Ma. Kakashi stopped and peered between the house and Sakura. Ah, are you going to be okay? Sakura scoffed, rolling her eyes. Please, I'm a Chunin Kaka, sensei. I know, Kakashi did know. He was there when she'd been granted her Chunin vest, but it made him ill at ease to know that such a young child would be alone for hours before her parents got home from their work. He trailed off, saying, I just. Sakura smiled warmly. You're worried. I appreciate your concern. Kakashi had always cared, even before the team of 3 had stumbled into the past, but he was actually showing it now, which was a nice change to see. I'll always care, Sakura. Chan. Kakashi gestured to the door. Would you like me to keep you company? Sasuke had his whole clan and Naruto now had Iruka to shower them with attention and love. It didn't feel right that the only girl on the team had to go home to a cold house and wait for hours for someone to notice her accomplishments. Sakura blinked, startled by her sensei. Sure, if you want, Kaka. Sensei. She guided the Junin inside the dwelling. She had never experienced this level of worry from Kakashi before. You don't have to stay if you don't want to, Kaka. Sensei, she insisted as she took him to the living room. Kakashi shrugged one shoulder and sat on the least comfortable-looking chair in the room. Considering that all 3 chairs in the room were padded to twice the size of a normal chair, it was still too soft in his mind or for his comfort. Sakura sank to her knees at the kotatsu. Sakura sighed and said, Would you like some tea, Kaka? Sensei? After an awkward silence. Yes. Happy that there was no longer silence, Kakashi exclaimed. He coughed into his hand. Yes, that would be nice. Do you drink your tea black, Kaka? Sensei? Sakura asked as she clambered up the side of the kitchen shelves to take down the teapot. Or do you like cream and sugar? Older Kakashi enjoyed a spot of sugar in his tea and occasionally indulged in a dollop of cream. She wasn't sure if his tastes had changed over 6 years. With nothing better to do, Kakashi followed Sakura into the kitchen and said, "One sugar please." "So what do you usually do when I dismiss you from training?" "Well, I tutor a few students at the academy when I visit. I have a class on Saturday with 3 of my regular students." "A class?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, Iruka. Sensei doesn't mind hanging out on Saturdays to watch over my class because he's always got marking to do. I mostly help the students with their control." Sakura absently set the sugar down next to the tea she'd poured for her sensei and poured her own cup of tea. "Iruka. Sensei asked if I wanted to become a teacher and I haven't answered him yet, but I don't think I want to teach." "And why is that?" Kakashi was genuinely curious. If his student already had students of her own, he didn't see any reason why she wouldn't go for a teaching position now that she was a chunin. The scathing look she pinned him with surprised him. "Kaka. Sensei, I am almost 7 years old. Do you really think that 12-year-olds want to learn from a 7-year-old? Let a 7-year-old have the power of a teacher over them? No," she concluded, "they would revolt and I would have to use some kind of mass effect jutsu on them and then I'd get reprimanded and it would just be all bad." Sakura gave a little laugh. "It's not like I don't have other things to do. I mean, on Sundays I usually help out at the hospital and get a little tutoring here and there from the medics." "I knew you spent part of your weekend at the hospitals." Kakashi dumped a spoonful of sugar into his cup and absently stirred it. Resting his chin in his palm, propping himself up with the table, "How much have you learned?" "Enough that the medics are very enthusiastic when I come by after missions to give a hand for an hour." Sakura shrugged nonchalantly. "I just have a knack for control, I think." "Have you been training with genjutsu on the side as well?" Sakura ducked her head as a light blush spread over her cheeks, embarrassed that her sensei had caught her neglecting a talent that she professed to like. "No, I may have let that fall to the wayside while I was focusing on the medical part of my training. I know an up-and-coming genjutsu specialist." Kakashi wasn't a genjutsu specialist. If anything, he was a ninjutsu specialist who knew a few illusions that he'd gotten by copying opponents. He could train Sakura in genjutsu, but not as well as someone who was deep into that area of ninja study. Sakura looked up, interest written on her face. "Really?" Kakashi nodded and Sakura smiled brightly. "That would be great, Kaka. Sensei. I'm grateful." "You're always thanking me," Kakashi murmured, "when I haven't really done anything at all." "You've done more than you think." Sakura echoed with a murmur before they both stopped talking. This time their silence was a comfortable one. "No. Sasuke. Not at all. I decline." With a furrowed brow, Fugaku Uchiha said, "Sasuke, it's... I refuse." Sasuke sniffed indifferently. "Political or not, I am not going to." Makoto knelt down beside her son who was sitting calmly on his bed. "Sasuke, this is just the way it is done. How about Itachi? He is the successor, and as a result, he plans to wed Uchiha. You on the other hand." Fugaku tried to keep his composure when Sasuke interrupted him again. "I am aware that I am the spare. My suitability is limited to political unions. However, I am far too obstinate to be forced into an arranged marriage." Sasuke looked up at his father. "I don't see how you would allow Uchiha to marry a Hyuga anyway. The Hyuga clan holds a prominent position. We must establish a cooperative relationship with them." "No, Sasuke." Makoto attempted once more. "We cherish you. Our goal is to provide you with the best care possible." Sasuke's eyes widened and he stared at his mother incredulously. "Are you seriously considering a marriage between the second son of the Uchiha's head family to a branch member of the Hyuga family to be the best you can do for me? It is not as bad as you think it is. Mother, do you know exactly what the caged bird seal incorporates?" Makoto and Fugaku sensed a sharpening within. What was contained in the seal that Hyuga family branch members wore was unknown to those outside the family. "Do you?" Fugaku questioned hesitantly. "I do." Sasuke didn't go into detail. He didn't think he had to. His family would attempt to coerce an answer from the Hokage or the Hyuga if he could make them distrustful of the seal. Sasuke wasn't sure about the Hokage and the Hyuga wouldn't want to respond, but if his parents found out that the seal could kill with a single hand gesture, they would definitely give up on getting him married to the Hyuga. Sasuke got up, turned to face his mother, gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead, and said, "I'm going to meet Naruto and Sakura at Training Area 7. I should be having dinner at home. Sasuke left his parents standing in his room and went to the training area nearest the memorial stone, walking like a normal person rather than flickering like a ninja. It was the walk that helped him overcome his unreasonable rage. Halfway to the training grounds, Naruto ran into him and said, "Hey Sasuke." Naruto. Sasuke muttered to himself. When they arrived at the training ground, Sakura was already practicing her katas on the grass. Sasuke sighed and sat down heavily before Naruto could challenge him to a taijutsu match. Rolling his eyes, Naruto took a seat next to him. Naruto grumbled, "Okay, so what now? My parents want to engage me to a Hyuga." "Really?" Sasuke gave Naruto a glare when he seemed inquisitive. "I apologize," Naruto said, raising his hands to block Sasuke's menacing gaze. "I should be more offended on your behalf, I know. What then is the issue, besides the fact that it's a Hyuga and, I assume, a branch member, since Hiyashi would never permit you to wed either of his daughters?" With a deep frown, Sasuke said, "I never had an arranged marriage happen the first time. His life has changed so drastically that he is unable to come up with a single explanation for why his parents are attempting to set him up in marriage. He can actually come up with multiple justifications for why they ought to leave him alone in that specific area." "You got a marriage proposal?" Sakura knelt down next to her two teammates, and Sasuke grimaced even more as he nodded. "I've got one," Sakura added. "Got one what?" Naruto inquired incoherently. It took a moment and then Naruto was practically raging with fury. Who the hell thought they would ever be good enough for my medic? Sakura punched Naruto in the shoulder gently, which still sent him flying back a good 3 feet. "Come off it, Naruto. You know you don't have any say in my sex life." "You don't have a sex life?" Then Naruto exclaimed, "You're 6. 7. Sakura snapped back, "I just had my birthday, you idiot." "Oh, sorry, that makes such a big difference," Naruto sneered. Naruto wasn't very accomplished at sneering, but it was still rather effective as he had learned from the best, such as Neji, Gaara and Sasuke himself. "Oh, just shut up, Naruto." Sakura shook her head, and besides, it was Inara. Naruto reared back, surprised. "Shika?" he asked incredulously, "You and Shika?" "No, you dipshit." Sakura crossed her arms, pissed off at her Hokage. "The Nara are a clan. Just because they approached me for a marriage contract doesn't mean that it's to Shika." She paused and bit her lower lip. "I'm not sure that I shouldn't accept it anyways." "What?" Naruto scuttled over to her and was inside her personal space in less than a second. "What do you mean you aren't sure you shouldn't accept?" "Well," Sakura huffed, pushing Naruto out of her face, "it's not like any of us had any romantic ties when we came back. We aren't waiting around for someone to grow up so we can be with them, you know. I don't see the point in completely rejecting a good match if one arises." "You are ours," Sasuke growled, tightly gripping her elbow as his red, 6. Pointed eyes swirled around her. Sakura saw red in Naruto's eyes as well as in Sasuke's. "You are ours and you aren't ever going to leave us." "I can leave you if I want," Sakura reminded her teammates gently. "Just because we're a team doesn't mean that you own me. No one owns me." She glanced at Sasuke because he'd been the one of Team 7 to have been owned outright for 3 years. Naruto was owned by Konoha, but every ninja was, so it didn't bother him. Sasuke shook his head. "We don't own you, Sakura. I know that, and so does Naruto. But you are the one that made sure we didn't fall apart. Do you still recall how unbelievably difficult Otto was for me? You remember what happened after I was made to kill my brother. You remember what Naruto went through with Madara. You have always been our rock, Sakura. Throughout all of our pain and suffering you have been there. You have kept the watch. You have been the only one that cared no matter what." Sasuke bowed his head onto her shoulder. "We don't mean to keep you from being happy, but we still need time before we share you with others." Sakura pulled Sasuke into a hug and held her arm out for Naruto to join in, which he did without hesitation. Sasuke wasn't wrong. For so many years, she had been the pillar that kept the team together. In her excitement of being accepted into a ninja clan, she forgot that she already had a family. "Okay." Sakura finally let her brothers go and they sat close to her, Naruto practically sprawling over her lap and Sasuke curled around her back. "Okay. So I say no to any arrangements right now. Tomorrow, I'll inform the Naras that I'm unable to accept. I am going to reserve the right to tell him to check again in a few years. Okay guys?" She didn't think it was unfair, so she added the condition. "Yes, Sakura-chan," Naruto said, playing with the hem of her shorts by her knee. Sasuke ran his fingers through her bright pink hair. You can tell them that we'll be watching too. You guys are such idiots, Sakura complained lightly, patting Sasuke's knee that was resting by hers and fixing Naruto's bright orange collar. But we're your idiots. Naruto rolled onto his back, up her lap a bit and looked at her with big blue eyes, and Sakura almost melted. Among all the elemental countries, Naruto had the most menacing blue eyes. As Hokage, he'd been able to charm every other Kage that he met. It didn't hurt that they were the ones coming to him with hats in hand in the first place. So when he showed up all adorable and cute, they both hated how he made them look weak, and loved him for being himself. Yes, you're my idiots, Sakura sighed. Sasuke stood up and stretched his arms above his head. Are we done with the emotional bullshit then? He asked petulantly, because I'd like to train now. I have to figure out a way for Ka.San and 2.San to find out about the caged bird seal. Fighting had always helped Sasuke empty his mind so he could think about things clearly. Sure. Naruto leapt to his feet. Stipulations? Taijutsu only. We need to build our physical strength. Sasuke bounded away using his natural speed. He was followed by Naruto, who threw several shuriken at the brunette. With ease, Sasuke sidestepped and doubled back, landing a solid blow on Naruto's ribs. Naruto didn't even flinch as he took the hit and blocked the next four. He retaliated quickly and Sasuke found himself on the defensive. The flurry of blows that Naruto unleashed were devastating whether they got through Sasuke's defense or not, so Sasuke had to start dodging to avoid gaining more damage than he had anticipated. Sakura stood at the edge of the boys' self-imposed fight boundaries, watching critically. She knew that neither boy was very good at limiting themselves even after years and years of fighting, and needed to be ready for when one of them took it too far. Sasuke palmed some senbon behind his back, and the moment Naruto let a kick follow through too far, opening himself to an attack, Sasuke utilized the advantage and flung the senbon in a spiral pattern at Naruto. Half of the thin needles Sasuke threw pierced various muscles, but Naruto didn't even pause as he continued his furious attack. All Sasuke had to do now was wait for the boy to go. The field of battle was more even whenever Sasuke used senbon, because he knew exactly where to place the deadly needles in order to slow the flow of Naruto's blood. Naruto would gradually lose more and more of his supernatural endurance and the benefits that came with it as his blood flow decreased. If Sasuke managed to hit enough of the critical spots on Naruto, he could knock the older boy out, but that rarely happened. Even with his Sharingan activated, Naruto moved too fast for Sasuke to rely on the senbon hitting all the correct places. Not today, Captain. Sasuke started another round of attacks, and Naruto gave him a grunt. Not this time, Naruto smirked. This time it's my turn. Sasuke was not able to get away quickly enough. With a vicious kick that launched Sasuke high into the air, Naruto ended the attack. At the peak of Sasuke's flight, Naruto appeared above him. Saishin Furupawa. Naruto screamed, and with a powerful dropkick that emitted a blinding flash of light, Sasuke was forced back towards the ground. The ground cratered under the force of Sasuke's landing, and Naruto fell to his knees, breathing heavily. There was a groan from the middle of the crater, and Sakura peeked over the edge of the damaged, uprisen earth. Sasuke? She asked. Sasuke groaned again and hauled himself upright, climbing out of the hole in the ground. Damn you, Uzumaki. Naruto let out a chuckle that sounded much like a giggle. There wasn't any reason for you to use Lee's springtime of youth. Full power on me. Naruto chuckled again. You said taijutsu only, Sasuke. When I think of taijutsu, you know to whom I turn. With a wave of his hand, Naruto helped Sasuke stand up. Yeah. Sasuke turned to Sakura. I have, at the very least, 2 cracked ribs. Would you kindly? Sakura grinned. You guys need to remember that you're only training, not actually fighting. She stepped towards Sasuke. You can pull out the senbon yourself, Naruto. They're where they usually are. Sakura reached out to Sasuke with a green glow to her hands, and Sasuke relaxed as the warm chakra cascaded over his chest. Naruto watched his medic heal his captain as he absently pulled the senbon from his body. They would never break their team up again, never. Naruto glanced around the corner of the store selling weapons. One of the few store owners who had ever shown him kindness was Tossen Feld. Since his arrival at the academy, Tossen had provided him with top-notch weapons. His kunai and shuriken were not only reasonably priced, but they were also made of high-quality steel. Naruto.kun. Naruto bounded through the door when Tossen called out to him. Tossen.g. From where he was polishing brilliant red armor, Tosin smiled at him and asked, "How is it going, Naruto? You made Chunin, I heard." "Yes, sir," Naruto moaned, "it's going great. Actually, I want to buy Sasuke a birthday present. The last member of the team to turn 7 is him." "Wonderful. So what were you planning on getting for Sasuke-kun?" Tosin asked, completing his look with a gauntlet and what appeared to be an interlocking arms guard, asking as he put the armor away. Before returning with his team, Naruto had never been able to determine the type of armor Tosin had on his walsa. There were 7 sets in all. Naruto strolled over to the small weapons display and said, "I think this is a nice set of senbon. It's really a gag gift." His smile broadened as he said, "What he really wants is a ninjata." Sasuke had not long returned to Konoha permanently when he had given up Orochimaru's Kusanagi and replaced it with a simple Anbu ninjata. "Ninjata, you say?" Tosin wandered off, reflecting. "Naruto, what is Sasuke-kun's affinity?" Lightning. "I see," Tosin said as he stepped up and dipped behind the counter, carrying a long, elaborate sword case. He placed it on the counter and motioned for Naruto to approach, saying, "I have a sword here that was left for me by a good friend named Rose. She could wield a sword with ease. It's not a ninjata, but it is a shorter, dual-edged sword. It channels chakra darkly, which is why I'd like to offer it to you." Channels chakra darkly, Naruto scowled. Before now, he had never heard of that. "You know that chakra techniques have a color to them, correct? Well, if used in conjunction with the shadow cutter, it negates any color of a chakra attack," Naruto said with a nod. "Let's say Sasuke-kun uses the sword to channel lightning chakra. When wielded with a conventional sword, it emits a brilliant white glow. However, when he employs the shadow cutter, the blade remains dark regardless of the amount of chakra applied to it. This is an assassin's sword, designed to strike in stealth and kill without detection." Naruto fixed his gaze. The shadow cutter was a two-edged, straight blade that also negated the effect of his Chidori's light. Until Kakashi saw fit to teach him, Sasuke had been whining about not being able to use the Chidori, weapon or no weapon. Sasuke could use the shadow cutter and Kakashi wouldn't be aware of it. Naruto said, "Wait," pressing his hand away from the sword, "what about sound?" "Same thing," grinned Tosin. "No hue, no noise, and no sign of strength." "Perfect." Breathing, Naruto reached into his purse, his battered frog purse. "How much?" "You're going to give it to Sasuke-kun?" Naruto nodded and Tosin considered. "Then you may take it." "For how much?" Naruto inquired once more. "Naruto-kun, I don't need it." Tosin shook his head, looking puzzled. "I got the sword from a friend. I didn't pay for it. It is now my responsibility to give it to a worthy recipient." "What?" In shock, Naruto looked up at Tosin and asked, "Free?" "A gift," with a smile. Tosin returned the shadow cutter to its case after wrapping it in the silk cloth. "The senbon, on the other hand, will be regularly priced," he said. With a squeaky voice, Naruto said, Thank you." In awe of his favorite gun dealer, Naruto paid for the senbon and picked up the sword. He said it again, "Thank you," and then he opened the door to go. Tosin called back to Naruto, "Bring your teammates with you next time," and the boy exclaimed as he left the shop. He tested the sword at home. He anticipated that the black blade, coated with wind chakra, would glow or resonate. It didn't occur. After attempting a short kata, he discovered that all of the power he was using was present. It was, in Tosin's words, soundless, invisible, and impossible to sense. After cleaning the blade, Naruto put it back in the silk and wrapped it. Naruto left for the Uchiha compound after carefully wrapping the senbon and tying a large, vivid orange bow on the sword case. On their way, Sakura ran into him, and the two of them had a quiet conversation. Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan, Itachi greeted them at the door before allowing them inside. Saying, "Thank you Itachi-san." Sakura bowed to him. Naruto smiled and waved to him. After giving Naruto a nod, Itachi ushered the two into the house. The two Chunin left their gifts in the kitchen with the others before heading outside, where they could hear the sounds of a small party. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura said with a broad smile and a quick embrace. With a wave to Ino and Hinata, Sasuke gave her a hug in return. "This is Sakura Haruno, my teammate, Hinata-chan. You are aware of Ino, Sakura-chan?" This is Hinata Hyuga. Hello. Sakura said courteously to the two girls as they made their way to the punch bowl, which Choji was watching with envious eyes. Sasuke cast a quick glance Naruto's way and noticed him by himself, standing beneath one of the yard's bigger trees. He approached Naruto and said, "Naruto, thank you for coming." "No problem," Naruto said, not giving a glance to any of the kids playing in the yard. "You're lying," sighed Sasuke. "Naruto, you have no business hiding. Although I am aware that they do not know you, everyone is acting appropriately. This place won't exclude you." "I'm not afraid of that." After briefly meeting Sasuke's gaze, Naruto turned his head and said, "It's just, the last time I saw them." He became quiet. "You were killing the majority of them." "Yes, I am aware. However, we did the best we could. You understand as Hokage that in order for others to survive, you had to sacrifice the strong." Naruto wiped away his tears. "I recalled dispatching Hinata and Kiba. Hinata was calm as usual, but Kiba was giddy with excitement. I never thought they wouldn't return home. If you had sent anyone else, the mission wouldn't have been completed and we never would have gotten the information," Sasuke said, taking Naruto into his arms. "Sasuke, they were meant to be the best. Why does it seem that I let them down?" Sasuke was at a loss for words in response. He also recalled Naruto's most recent encounter with the Hyuga heir and Inuzuka Junin. He was well aware that over 100 civilians would have perished if Naruto had sent any other person on the mission, since the information the team was sent after would have continued to flow unchecked. Kiba was the one who carried Hinata's body back to Konoha before passing away from blood loss and chakra exhaustion just outside the gates. Because it was just the two of them, they were able to defeat all of their opponents. "Hurry up, Naruto, they've arrived. This time, they won't pass away." "You mean I'm not going to kill them this time?" Naruto snarled. "I know that I killed them, Sasuke, I know that." "No, Naruto, you didn't kill them. You didn't kill any of the people here," Sasuke said, shoving him away and giving him a little shake. Even though it had been a year and a half since they last saw each other, Sasuke had always wondered why Naruto was so reluctant to see his friends. He realized now. Naruto experienced guilt. "Yes, I did." "Do you blame me then?" "With force?" Sasuke inquired. "For Shikamaru and Ino?" "No." Silently, Naruto said. "No, Sasuke, I wouldn't do that. I would never hold you accountable. They decided for themselves." "But you blame yourself. You can't not blame me and still blame yourself for the same thing, Naruto," Sasuke said with a lowered voice. "I should have tried harder," bowed Naruto. "I ought to have sent Sakura along with Hinata and Kiba. She could have assisted in their battle before healing them. They'd have arrived home." "You know that Sakura had her own mission, Naruto," Sasuke sighed. "At that time, the hospital was in disarray, and Sakura was being overworked there." I can't." Naruto shut his eyes and ceased speaking. He took several deep breaths before opening his eyes and glancing at Sasuke. In his gaze, Sasuke saw acceptance and weariness. "Sasuke, we'll discuss it later. You are currently 7 years old." "Yes, sir." With his fist clenched, Sasuke folded his right arm across his chest. Sasuke had only ever saluted Naruto with this one. "Now come on, you should meet everyone." Throughout his introductions to the other members of the Rookie 9, Naruto was able to control his tongue. But after the introductions, Sasuke felt sorry for him and allowed him to spend the remainder of the party hiding in a corner. Itachi hovered over Naruto for the majority of the party. Naruto made a concerted effort to ignore him. Itachi had taken to watching Naruto whenever he was around ever since Sasuke had declared him to be his best friend. Even Naruto, who was used to disturbing, found it a little unsettling. When Sasuke's time to open his presents finally arrived, the group of kids stomped from the kitchen into the living room. Sakura and Kiba flanked Sasuke, who occupied the center seat of honor on the couch. The other kids sat wherever there was room, but Naruto stood with Itachi, who was still hovering, near the wall nearest the kitchen. After one gift after another was opened, Sasuke was given several adventure manga, kunai, shuriken, a weapons pouch, and a bundle of exploding tags. The manga were written by Sakura, who vowed to keep Sasuke's secret love for them a secret from everyone else. Naruto could see how much the manga meant to Sasuke, even though Sasuke and Sakura dismissed them as a joke. The ex-Hokage carried the last remaining gift from Naruto himself, carrying it from the kitchen. The significance of Naruto being the one to give his second-in-command his gifts was only realized by Sakura and Sasuke. "I have 2 gifts for you, Sasuke." Sasuke accepted the first gift from Naruto with a knowing smile as he unveiled a set of senbon that appeared surprisingly delicate. They were painted a non-reflective black color and constructed of highly tempered steel. "So I can win against you more often?" With a playful question, Naruto grinned. He agreed politely, "Sure, whatever helps you sleep better. Open your other gift." Sasuke winced teasingly at the bow but removed it with grace and smiled as he placed it in Naruto's hair. He knelt down and removed the case's lid. "Oh." Sasuke became silent and fixed his gaze on the case. "Naruto, I understand that you desired a ninjata, but I thought the shadow cutter would suffice, if not surpass it. It resembles a ninjata enough that I figured you wouldn't mind. It's a black, shorter, straight blade with 2 edges. The hilt is wrapped in leather. For greater defense, use a smaller guard." After pausing, Naruto continued foraging, saying, "I tested it out before attaching the bow. I wanted to confirm that it performed as intended." "What does it do?" With caution, Sasuke ran his fingers over the sheath of his newly acquired weapon and asked. Naruto was aware of Sasuke's fondness for chakra blades, and Sasuke was confident that whatever Naruto had acquired for him would be incredible. To put it another way, Naruto was paraphrasing Tosin when he said, "It channels chakra darkly and silently. Run chakra down the blade and you'll find that it makes no color, no noise, and no indication of the weapon being charged." With a silent question, Sasuke raised his eyebrows, and Naruto grinned and nodded. Exuberant, Sasuke flung himself at Naruto and gave Sakura the sword case with the sword inside. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he exclaimed. He gave Naruto a tight hug while whispering in his ear. He was appreciative that Naruto would allow him to use the Chidori once more. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Sasuke," Naruto replied as he gave him another hug, obligingly ignoring the shocked looks they were eliciting. "I am aware of you and respect your skills. I hope using the shadow cutter is enjoyable for you." "Yes, I will. I will, I swear to you." Genma Shiranui fixed his gaze on the pink-headed girl covered in blood in front of him. She was a bit frightening. "Dumb idiots, trying a genjutsu against me." Genma backed away from her as she shook her head. Though she appeared to be a little resentful of something, she had been courteous and pleasant the entire way out to the border of Hai no Kuni, contrary to his expectation that she would have been haughty about her rank due to her advanced age. Ma'am." With the toe of his sandal, Suzumi Sarugaku prodded a rather grisly-looking body at the edge of the road and said, "This one is still alive." When Genma heard the other 18-year-old Chunin refer to the 7-year-old as "ma'am," he wasn't shocked. In any case, he had been considering the same idea. "Good," Haruno said as he practically skipped over to the body and turned it over to face upward. "Oh, perfect." Her smile made Genma a little sick to her stomach. "I can heal this halfway and he'll still be able to talk." Genma was pretty sure that this was the last time he would want to go on a mission with her. He was unable to envision her in a few years. The rents in the man's flesh began to close as she leaned over and her hands began to glow green. Genma and Suzumi exchanged a worried look as they looked at each other. "Ma'am?" Though Haruno wasn't in command of the mission, she had swiftly gained control of their group. More like, neither Suzumi nor Genma wanted to argue with the 7-year-old who had begun to dictate to them as though she was an experienced adult. "Yes?" Muttering to Genma. "Didn't Ibiki-san want us to bring one back with us?" he said, biting his lip. "He wants the information, not the body." He nodded grudgingly as she smirked up at him and said, "If I get the information we won't have to drag the body back with us." Though he didn't particularly enjoy watching her torment someone, Genma was aware that her words contained wisdom. She appeared far too innocent to take such action. "Don't worry about it, Shiranui-san," she remarked jokingly. "I have experience." While obtaining the necessary information from the missing nins, Genma pondered over the circumstances, methods, and victims of her torture for experience. And he questioned whether Ibiki belonged near kids at all. Genma was told no by her cackling laughter, with great emphasis. Between the boy carrying an almost entirely black sword and the small Uchiha on his team, Raida Namiyashi cast a glance. The sword was dripping with blood, and the body that lay slightly to their rear appeared to have been scorched by a lightning strike. Uchiha-san? He questioned the young man. Yes, Namiyashi-san? The Uchiha raised his gaze from his sword, blade cleaning. We're supposed to take one alive. He didn't anticipate the boy would be as ruthless as he demonstrated. In the trees to our left, there is still one. I treated him with a paralyzing poison. He ought to be breathing right now. According to Uchiha, there was a single corpse in the trees with a senbon carefully positioned behind its neck. Although Raida had previously worked with Genma Shiranui and had witnessed some excellent senbon work, this was positioned just right. Uchiha-san. Glancing up, Raida saw Shinobu Mibu fixated on the boy. Uchiha had activated his Sharingan and hidden his incredibly awesome sword, which Raida was going to tell Hayate Gecko about. It was the closest Sharingan Raida had ever seen. It captivated me. Don't look into my eyes, Uchiha said idly. I'm going to wake him up and get the answers Ibiki-san asked for. When the boy's Sharingan changed from 3 spinning tomatoes to a 6-point star, Raida questioned how the boy was going to accomplish that. With a yelp, the man attempted to sit up after Uchiha poked him between the eyes with a spark from his finger. Opening his mouth, he saw the Uchiha smiling down at him. He muttered something under his breath, but before he could say anything, the Uchiha grabbed his face and forced their eyes to meet. Shortly after, the prisoner let out a scream. With a flick of his fingers, Uchiha covered his hand with a sharp crackling light, and the man began to jerk back and forth as if he had licked an open socket. Got it. Overlooking the corpse, the Uchiha exchanged a look with Raida and Shinobu. Since this was his first mission with a member of Team Tensai, he had assumed that the child, whether Chunin or not, would be wary or unfamiliar with violence. Uchiha-san, Shinobu said, his expression troubled. That man, the one you killed with your sword, that wasn't your first kill, was it? Uchiha shook his head, smirking, and said, no. Raida has no desire to work with Team Tensai on another mission. Azumo Kamizuki observed the little blonde child licking the blood from his lips with a sort of amazement. On the way to Atofika Gai, Uzumaki had been silently furious, and the newest Chunin on the team, though not the youngest because that was Uzumaki, felt a little afraid. Are you done, Uzumaki-san? Ibiki Morino spoke inanely. Uzumaki grinned at them, looking up from the body he was in. Done as a good pot pie, he carefully emerged from the narrow opening in his chest and gave his feet a slight shake, causing blood to fly up and land on his sandals. Did you leave any alive? Uzumaki said, wiping blood from his hair as he rubbed the back of his head. I believe the person on your left is still alive. Is he capable of answering questions? Ibiki asked with a frown. He will be. Azumo was terrified by the light in Uzumaki's eyes and prayed to God that he would never be assigned to a mission with a member of Team Tensai again. Ibiki motioned to Katetsu Higane, and the man in bandages hauled the body to the expert in torture and questioning. No, Ibiki said with a menacing grin, give him to Uzumaki. Allow the boy to make a try. Katetsu continued dragging the body to Uzumaki, wide-eyed and astonished. He said, sir, as he released the body. Higane-san, thank you, Uzumaki grinned. If Katetsu hadn't just watched the boy emerge from the enemy's chest cavity, the smile would have been incredibly innocent. Azumo chose not to observe. He didn't want to see a child torture someone, regardless of what Ibiki or Uzumaki thought. The information that Uzumaki gathered came in fits of sobs and anguish, and the screams were very loud. Uzumaki swiftly killed the man he had been questioning after he was done, and Azumo nearly recoiled at the sound of his neck breaking. When Azumo was certain that Uzumaki was finished with the man, he emerged from the trees. Are we done? Ibiki smiled back at Uzumaki's question as he asked it. Sure, kid. Ibiki said with a tone of admiration. Azumo doubted that Ibiki had previously witnessed Uzumaki torturing a victim. That's the only reason the tall man is showing his satisfaction with the way the boy completed the task. Fantastic. I hope to see Sakura and Sasuke shortly. Azumo didn't want to think about the emotion that darkened Uzumaki's face as he growled. I swore that we'd never be broken up. Not with this group. Ibiki dismissed Uzumaki with a wave, saying, you are all on the same mission. You weren't broken up, Naruto-kun. Uzumaki whispered, but we're not together. I didn't want Sasuke to go alone. Azumo was taken aback. He would have assumed that Uzumaki, rather than the Uchiha, would have been concerned about the team's girl. With a sinister smile, Ibiki assured him that Sasuke-kun would be alright. Uzumaki gave a shoulder shrug. I have no doubt that he will. Concerned about his teammates as me. Sasuke has never gone on a mission without Sakura or me, so I'm not sure what will happen when he begins killing. Katetsu glanced at Izumo, and the two of them instantly widened their eyes. Is he dangerous? Katetsu inquired abruptly. Uzumaki came to a stop and gave him a disbelieving look. He made it clear that he's a Uchiha and that he's very dangerous. Kabuto fixed his gaze on the trio of petite countenances lingering overhead. He was unable to move because he was strapped to a low table. He had never heard of the medical procedure that had paralyzed his muscles, and his healing and regeneration didn't seem to classify it as an injury, but he was still able to feel every part of his body and his nerves were still functioning. He was just unable to move. For years, he had been confident that nobody was aware of his relationship with Orochimaru. Only a few days earlier, he had graduated from the academy and had been a plant in Konoha from the start. He believed that Orochimaru Sama was unaware that he was one of the few experiments to have survived. He questioned whether he would make it through this. He had a good feeling he wouldn't. He had previously learned about Team Tensai and had informed Orochimaru of all the events taking place in Konoha. The small village that was gradually taking shape should be sent a special notice because the container had graduated early and had teammates who were the same age as him. So, how are we going to do this? The blonde was asked by the dark-haired boy, who was 4 years younger and a rank higher. The blonde rubbed the back of his head and hummed to himself. I guess we could drain his chakra and kill him since he's got that annoying healing thing. Okay. Well, the little girl scowled. 2 options. Either we force him to empty his chakra, or we drain it ourselves. Which is more painful? The boy with dark hair inquired. Draining him will hurt of course, she said idly, but I think you'll like the second option better. With an elevated eyebrow, the Jinchuriki questioned, why would Sasuke like the second one? With an evil laugh, the girl sent chills down Kabuto's spine. Sasuke will have more fun with option number 2 because Kabuto's chakra powers his regeneration. This implies that his chakra drains more the more he uses it. The Uchiha boy grinned and said, oh really? Kabuto started to sweat and his eyes grew wide. Why? Why are you doing this? In a terrified whisper, he asked. I recently turned into a genin. I haven't taken any action. With a sadistic smile, the Uchiha turned away from the girl and said, you work for Orochimaru. Calmly, he remarked, that makes you an enemy. Someone who ought never to be permitted to carry out your intended actions. Nah. I am a ninja from Konoha. The silver-haired boy could feel the Jinchuriki's breath on his ear as he knelt down and spoke to Kabuto face, saying, you are a traitor. One that is unredeemable. He stood up straight and turned to face the Uchiha. I'm not going to watch, he said, but remember, Sasuke, his tone grew softer, enjoy yourself. Do not overthink the situation. With a smile, he turned and left. Gazing back at the Uchiha and Haruno, Kabuto watched Uzumaki walk away. During his foster father's rounds, he had seen Haruno, a medic who worked in the hospital on the weekends. He was unaware that she was harboring this secret. Conversely, the Uchiha came as no great surprise. Every Uchiha had a cruel side. The surprise, though, was that this Uchiha was only 7 years old. Uchiha.san. With fake tears streaming down his cheeks, Kabuto blinked with watery eyes and said, why are you doing this? I'm dependable. I am. I believe you. The Uchiha raised his hand and said something inane. When Kabuto noticed crackling chakra all around the boy's fingers and palm, he knew exactly how much this was going to hurt. I believe that you're loyal to Orochimaru. The Uchiha was using that as Hitaki's rakery. The hand lowered gradually. Kabuto started crying and screaming in earnest very quickly. Though Haruno had been there the entire time to ensure he never passed out from pain or exhaustion, he had been correct about the pain. It was excruciatingly painful for 20.6 hours, then all was lost on him. When Sasuke and Sakura emerged from the room they had managed to get Kabuto into, Naruto was waiting outside in the antechamber. He gave them each a wet rag in silence so they could wipe their faces. He took one of each hand and led them out of the antechamber into the dining hall, where he sat them down once their faces were bright and their hands clean. He placed food before them and observed as they gobbled it up like ferocious animals. They should have been hungry, since they hadn't eaten in 20.6 and a half hours. 40. 5 minutes later, as Sasuke sat back in his chair and wiped a few crumbs from his lips, his eyes were still bright. "How do you feel?" Naruto inquired. He and his group had tortured victims in the past, but never with the intention of causing them pain until they died. But Kabuto had been unique. Naruto had also concluded that the boy was beyond hope. After observing him for a year, they had read the medical records about the modifications Orochimaru had made to Kabuto's brain in the future. There was only one person Kabuto would have served: Orochimaru. He had been raised and trained to be an emergency body in case of an emergency and to serve only Orochimaru. "I feel." With a smile, Sasuke closed his eyes. Sasuke had the most serene smile Naruto had ever seen. Fantastic. As though a burden has been removed. "He promises never to hurt you or Sasuke again. Or Tsunade." Sakura grinned contentedly as she closed her eyes and said, "To know that he's gone is. It's as though something positive has happened to the world. It's comforting to know that he won't kill or harm anyone again after dealing with him for so long. You should get some sleep." Drawing a 2-second seal in blood on the wall, Naruto stood up. "I'll take care of the body," a man said as a door opened to reveal 3 beds. "You folks are worn out." Sasuke got up first and approached Naruto. With a delicate touch on Naruto's shoulder and a direct look in his eyes, he said, "Thank you, Hokage." "Sama. Sincere," he whispered. Grasping Sasuke tightly, Naruto replied in a whisper, "You're welcome, Commander." This was one of the very few occasions in which Naruto had supported someone's death and even agreed that they should. However, he was aware of Kabuto's subsequent actions. Had known the sinister man's favorite thing to do. Had observed the individual working above his operating table. It had been a heinous abuse of the medical establishment. He was relieved that it was finished. All he had to do now was dispose of the body. He did that quite well. After shooing his 2 closest friends to bed, Naruto let go of Sasuke. He stroked Sasuke's hair and tucked Sakura in. Naruto laughed a little as Sasuke swore at him as he fell asleep. To assist me in getting the older boy off the table, he discovered that the body was still tied down, so he untied it and made a few shadow clones. He was unaffected by the blood. To get rid of the body, he had prepared a mass seal outside their meeting place. The seal prevented all senses from identifying him or the body. Originally, he had created the seal for his ninja to adorn their uniforms, enhancing their stealth like never before. It had performed admirably. The sole error he committed during its development was releasing it too late to save half of the Konoha 12. While carefully chopping the body into smaller pieces, Naruto utilized the Kyuubi to summon the nearby flesh-eating creatures. He gave a piece of Kabuto to each animal that emerged, watched it devour it, and then let it leave Kyuubi's call. Although he disliked using Kyuubi's power to command the animals, it was necessary to eliminate Kabuto completely. The animals were able to take care of him in that way, and they even got to eat. Naruto used a fire technique to finish off the remaining mods after they swiftly arrived and began chewing the living daylights out of the bloody clothing. Naruto used a wind Rasengan to destroy the offending parts of Kabuto, who was reduced to just his teeth and bones. He was never fond of Kabuto. As he returned to the sealed hideout, Sakura and Sasuke were still asleep. He took a quick shower and cleaned the bloody torture chamber and dining room. When Sasuke sat bolt upright, eyes wide and spinning, he was watching over his comrades. With a quick blink, Naruto moved to the bed's edge and took a seat. "Sasuke." Naruto, with a shudder, he calmed himself. Naruto waited for him to say something else. Naruto wasn't going to put Sasuke through any discomfort, and he wasn't the type to be forced into speaking. He was aware that Sasuke would stop at nothing to make up for leaving him and nearly killing him. Not that Naruto felt he needed to make amends. In Sasuke's eyes, he had more than demonstrated his allegiance to Konoha and Naruto. "Thank you, Naruto," Sasuke said, licking his lips. "For what, Sasuke?" The Uchiha bowed his head and said, "I will never forget your kindness for letting me kill him." "It wasn't a kindness, Sasuke." Lifting his head to meet Sasuke's, Naruto put a finger beneath his chin and they met eyes. "Killing Kabuto was something that you needed to do." Sasuke grinned and said, "Still, thank you. How are you feeling?" Sasuke sighed, tired, but better. The fact that we are no longer concerned about him is a relief. Additionally, to be aware that Orochimaru lacks a backup body. "I am aware. I've been considering." With a pinched expression, Naruto shifted and said, I know we all agreed to not say anything about having come to the past, but, abruptly shaking his head, he said, never mind. It was a foolish idea. Nothing you think is stupid, Hokage. Sama. Well, smirked Sasuke. Alright, most of your opinions are not foolish. However, this? Why do you not like this plan to keep it a secret? They hadn't given their future plan any second thought, however, they had already turned 28 at the time. They had childlike hormones and were now like children. What would happen if we told Kakashi? Naruto inquired. He had to know Sasuke's opinion on the matter. Even though they were both practically 10 years older than Kakashi, they still perceived him as being 13 years older. He would immediately report to Sandaime, Sasuke stated. I don't see how we could possibly be allowed to stay with our families after reporting to Sandaime. We would probably get hauled in for various reasons to be questioned about the future. We pose a threat. We are intelligent. As of right now, we have all the information available to us about Konoha. If Danzo became aware of it. So what would happen if we killed Danzo and then told Kakashi? Sadly, Danzo hasn't done anything to merit death as of yet. He hasn't quite crossed the line, but he is fiercely loyal to Konoha. Sasuke shook his head. You know this, Naruto? We discussed this before you left. Danzo wasn't uncomfortable with warmongering until the clan was destroyed. Konoha appears to be much tougher now that the Uchiha are still on their side than it was when they were all dead. Right now, Danzo shouldn't be overly concerned about anything. I understand. Naruto lowered his shoulders. He was aware. Guys? After getting out of bed, Sakura crept between the boys and asked, do you think a search party will be sent out for Kabuto? Sasuke put his arms around the girl and said, I don't see why not. He is a Konoha nin. Yeah, but he's only been genin for a few days. Naruto leaned against Sakura and said, he's the adopted son of the head of the hospital, Sakura. Chan, with Sakura's arms encircling his shoulders. There'll be a search. Is the circumstantial evidence that we left behind about Kabuto's connection with Orochimaru going to be enough for Sandaime to act? He may not take action, but he will definitely investigate it. He may even designate a diligent Chunin to review the documentation. And there is no one more studious than Iruka and you, smiled Naruto. With a laugh, Sakura fiddled with Naruto's hair and said, thank you, Hokage, Sama. No, everything is true. I promise. Yeah, sure. She placed her own head on Sasuke's shoulder after giving him a kiss on the top of his head. Do we really need to be second guessing our decision to tell someone? We've been doing pretty good so far, you know. We even arrived at Gaara ahead of schedule. With a sigh, Naruto, I guess not. Although he was a little let down, his head medic had always provided sound justification. Okay, I'm heading back to bed. After this one day off, we have to meet with Kakashi to resume our missions. Sakura giggled as she bounced along with Sasuke as he collapsed back onto the bed. After tying up their loose ends, Naruto led Sakura back to her bed. Okay, everyone, head to bed. Regarding the second thoughts, you were correct. I suppose I'm just confused about a lot of things right now. Residing with Iruka, with a scowl, he addressed Sasuke. I've been feeling off lately because Makoto Sama comes over every other day when we're at home to do laundry and give us directions. I've never shared a home with a mother. Or had an actual grandmother. Tsunade.ba. Chan is unworthy since she would constantly strike me. Sasuke rolled his eyes as Sakura giggled. Go home, Naruto. In order to stay warm, Sasuke turned over on his side and curled up, encircling himself with the red and orange blanket. You're probably on Iruka Sensei's mind. Mother will worry if he is concerned about you. Yes, Sakura said, rising from her own bed, and after that, Itachi-san will lead a manhunt to locate Sasuke. Oh fuck off, a frustrated Sasuke moaned. For the most part, Itachi had thankfully stopped stalking him, but occasionally, Itachi needed to know where Sasuke was. Just be grateful that he's stopped freaking out whenever he sees Ino with you, he said, sighed, and they both laughed a little. Have I ever said sorry about that? Naruto asked, blushing, recalling the previous year when he'd unintentionally given Itachi a complex about blondes with pigtails. Nah, it's okay. With his eyes closed, Sasuke smiled and whispered, you brought back the memory of it for me, amazingly funny. After shutting the door behind him, Naruto switched off the lights. Kabuto was dead, his people were safe, and he had accomplished everything he had set out to do on their brief getaway. All he had to do now was return home and endure Iruka's ninja.mom fury for going silent for 2 days. Oh, happiness. I don't think I can do that again. Through the room's darkness, the words were spoken in a whisper. Rolling onto his side, Sasuke turned to face Naruto, who was sprawled out on his futon. Do what? I know that you guys felt good about it, and I know that it really had to be done, to get rid of him, but... With a voice full of sorrow and self-loathing, Naruto's voice faded and he sighed. Sasuke, I can't do that once more. I'm not really able to. Iruka channeled chakra to his ears while standing outside Naruto's room door, allowing him to listen in on the boys. Peering through the door, he heard murmuring and checked his watch. They ought to have gone to bed because it was late. Naruto was curious as to what Sasuke was talking about at 1 in the morning, having persuaded Mikoto and him to allow Sasuke stay for the night. He was about to confront the two of them, especially since Naruto had not spoken for 2 days, and give them a hard time for staying up so late, when he heard Sasuke talk. Want to kill him? Just at the words, Iruka began. He was aware that Sasuke and Naruto had killed. It was a necessary part of being a ninja. However, hearing Sasuke, only 7 years old, say something in such a lifeless tone broke his heart. Desire? Indeed. I desired to murder him, but I don't think I can let you torture another one, sighed Naruto once more. Not unless it's a mission-related task. This is our mission, Naruto. Rather than sounding dead, Sasuke's voice became cold, and Iruka held back a shiver. Our goal is to kill, not mistreatment. How about him? Will you refuse to give him to me? Iruka stood by. When Naruto had to reply, he wanted to know precisely who Sasuke was trying so desperately to kill. However, the sound of it is tortuous. Not at all. No, I won't take away your ability to murder him. However, I cannot support torture. I promise never to support it again. Naruto had a commanding yet defeated voice. Given how oxymoronic those attitudes were, Iruka wasn't sure how he was going to sound both, but Naruto managed. He questioned who Sasuke had tormented. Naruto, when Sasuke spoke again, his voice had an odd inflection that Iruka was certain he had heard before. Iruka had heard someone say someone else's name in that manner. You know what he did, at some point, though it wasn't from Sasuke to Naruto. All too familiar. Naruto was silent but adamant, I do, but we didn't need to subject him to such agony. Not for that long, either. Iruka noticed some movement in the room and wondered what it could be. When Sasuke motioned for Naruto to move over, he scowled before clearing his expression. After what had happened to him, he was shocked that Sasuke was willing to share a bed with anyone, but he reasoned that it wouldn't seem the same because Naruto was smaller and roughly his age. The peculiar tone reappeared as, Naruto, we are still following the outlines of the mission, right? Yes, Naruto said in a hushed voice, and Iruka thought about peeping inside to see the boys. He waited as Naruto proceeded. The mission is still underway. Who the next target is, we know. However, torture has no justification. How you would like, Sasuke muttered. He paused, sounding a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Naruto. I had no intention of going as far as I did. Sakura, either. Warmly, though his words were still mumbled, Naruto muttered, I know. Both boys fell silent as he let out one final sigh. After about 15 minutes of waiting, Iruka cautiously swung the door open when they seemed to be asleep. He could see Naruto and Sasuke curled up together on Naruto's futon as his eyes grew used to the darkness. With his face buried in Sasuke's neck, Naruto's arms were tightly wrapped around his waist. Nestled in each other's personal space, they exhaled with ease. With a soft smile, Iruka tiptoed into the chamber. He smiled and gave them both a forehead kiss before taking Naruto's vivid orange blanket off of their feet and tucking it around their shoulders before closing the door behind him. As he was in his room, Iruka considered what he had heard. The fact that they had been discussing torturing someone until death could not be interpreted in any other way. That they had already completed the task. Naruto didn't have the stomach to do it again, which made Iruka happy. Despite the fact that he intended to remove a strip from Kakashi Hitaki's hide for leading his group of kids on a T&I field trip. Who in their right mind sent children as young as 7 on a mission of kidnapping and torture? On the other hand, he had been hearing things about Kakashi that led him to believe the 20-year-old was insane. The fact that he also had to take care of 3 exceptionally bright kids probably didn't help. Iruka was quickly woken up in the morning by Naruto, and he muttered curses to himself. Naruto was the one thing that was louder and more likely to wake someone up than Ibiki Morino's alarm clock. With little difficulty, he managed to get them dressed, fed, and out the door. He was happy to see them go because he knew they wanted to see Sakura and continue their training. He was waiting on a conversation with Kakashi. Iruka discovered Kakashi standing in front of the memorial stone, talking to his fallen allies while holding a pervy orange book. Kakashi-san. Iruka's tone was icy, and Kakashi cast a suspicious glance in his direction. "I'd like to speak with you." Waved his book at him. Kakashi said. "What's up, Iruka? Sensei." "The last mission that your team went on." Iruka. "Sensei, it really wasn't my decision to send Tensai on that mission." Kakashi hummed as his eye widened. "Then who, exactly, nominated a team of 7-year-olds for a T&I field mission?" Iruka spoke in a caustic tone. The team leaders were always the ones to decide whether to accept or reject a mission. Tensai were still governed by Genin teams by a majority vote of the council, even though they were all Chunin. Sasuke being a member of the team made it easier to get those restrictions put in place. The Uchiha were fierce defenders of their own. "In actuality, you're not the only one doubting that," Kakashi said, lowering his eyebrow and narrowing his eyes. Ibiki-san and Inoichi-san, with whom I spoke, are also at a loss for answers. The fact that the order was signed and stamped is all they know. "Whose name was on the papers?" With a careless flick of his shoulder, Kakashi said. "Let's find out," pulling Iruka along with him. Kakashi-san. Iruka. Sensei. Iruka noticed that Raida Namiyashi was looking up from his desk and that he was back in the headquarters of the T&I department. Since Ibiki had questioned him about becoming a sensei at the academy, he hadn't been here. "Raida-san," he said, with a smile showing in his eye. "We'd like to see the orders that accepted my team on their last mission." Raida sniffed and ran a burn scar over his nose and cheek. The tall man had been burned and had been suffering from sinus problems ever since. K. He walked over to the filing cabinets, muttering. He read them, running his finger over the labels and whispering the words to himself. Could he have had a concussion? Iruka wondered. Aha! With a slam, he pulled open a drawer and riffled wildly through the papers. Iruka fought the urge to squirm. He was very interested in keeping paperwork organized properly and questioned why there wasn't a paperwork ninja nearby to handle the filing. It was the first time he had ever seen a department without one or two roaming around. Even though he generally didn't care how paperwork was filed, he knew that Ibiki was a stickler for properly finished documents, so he couldn't imagine that simple filing for the department would be particularly difficult. Kakashi accepted the papers that were presented to him and perused them. After giving Iruka the papers, he gazed at the signature at the bottom. Iruka scowled at Kakashi and then took a closer look at the signature. Henomoheji was the type of it. That's not my signature, chop, Kakashi mutely informed him. Iruka's scowl grew more intense, and he raised his head upon hearing someone moaning. Standing in the doorway was Inoichi Yamanaka, and Iruka felt his back straighten. He had never really had a professional encounter with Inoichi before. Meeting the head of the Yamanaka clan about the clan children attending school was not the same as meeting the head of the T&I department, at least not on his side of the profession. He motioned for them to follow him, and Iruka, looking embarrassed, fell in behind Kakashi. Although he was aware that he was authorized to investigate T&I, he had never carried out such an operation. He was the kind of man who always had his nose neat. Inoichi thought idly, so you're looking into the mission team Tensai did. Iruka didn't respond, so it wasn't a question. I see Raida found the paperwork. Indeed, Kakashi said in a lethargic tone. I also found something interesting. With a light grasp, he removed the papers from Iruka and gave them to Inoichi, asking, that sig. Chop at the end? Looking at the Henomoheji, Inoichi nodded and said, that ain't mine. With sharpened eyes, the head of T&I looked up at the two teachers. Really now? Inoichi looked up at Iruka as he cleared his throat. Though blushing, he said, why wasn't this discovered earlier? They are only 7 years old, after all. Inoichi studied Iruka, leaning back and lifting his chin. That's a very good question, he smirked. He reread the papers after saying that. Seems that it went through the proper channels. All the other signatures are there. I didn't sign that, Kakashi said again, and that means that some of the other signatures may be faked as well. True, true. Inoichi patted his chin and hummed, I'll investigate. Kakashi.san, was there anything else? Iruka. Sensei? Inoichi waved the two younger ninjas out of his office as they shook their heads. When Iruka turned to talk to Kakashi, she saw that the Junin had been replaced by a few floating leaves. Bastard. Muttering to himself, he stalked out of the T&I building. He put a hand over his eyes to protect them from the bright sun. At least he now knew that Kakashi had refused to allow the kids to go on the mission, but that meant that someone else had managed to get 3-7-year-olds, without their Junin sensei, out on a risky B-rank mission and had them torture people by forging Kakashi Hitaki's signature. Even with the sun's warmth on his skin, Iruka shivered and made his way towards the academy. He had to complete his marking for the weekend and Sakura's class was in an hour. At least he knew that the incident was being investigated by someone at the top of the command structure. Without a doubt, he was happy that he had gone in search of Kakashi this morning and exposed this thing, whatever it was. Though he couldn't allow himself to think that way, he wondered if Kakashi would have looked into it on his own, if he even cared that his students had been sent on such a mission. He had to think Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto were in the greatest hands imaginable. Sitting at his table, Danzo Shimura sipped his brown rice tea slowly. It was a small luxury that he seldom gave himself. He turned through the 3 files he had in front of him, studying each one. It had intrigued him to discover that Haruno was just as interesting as the Uchiha and the container. The fact that Sarutobi had decided to put the 3 young ninjas on the same team had also taken him by surprise. Fortunately, Sarutobi's kindness was limited to Konoha, so Danzo was intrigued to learn that he had personally organized the team. Danzo refused to raise his head and turn his face into the mild wind coming from the west. Although he had always enjoyed the breeze, he was currently too preoccupied with his work to allow his thoughts to stray. Danzo. Sama, at the room's edge a man in a mask said, "Mission complete. Well done. Now go. After 4 days for yourself, go back to your responsibilities." Danzo rewarded people who obeyed him, even though he might have fully believed in the ninja code. Once more, he opened the report from the team that conducted the interrogation and torture. As he read the report, not a single emotion on his face betrayed him. Thus, the Tensei team knew a lot about torture. Unexpected, considering their Junin sensei. It goes without saying that he was happy to have set up the team to take on that mission. Though he was certain that someone would have thwarted his intentions for the team, risk was a necessary part of any reward, and the gamble had paid off. The sound of footsteps shuffling caught the man's attention, and he shot a cold stare at the door. He'd asked not to be bothered unless there was something urgent like a mission status update. And the mission that Hio had just declared finished was the only one that had been carried out up to this point. Before the door swung open, there was no knock. Danzo fixed his gaze on the girl who had the audacity to break up his quiet time. He was deprived of the opportunity to correct her. Danzo Shimura, with her shockingly pink hair glowing in the fading light, she stepped into the light and said, "You have done a very, very bad thing." Sakura Haruno. Yes, congratulations on being the first person to ever fake Kakashi. Sensei's chop well enough to get it past the office nin, she said with a sly smile on her lips. Apparently it didn't matter, if you knew. Danzo reclined in his seat. He gestured towards the chair on the other side of the table. "Please, have a seat." "I would love to." She primly sat in the chair that was offered to her, her smirk turning into a gentle smile. "I would like to know why you are so very invested in the Uchihas." Danzo observed the young woman seated at his table. She was petite, not much larger than his newest recruits, and her smile stopped short of her eyes. She was just as emotionless as he was at work. Outstanding. He told her, "My business is my interest in the Uchihas." After all, she was just Chunin, so he didn't need to be cautious around her. "And the Uchihas are my business," she easily retorted. "Uchiha is one of my teammates. Thus, it is my business to deal with anyone who examines the Uchiha clan too closely. And I would like to remind you that as of this moment, you have a failure percentage of over 60, she said, her smile turning slightly pointed. "I have failed 4 missions in my life," Danzo said, amused by her composure but upset about her apparent opinions of him. "And Nei has a failure percentage of over 60, in a composed tone, she reiterated. That's when Danzo realized she was setting up something close to blackmail. A senbon pinned his hand to the underside of the table as it twitched beneath it, preventing him from making a single hand seal. He pivoted to witness Sasuke Uchiha emerge from the obscurity. Calmly, your cursed seal will not be placed on my teammates, the Uchiha declared. Danzo's level of admiration had increased even further. Without a single flicker of the wards, the boy had managed to slip past him and into his house and the room he was in. Even Hyo couldn't pull that off. Danzo jerked back, twisting to see what had touched him when something soft brushed against his cheek. Blonde hair. Then he noticed whisker marks and blue eyes. Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki. Hi, Danzo. Sama. The blonde smiled as he pointed out Danzo's last name. Danzo did not want to frown. He refused to be intimidated by the youngster. What a pleasure it is to meet you. The boy was not very good at sarcasm. What are you doing here? Well, Uzumaki said with a harmless blink. Danzo considered innocence to be a pretty good cover. You need to figure that out, you see. Do you want to talk to us? Are we here to blackmail you? He asked, moving carefully around the table to stand in front of Haruno. Or are we here to kill you? The Uchiha asked as he moved to flank the young girl. Is that a threat? Danzo took his pinched hand off the table, sank his teeth into the senbon, and extracted it. With a nearly silent thump, he spat it at the spot where it was embedded in the flooring. Uzumaki rubbed the back of his head and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Oh, don't get me wrong." Though he couldn't place them, Danzo recognized his actions. We'd love to kill you. We could also accomplish it. The young one wasn't boasting. Only because she gave him permission did Danzo know that he'd heard Haruno enter his home. Without setting off any alarms, the other two members of her team managed to get past the wards and his ninja. He would never have known until he was lying on the floor and watching the blood pooling beneath his body that they had wanted him dead. But we don't want to kill you right now, Uchiha gave a sneer. His sneer was impressive for a 7-year-old boy. Uzumaki placed a hand on his shoulder, causing the Uchiha to visibly calm down. The sneer vanished from his face, and was replaced with an expression of impassivity. The longer he was imprisoned in the room with the kids, the more impressed Danzo was growing. Although he had been impressed in the past, there was something about these kids that bothered and irritated him. However, he kept his nervousness to himself. He had no motive to let them know how tense he was around them, and there was no way in the hells of the afterlife that he would let them know. You see, Danzo-san, we have multiple issues, Haruno said, leaning forward and resting her elbows on his table while holding her chin in her hands. And we believe you can assist. Something narrowed his green eyes, and Danzo felt a chill go up his spine. But only so much. The Uchiha clan, the Uchiha then said, lead by example. They intended to rebel against Sarutobi and Konoha. They are now re-evaluating their methods. Danzo asked, what do you have planned for that? As he noticed the 6-point star in the child's reddish, black eyes. Danzo tried to look down at the ninja who was younger than his own grandchildren after waking up from his daze. It didn't quite go as planned for him either. If they don't plan on rebelling, then they won't need to be dealt with. Uzumaki turned his face away and closed his eyes. His breathing was regular and slow. You disappoint me, Danzo, he said softly. A massacre is not an acceptable way to deal with people. Danzo felt another chill go down his spine, a much stronger one. They were aware. His future plans for the Uchihas were known to them. There was a Uchiha among them. This implied that the Uchiha were aware of his plan to kill them all, putting his filthy work to use with Uchiha. But maybe he could take advantage of this. He was aware of Sasuke's preference for Konoha over his family. He will find that very helpful. Ultimately, Sasuke won't be useful for Danzo to use if the older brother was overly preoccupied with him. If they rebel, if they are allowed to take up arms against Konohagakure, there will be civil war. A lot of Konoha civilians will die, he said, leaning in close to address the Uchiha while softening his tone of voice. And they've changed their minds, Uzumaki said, which means that they won't need to be dealt with. I am not loyal to Konoha, Danzo, the Uchiha said, seeing through Danzo's words and meaning to what he was really trying to accomplish. I am loyal to my Hokage, and only to my Hokage. He stretched and twisted his neck until it cracked in the silent room. Danzo's lips curled downward in an involuntary frown. The Uchiha had remained silent about his Hokage. That was also revealing. He was drawn to the girl-child's green eyes, and she gave him an arrogant sniff. You'll have to do better than that to suborn one of us, she said. Itachi-san may have listened to you once, but we've gotten to him as well, she smirked. Give us another opportunity to score a point and demonstrate your increasing failure rate. She believed she had complete control over him. He was not going to let that happen. He was about to brag about his interactions with Orochimaru via his small genin spy, but as soon as his thoughts strayed to Kabuto, he remembered that the boy had been absent for a few weeks. Without realizing it, his eyes grew wider as he realized that these three ninja were far more skilled and connected than he had previously given them credit for. So, where did you stash Kabuto-kun? His query was whispered, and the Uchiha smiled, a sinister twinkle in his eyes. We didn't stash him anywhere. We heard that the poor genin went missing not long after he'd graduated, he said, lightly mockingly. We looked for him ourselves for a while, but with the T&I field mission we were assigned, it appears that our search has been neglected. Danzo could see only sadistic glee in Haruno's eyes as she pouted and lowered her head slightly, covering her face with her bangs. We were just so traumatized by what we had to do on that mission. We couldn't keep up our search for the boy, Haruno said. We sincerely apologize. Dishonest woman. Gently, Danzo placed his hand on the table and tapped his finger on the wooden surface. I get it entirely. I apologize for the difficulties you encountered during the mission. Uzumaki shrugged. After all, we'll get over it. He sniffed, appearing to hold back tears. Danzo had to commend them on their outstanding acting skills, asking, we're ninjas now, right? Danzo could almost picture his blue eyes turning red as they glinted in the light. We'll have to learn about torture sometime, he said. Ninjas lead gloomy lives. And some of us, the Uchiha said, leaning forward and whirling his manchkia, are the leaves of the tree that bloom under the sun while others are forced to be the roots that grow in the dark. That's right. These ninjas were fully aware of who they were and what to do. They were familiar with Nei, Orochimaru, and him. And they knew what it meant to be a true ninja. Had he been able to, he would have grinned. The next Hiruzen, the next Danzo, and someone who could match them both in terms of cold logic that would benefit both the individual and the Konoha villagers were sitting in front of him. A physician, to err on the side of life and discern who would require their assistance and who would not. As they ought to have been, these were the Sannin. When he and Danzo had spoken all those years ago, Hanzo had been mistaken. He had made a mistake by holding on to power, as it would undoubtedly lead to the village's collapse. None of us was immortal, after all. Truly strong was to train those who would follow. And those who followed him would be these three. Naruto smiled and said, we played him like well. Cared for Ninja Wire, mentally reliving his encounter with Danzo as he guided his group through the trees. Sakura laughed, stepping over multiple traps. It shouldn't be this easy, saying, you'd think they'd notice something about us is off. Seriously, most of them have been through one kind of war or another. We've played everyone that well. Shadow Cutter sheathed. Sasuke said, you're forgetting something very important, Sakura, and the group came to a stop just outside the target's perimeter. Sakura pushed her hands into her gloves and twirled shuriken around her fingers, asking, other than the fact that we're children. Exactly, smirking, Sasuke watched his Hokage summon a few shadow clones that instantly changed and bolted to gather intelligence. Children, we're the top ninja in the village, the best ninja produced in 50 years in the entire elemental countries. We're also actually 30.1, not 8. Haha. Sakura blinked then nodded, right. I keep forgetting that most ninja don't live past 20.6 on average. Hell, even the rookie 9 only lasted until 20. 8 and 9, and they were all above average. Right, so not only do we have 20 plus years of experience, we're smarter, faster, and stronger than even the exceptional. Sasuke frowned. Granted, we still make mistakes, but we're not perfect. No one is. Naruto counted down. Contact in 3, 2, 1, and as he said, mark. The team engaged the enemy. It was normal for Naruto to spin out a spool of garrote wire laced with wind chakra, as it cut through the enemy more easily than most shinobi would be able to. With his fists glowing, Sasuke leapt from tree to tree, one hand spinning a Chidori and a shadow cutter and the other holding enough chakra to blast the body's internal organs out. As soon as Sasuke watched Naruto attempt to climb the tree and saw the bark crack and break beneath his feet, he began to wonder about the tree. Climbing exercise. In response, he focused a chakra fissure in the base of his palm and struck the adversary with it. His target was the head. Sakura quickly learned not to watch him fight from the mess. That was useful, however, for killing people, as Sasuke had discovered in his previous life. It was easy enough to approach the target and then slam his palm to the back of the target's head because it was a control exercise and the chakra protections surrounding the target were not even noticeable. The front of his head, perhaps. Occasionally, Sasuke's stomach would hurt if he was being paid to hurt his target. Intestinal cuts caused excruciating pain and were nearly always lethal. Usually, he would simply wait a day or two, and if the target wasn't dead by then, he would return to complete the task. Not that the Yakuza paid for tensei to be sent on missions or even assassinations, but bandits and kidnappers were starting to favor them. Despite being just as effective and efficient as Junin, they were less expensive to hire because they were still listed as chunin. The group quickly cleared the nest of men that had been causing problems for the roads on the border between Fire and Wave. Additionally, they requested this 2-month assignment because it would allow them to spend more time with Wave. Additionally, Zabuza Momochi. They would be able to save Wave a great deal of trouble and conflict, as well as the family that they had all grown to love by the time they were 12, if they were lucky enough to find Gato during their patrols. What would happen if they encountered Momochi or any other missed fugitives? Better still. The former Mizukage was at the top of Naruto's list of missed residents he wanted to deal with. In a pinch, even the Yondaime Mizukage would do. Though it's unlikely that Naruto intended to murder the Jinchuriki Mizukage, he would undoubtedly speak with Yagura about the danger that was always present. As Sasuke investigates, let him break the genjutsu surrounding the Jinchuriki. Despite Sakura's increasing proficiency in genjutsu, her area of expertise remained medicine. Sasuke was the genjutsu expert. With a swift efficiency honed in battle, Sakura compiled a list of all the gang members who had died, disarming the corpses and placing them in a funeral pile. After a quick prayer for their souls from Naruto, Sasuke destroyed the evidence by dousing the bodies in blazing hot fire. Sakura's shadowy eyes watched the smoldering ashes. Sometimes, she whispered, I wonder how we managed to survive when Teams 8 and 10 didn't. Hell, even Team Guy and Team Hot Chick lasted longer than our rookies. Planting a soft palm on Sakura's shoulder, Naruto said, Team Guy was split up. Neji was Anbu, Tenten took a Genin team. Lee stood by Gaara and together they were practically unbeatable. Then, with a clearing of his expression, Sasuke laughed, besides, they were an infiltration team. No one was better than Konohamaru and Udon at being female except Naruto. Grabbing her other shoulder, he spoke bluntly, though his hand was as gentle as Naruto's. Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi only survived as long as they did because others sacrificed themselves for them. Sakura grinned and laughed too. Yeah, I don't even know as much as they did about makeup and fashion. Hey, I only taught them the sexy. Anything else they learned from someone else, Naruto yelled and shook his finger at his friends. With his dark eyes glimmering, Sasuke growled, oh, of course we believe that. It's not like you told me that. Aquamarine doesn't go with Uchiha Blue. Sakura's eyes cleared of the shadows as she and her companion played and teased one another. As they sorted through the remaining gang items, the group persisted in their playful banter while determining what could be salvaged and what couldn't. A few of Naruto's shadow clones appeared to retrieve Sakura's shuriken and kunai, which had become stuck in different trees during their brief attack. After securing her share of the loot discovered in the gang's lair, Sakura asked Naruto absent-mindedly, so, sitting back. Are you going to contact Konohamaru again? Naruto hummed under his breath, the boy is what, for, right now? Sakura nodded, nah, he's still got his mom and Asuma is coming home soon from his tour of duty on the daimyo's guard. Konohamaru will be fine for a few more years. Sasuke, who had nothing but contempt for Konohamaru, asked, did you ever find out what happened to Sarutobi, Sama's other son? Sharing had never been Sasuke's strong suit, and he had always felt irritated by what he perceived as Konohamaru's interference in his familial bond with Naruto. Konohamaru said that his father died just after he was born, so he missed out chance to save him by about a year and a half. Naruto scratched his jaw absently, his mom doesn't date much either. With one eyebrow raised, Sakura said, and just how would you know that? Shrugging away from embarrassment, Naruto said, I may not have introduced myself, but I've been keeping an eye on Konohamaru since we got back. The medic turned to face Sasuke and said, I see, holding her smile behind her hand. Anyone else you've been keeping an eye on? She asked. Or maybe you're keeping an eye on someone. Not really. Sasuke smirked and pointed out to Sakura, aside from Itachi and Shisui, of course. Yeah, hey, Naruto said, tilting his head to the side and holding his breath for a brief second before answering, what's up with that anyway? I mean, Shisui's not a bad sort, that I can tell anyway. With no regard for Naruto, Sasuke said, Itachi killed him to gain his Mangekyou. Naruto frowned, yeah, and you killed Karen because you said Orochimaru didn't count as he was first overcome by your will and then sealed away by Itachi, never actually killed. With a stern expression, Sasuke glared at Naruto and said, it is inconceivable to me how you became Hokage with how utterly dense you are. Naruto, speaking in a strained, composed voice. How does a Uchiha gain Mangekyou? Uncertain of Sasuke's meaning, Naruto furrowed his brow and asked, by killing a lover. That implies Itachi and Shisuya, Sasuke faltered before Naruto interrupted. We're lovers. He continued to sound unaware of the relationship. Sasuke made another attempt to convey to his commander the gravity of the situation, saying, Itachi is 13 right now. In 5 months he was going to kill the Uchiha with his Mangekyou. Naruto shrugged, yeah, and, Sasuke asked sharply, how old is Shisui? When Naruto realized that Shisui had turned 19 before the team had left on their mission, he paused and his expression twisted. I'ya kill the fucker, he growled, his speech patterns reverting to, he's a damn pod. Nodding, Sasuke said, exactly. Sakura raised an eyebrow and said, not to be the kill.joy of the, kill Shisui, party going on, but did you actually think this through, Sasuke? I mean, not that I want to accuse a 13-year-old of anything like this, but Itachi knew that he needed the Mangekyou to kill the Uchiha clan, right? Yes, Sasuke said, his dark eyes displaying a hint of perplexity. He had no idea why she was pursuing this subject from any angle save his own. So then, Itachi knew that he'd have to have sex and kill his lover, right? Yes, he drew lead. He wasn't too fond of the direction she was taking her thoughts. Have you thought that maybe Itachi was the one to seduce Shisui? The boys asked her as they watched her bite her lip and rest her chin on her fist. Itachi is 13, Sasuke spit out. He, eventually faltered out of his mouth as he closed his eyes in mental sorrow. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, Sakura might have been correct. So how do we ensure that it doesn't happen? He finally questioned. Part 1 of the plan would be to endear your clan to the village, which for the most part happened already. Part 2 would be getting Danzo on our side and collecting all the intelligence possible from his files, Sakura smirked, again, already completed. Third part would be to make the Hokage aware of one of the more dirty options that Danzo was planning. Okay, Naruto stood and stretched, so I'll go see Sarutobi G.San when we get back from this mission and give him the lowdown. Anything else we need to do? Sakura shook her head, after that it's just watching Itachi. Because we know that he's able and surprisingly willing, and the other Uchihas that seem able to turn on their family. Sasuke snorted and turned away, picking at the blood under his fingernails. Fugaku and Jiro are at the head of the family, and the elders are still far too involved with plots, even though they have lessened. Itachi and I are the only two that are willing to go to our Hokage instead of standing with the family. Question. Naruto idly raised his hand, what about Madara? I mean, we planned for something completely different and now we really don't have a new plan for Madara, what with Fugaku taking the first steps to inaugurate into the village, yeah. Sakura suggested, we could kill him, to which Naruto scowled. Seriously, that's it, that's the plan, kill him. He shook his head, I was thinking that I don't know, provide proof of his involvement with trying to crush Konoha with the Kyuubi and then bring the Akatsuki to light and. Sasuke cut his leader off, Naruto, if he's dead, we don't have to worry about him. Dead and having loose ends to deal with is better than racing around with our heads up our asses. Okay, yeah, and Pain and Konan, pouted Naruto. Sakura interrupted Sasuke by saying, tell Jiraiya where they are, let him take Danzo's head to them in the next few years. They should be able to deal with it from there. She was aware of Naruto's friendship with Nagato and Konan and that he had no desire to kill them. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto glared at Sasuke. Sasori. Naruto. Sasuke inhaled deeply. Sasori and Orochimaru are going to be fighting tooth and nail to become the first immortal shinobi. As long as they don't mess with Konoha or Suna, do we care? He asked, not understanding why he had been given the foolish Hokage title. I am not about to let that bastard get you again. If there's one person I actively want dead, it's Orochimaru. He took you from this team, he took Sarutobi. G.San, he almost took Ba-chan, and then he fucking resurrected from the dead through Kabuto. I don't want him on this plane of existence ever again. Naruto released Sasuke and reached out to straighten his top commander's shirt. I'm just glad that we already got rid of Kabuto. Naruto sighed and bit his lip. I don't want to see him ever use the impure resurrection jutsu again. Fighting Madara was more than enough. Dying to the impure resurrected Rakuto Sennin was too much. Sakura got to her feet, embraced Naruto, and said, "You didn't die." It was close enough to make the Kyuubi give up the time travel hand seals. Naruto muttered into her shoulder, he didn't want to die either, and with the Sennin holding me down for the extraction, he knew that if he was separated from me, both of us would die. It's impossible to circumvent a seal of the Shinigami. With a gentle stroke of her hand across Naruto's hair, Sakura whispered to him that she was happy they had managed to save him from the Sennin before he could use the Kyuubi, given jutsu, and that they had been able to accompany him into the past. Sasuke observed his two true friends, contemplating how they would carry out their carefully considered plans of alteration. It had been foolish, he supposed, to think that once they got going, they could follow their original plan. Plans were known to last only the first 2 or 3 exchanges during an engagement, so it was not shocking to learn that they would need to reconsider their approach to the remainder of their childhood. The zombie twins will just leave the Akatsuki as the leader is dead, right? Kukazu is only in it for the money, and his life because Madara threatened him, and Hidan is only in it to get easier access to people to kill. If Madara is dead, they leave. Same with Kisame, I would think, Sasuke mused out loud. Sakura asked, letting go of her Hokage and turning to face Sasuke, what about the guy that Kakashi-sensei sucked up with his Mangekyou? Naruto grinned with a hint of fang, drawing Sakura's attention back to him. Deidara was pushed into joining after Itachi joined. So, he drawled out, his eyes sparkling, if we just happen to make a stop out by Iwa in the next year or so and get a hold of him before Madara can send someone else, who's to say that he won't join up with Konoha? After all, he did steal forbidden jutsu from Iwa. I'm sure that the council would welcome a nuke.nin from Iwa into the T&I department for a debriefing, and then let him join a team. He's gonna hate Iwa as much as the rest of Konoha soon enough. Stretching out, Sasuke said, we can cross that bridge when we get there. He was pointing to a tree. Their goal had been achieved, and the bodies had become ash and dust in the wind. After completely securing the area with Naruto's seals, they had spent more time than they should have spent together, talking about things they shouldn't have been talking about. Time to move on, it was. Anyhow, their 2 months were almost up. Naruto was still whining about how he had never managed to find Momochi and Haku or visit the Mizukage. Now that he was a real shinobi with experience and more than 20 years of blood on his hands, he had been really curious to see how he would hold up to the man. Sakura scowled and, in a sudden surge of instinct, stopped as they ran through the trees back to the base where they were stationed, dropping low to the trunk of the tree she was on. As soon as the boy realized she was no longer following, he turned around and jumped down next to her. Sasuke growled, what do you sense? Sakura was more adept at sensing chakras than either of the boys, though not as proficient as Karen had been. Mist Nin, she muttered in a low voice. After a significant improvement, Naruto's hopes were crushed when she said, unknown, 4 signatures. Damn, not Momochi or Haku. She shook her head, no. Naruto asked, maybe hunters. And she shook her head once more. 2 Chunin level chakra signatures and 2 Junin. With a blood-red Mangekyou in hand, Sasuke peered around the area and asked, fight or flight? Chakra levels, Naruto asked his team, and Sakura shrugged, signaling that she was prepared and waiting. Naruto's lips quirked, Naruto shook his head, and Sasuke grimaced. Glancing over at Sasuke, he said, you used too many Chidori. Damn it, I don't want us engaging more enemy if Sasuke isn't good to go. Sasuke growled, frustrated, worn out, and having nearly had enough of whatever it was that was irritating him. Well, I'm sorry that I'm so enthusiastic with completing my missions. Silently, Naruto shot back, You said that you served me, Sasuke Uchiha, not Konoha. I wasn't the one who gave out this mission. Sakura growled at them, shut up, and pointed westward, saying, they're headed this way. Gripping the dark bark of a tree with his hands, Naruto said, okay, double, time it back to base. If they follow us all the way, we'll see if they're an envoy from the Mizukage or a mission-based team. If they're a mission-based team, we'll have backup at the base. His squad was not going to disappear. Though he was confident Tensai could vanquish the Mist Nin, he didn't want his friends to suffer any more harm than they already had. It was never something he desired. With a hiss through his teeth, Sasuke pursued Sakura, positioning the medic between himself and his Hokage. Even though he didn't want his team hurt, the fact that he was fleeing a possible threat still annoyed him. After Team Tensai, Kenshin Sato yelled, halt. State your purposes for entering Hino Kuni. To the group behind them. After a month and a half of the child-led team hanging around his base, Kenshin was more inclined to trust them than he had been when he first heard of the so-called Team Tensai. He had seen the girl child heal some impressive wounds and the Uchiha train fervently while the blonde container ruled with a heavy hand at the poker table. Kenshin hardly heard the Uchiha draw in a startled breath when a young man with soft violet hair and pale eyes, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, emerged from the trees. Even though Team Tensai was Chunin, they were still young children with hormones they were unfamiliar with, which made it difficult for them to maintain composure and self-control. He had never seen any of them go over the edge, but he watched them carefully in case one broke at a crucial time. We are searching the area for Zabuza Momochi, Nuke.Nin of Kurigakure, acknowledged Mangetsu Hazuka, the Chunin of Kurigakure, as he bowed his head to Kenshin. Raising an eyebrow at Hazuka, Kenshin said, I haven't seen any signs of Momochi around here. He then leapt down from the wall and stood in front of the wall, saying, Kenshin Sato. I've been patrolling this area for 6 months. You wouldn't have. He isn't called the Demon of the Mist without reason. Hazuka's body language needed some work before it could fool a Junin as skilled as Kenshin, but he was sufficiently in control to hide his mockery of Kenshin's statement from his face. Kenshin tilted his head to the side and gave Hazuka a small smirk, saying, and I'm not a Junin without reason. Hazuka.san, how long did you want access to this area of Hino Kuni? About a week, said a seemingly composed Hazuka. Kenshin knew from experience that it was difficult to remain composed when confronted with a potential enemy's base that contained more than twice as many nin as his own team did. Kenshin scoffed at the boy behind his back. A lone Konoha Junin, or even Chunin, could search it up one side and down the other at least twice in a week spent in a forest. Hell, it would take a child Chunin 2 days to search this area. Oh, that was a notion. Please, allow me to give you additional aid in your hunt. Kenshin smirked darkly. I would like to attach a 3-man team to help you scour the area and guide you. Hazuka's face wavered between angry and insulted micro-expressions. If the boy intended to go on to Junin, he would need to work on that. At last, his expression seemed to settle into one, and he gave a quick nod. Thank you for your willingness to help, but our team will be fine. It wasn't an offer, Kenshin said in a humble way. That is, as gently as a Junin giving an order. Hazuka blushed, and Kenshin laughed to himself about the boy. This Mist Nin lacked control, even more so than his child Chunin. The fact that this boy was a member of the Mist team hunting the Demon of the Mist was kind of hilarious. Kenshin recognized the tall red-headed woman who had emerged from the forest as the mission's leader. We appreciate the help you are willing to give us, Sato.san, she said, tilting her lips upward as she introduced herself as Mei Terumi. Her voice was comfortable and soft, but it was also firm and unyielding. If she lived long enough, this was a woman who would achieve great things. Kenshin yelled, Tensai, with an order to emerge from behind the walls in his voice. Though he was aware that the Mist team had arrived mere minutes after they had returned from their mission, they were the ones he wanted leading this team. Tensai, 2 Chunin, and 2 Junin. If need be, he was confident that Tensai could manage the entire Mist team, and considering how adept Tensai was at collaborating with odd teams, he was certain that they could function well with the Mist team. First down the wall was the container, then Haruno, and lastly the Uchiha. The order in which they emerged was essentially the only one he had ever witnessed them move in. The Uchiha providing support and keeping an eye on the team's 6, the medic occupying the middle position, and the container acting as the heavy hitter. It didn't surprise him that the two ordinary Chunin didn't let the container at their back, even though he couldn't think of a better term for them than Uzumaki. There were multiple accounts of containers going insane and destroying everything in their path. He assumed that the fact that Haruno and the Uchiha were out of Uzumaki's direct line of sight was a smart move on their part. There was not a single micro-expression on the woman's face, nor did her eyes widen in surprise. Despite her skill as a Junin, he was still able to pick up on the hint of emotion in her body language. He sensed that she was strong enough not to need to conceal any information at all. Few shinobi were skilled enough to not need to mask their feelings. Kakashi Hatake, Gaimeda, and the Sandaime were excellent examples of Konoha nin who were in that category. Like the Hatake, perhaps she was training to become a Mizukage. But thinking about that kind of thing was not productive. He had no place there. Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha will go with you. Hazuka gave a sneer. Openly. It had to be wondered by Kenshin, what he was doing on a hunt. It was possible that he was still in training. It was pretty much all he could think of. With disdain, he questioned, children. Chunin, the Uchiha barked out, surveying him from head to toe with an expression of disdain on his normally expressionless face. A few years ago, the Suna exam. Hazuka's pale eyes grew wide, and his mouth fell open. The one where the Kage ordered his son to kill. He began, looking at the three kids, his words faltering, a team of 3 children from Konohagakure. Yes, that's the one. The teenager received a beaming smile from the Haruno. As they exchanged glances with the Mist team leader, Kenshin said with an indifferent shrug, they know this part of the woods like the back of their hands. Hey, look, Uzumaki exclaimed, abruptly lifting his hand. I discovered a freckle on the back of my hand that I was unaware I had. Kenshin let out a sigh. No matter how long Uzumaki had been in the game, Kenshin seemed to forget time and time again how good his hearing was and how much he enjoyed playing to the crowd. Apparently it made no difference if the people in the crowd were tentative allies or comrades. Okay, go on, get, Kenshin said, letting Terumi, Hazuka, and Tensai go with a lazy wave. The other shinobi simply disappeared into the trees, but Uzumaki waved back. 4 hours later, Kenshin felt a wave of released chakra and killing intent and heard screaming and cursing. As he dashed across the parapets, one hand creating a half seal and the other weaving kunai through his fingers, it seemed as though everything had just gone to hell. He turned the corner at a sprint, blood splattering across his face, and he pushed through it, not even flinching when he saw his longtime shinobi partner's crushed torso. He wrenched his eyes away from the macabre scene and concentrated on the 2 teams that were retreating, Tensai and the Mist team. The fact that they had withdrawn all the way to the base was surprising, but it made sense as it was the most strategically sound location. Senbons were all over the place, and a tiny figure was moving around, never remaining still for longer than a few seconds. He was forced to settle for dodging the lethal aimed weapons since he was unable to pinpoint the precise location of the shinobi tossing the Senbon. Hazuka yelled at one of the Tensai, "You little fuck." But Kenshin made himself ignore it, pulling his chakra forward and letting it out in a wave of earth, forcing a barrier to form to keep the flickering nin at bay. Uzumaki screamed back, "Shut the fuck up." As he raced along the base's wall, his fingers creating an odd seal that allowed him to release wave after wave of shadow clones that fled into the trees. "You bastard, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't fucked up and started talking," he exclaimed, stopping abruptly and turning to face the trees where the majority of his clones had run to. "Naruto," the Uchiha exclaimed as he appeared next to Kenshin. "What happened?" he asked, pausing to unleash a stream of flames at the ninja who was still hurling Senbon. "Nuke.nin," Naruto yelled back, "the other Junin and Chunin. They fucking switched sides and they have poison." Bending over his partner, Haruno whispered to Kenshin, "They joined Momochi.san, her hands glowing green with chakra." With his ribs pressed in that way, Renji had to be dead. Kenshin didn't know what she could do for him. "Sakura, leave him, he's dead." With a growl that said, "Dead, my ass," she turned back to face Renji, the green growing more intense around her hands. The Uchiha grunted next to him, forcing him to turn away as he noticed multiple Senbon all over his left shoulder. He clenched his fingers into an intricate seal and let go of his chakra to manipulate the earthen wall. Kenshin leapt to the top of the densely packed dirt wall and began scattering shuriken across the Senbon, covered ground as it moved. The flickering nin splattered some blood, then he was gone from sight. It looks like he got the bastard. The Uchiha whispered, Kenshin-san, Momochi has an apprentice. Jumping back down to the Uchiha, Kenshin said, shit. So it's not only Momochi, a Junin, and a Chunin, but there's one more. Yes, information, he inquired, surveying the battlefield. Ryuga, a second Konoha Chunin, and a Konoha Junin by the name of Natsumi had joined Uzumaki, who stood on the wall. They had successfully repelled the betraying Chunin and Junin from the Mist Squad. A little further down the wall were Terumi and Hazuka. The area around them was covered in lava and water, and some of the brush nearby was smoldering and in danger of becoming a full-fledged bush fire. Uzumaki turned to face the boy and motioned for him to put out the fire. Kenshin blinked back his shock. Chunin level, specializing in Senbon and ice, the Uchiha reported. Our combined teams found Momochi and his apprentice within 2 hours, and Uzumaki started a line of communication with them. One of the many steps in capturing Nuke.Nin that most shinobi overlooked because it was a never-ending process was establishing communication. It was practically a miracle that Uzumaki was able to make that step work. Kenshin was startled by a gasp coming from behind him and he squatted down, his fingers clenched with kunai. This time, Renji was sitting up, gasping for breath, blood all over his chest, and a pink-haired girl was kneeling next to him. He was unable to control his shock. Sakura brushed her moss green hair aside and stared intently at the laceration that was bleeding slowly. Lay back down, Renji-san, she said, gently guiding the man back to the ground. I am not finished healing you yet. Renji, stumbling toward his closest friend, Kenshin bent over him and fell to his knees. With pain in his eyes, Renji glanced up at him and tentatively raised a hand. Grabbing it, Kenshin attempted to smile. I thought you were dead. Never. Leave a teammate behind, Renji exclaimed with a gasp. With a sniff in his pompous Uchiha manner, the Uchiha glanced over his shoulder at Renji's bloodied chest and said, Sakura does good work. Kenshin was forced to laugh. He took a deep breath and checked to see if Renji was still awake. What happened after Uzumaki opened the line of communication? He asked. Kenshin thought irrationally. This wasn't the first time that the Uchiha had despaired of the Uchiha ever using suffixes. Momochi and Naruto spoke for about an hour and a half, and then Hazuka said something completely stupid and out of turn and Momochi backed off. Hiroshi Aomori and Kazuki Miyagi took that moment to flee the group and join with Momochi. Kenshin inquired cautiously, what did Hazuka say? Though he wasn't sure he really wanted to know what the boy had said, he had to know in order to provide a reliable report. He indicated that when we captured Momochi, there would be no trial and he would be promptly executed upon his return to Kurikagure. With blinks, Kenshin slowly turned to face Terumi and Hazuka as they got closer, plugging imaginary holes in their defense, saying, you complete and utter dipshit. Hazuka yelled, hey, and Terumi gave him a backhand slap while grinning happily. Kenshin noticed a glint of red on the hand that Terumi withdrew. He's right, shut up. Sakura noticed it too and got to her feet, blinking slowly despite her exhaustion. It must have taken a lot of chakra for her to heal Renji. She told him to come over here, and the older boy obeyed without hesitation. Perhaps he'd learned his lesson to stay away from medics. When Sakura gestured for him to sit, he scoffed at her. Perhaps he had not caught on. Sit the hell down, the Uchiha said, poking Hazuka in the back of the knees as his fingers went white. Hazuka yelled as he fell and gave the Uchiha a fierce look. That fucking hurt. The Uchiha turned away and sent to stand next to Uzumaki, saying, I imagine that it did. Now shut up and let Sakura heal you. As he walked away, Kenshin trailed behind him and asked Terumi, why would Aomori and Miyagi defect? Couldn't say. She shrugged. She did not, however, claim to be ignorant. The shinobi of Kurigakure were disappearing left, right, and center, leaving Kenshin to wonder just how bad things had gotten in the village. Do you think that Momochi will return? We're going back out once Haruno-san finishes healing Mangetsu-kun, Terumi stated. She was one persistent bitch, in Kenshin's opinion. Sakura intervened, saying, no, you're not. With a hard sparkle in her eyes, Terumi asked the 8-year-old medic, excuse me. While maintaining her smile, the fact that she had remained smiling the entire time she had been fighting seemed more than a little unsettling to Kenshin. Mangetsu-san had a hemorrhage in his brain. The only reason that he made it back here was because it was slowly being bled out from the laceration that he received in the battle. Sakura paused and panted for a moment before straightening up. I've cleaned out the old blood and stopped the bleeding, as well as patched up the outside of his skull, but his body needs to heal for at least a day. I'm surprised that he managed to get through the battle without falling over. We are hunting the demon of the mist. I don't intend on failing this mission, Terumi said, tilting her chin as her bangs fell in a particular way around her face to conceal one of her green eyes. You will fail, Sakura rebutted candidly, if you force Mangetsu-san to continue fighting today. You are not strong enough to take on Momochi-san, his apprentice, Aomori-san, and Miyagi-san by yourself. That's 2 Junin and 2 Chunin. Momochi-san himself is hovering around the level of Kakashi Hatake, and I'm talking about Sharingan no Kakashi, not some random Junin. She glanced at Kenshin. No offense intended, Kenshin-san. Ignoring the inadvertent slight, Kenshin said, none taken, Sakura-chan. With a weighty aura hanging over them, Terumi simply turned to Sakura and said, I am not failing this mission. Yes, you are. Even if Mangetsu-san recovers back to full health and you go after Momochi-san with the boy, you will still fail. Even as the intention to kill began to wane, Terumi grinned more broadly and said, Haruno-san, I am not a wilting flower or a helpless kunoichi, I am a powerful shinobi and I can take Momochi on. Momochi-san would tire you out. His apprentice has a bloodline limit, which would whittle away even more of your strength, possibly allowing him to kill you if you couldn't escape his eyes. Sakura shrugged. I don't care how strong you are or how strong you think you are, she repeated. If you survived the boy, the others, the demon brothers, she emphasized in a way that Kenshin didn't really understand, would then be able to finish you off. With a heavy breath, Terumi nodded and said, Haruno-san, you have a very good sense of strategy. Something that Momochi does not have. Sakura didn't grin, but Kenshin could tell that she was trying to. I'm sure that he's learned a thing or two in the last couple of years while being a nuke.nin. Learning is the only way to survive, after all. Not in jest, Terumi asked, alright, if what you say is true, what do you think that I should do, Haruno-san? A team with a child on it, no matter his interest in the swords of the 7 swordsmen, is not a team that I, or Naruto, would bet on. She turned to face Hazuka, who was lying on the ground, breathing deeply enough to indicate unconsciousness. Retreat, regroup, perhaps come back with a larger, and more loyal, hunting team. That was saying something, given Uzumaki's penchant for gambling. When Sakura mentioned that Hazuka had a thing for the 7 swordsmen's swords, Kenshin didn't even want to know how she found out about some of the boy's personal objectives. Trotting up to Kenshin, Uzumaki tugged lightly at his forest green vest and pointed towards the forest, saying, clones are being destroyed by the demon brothers to the west of here. Also, he swung his arm clockwise towards the north, saying, to the north is the apprentice. I think his name is Haku, but they didn't get close enough to make a confirmation of the apprentice's name. We'll call him that, Kenshin muttered, easier than saying, the apprentice, all the time. We will only have to discuss him until his passing, Terumi grimly smiled. After that, we won't have to discuss him further. With the same grim smile, Kenshin returned the smile. He had no intention of letting Momochi or Haku escape unharmed, and she was telling the truth. The Uchiha flickered in beside him and there was a nearly silent puff of air. The Uchiha's eyes darkened as he asked the brunette boy, where were you? Checking out the west point, Naruto said that Haku was there. He didn't ask the Uchiha how he discovered the apprentice's name, just, what did you find? Evidently, one of Uzumaki's clones informed him of their discoveries. He questioned whether any of the Tensai were prepared to kill someone who was close to their own age and knew their name. With all the suddenness of the attack, he was unable to recall or consider whether Tensai had killed anyone they could possibly identify with. All he could do was hope they had nothing in common with the boy and Momochi who were out in the forest. Haku posed a threat due to his bloodline limit and Senbon. He did not want Tensai to falter and sustain harm. Sharingan no Kakashi would kill him in addition to making him feel guilty. They were all startled, though none of them expressed it, by an explosion that came from the north. Kenshin trailed Uzumaki westward, while Terumi and the Uchiha went straight to the blast source. Sakura remained behind, erecting a barrier between herself and her two patients. Haku, who was most likely younger than Hazuka, was standing at the edge of the tree line, wearing a set of armor made from vanquished foes and a small white and red mask over his face. Only after Uzumaki raised his hand and motioned for him to step down, but not to stop, did Kenshin get ready. Casting a perplexing glance in the direction of Tensai's elder brother, Kenshin pondered what other miracle the boy could perform and followed his instructions. A moment later, it hit him like a ton of bricks that he'd obeyed a subordinate's order, but he dared not interrupt since Uzumaki had already begun speaking. Haku-kun, Uzumaki said softly as he moved through the undergrowth to take a position halfway between Kenshin and the other boy. You understand that Momochi-san won't succeed even with your new partners. If you turn yourself in and go back to Kurigakure with the team that was sent to find you, you will be granted leniency because you are not the target of their hunt. Though Haku remained silent, Kenshin could see the tremble in his body. Haku was terrified, and he lacked the skills to disguise his feelings from the two Konoha he was up against. As Uzumaki approached Haku, Kenshin swore at the young man from inside his head. You were never near an unstable nuclear ninja. It was not finished. I am a tool for Zabuza. Sama, Haku finally intoned, if what he requires from me is death, then my death he will have. Haku, people are not tools. Not even people with bloodline limits. I have a teammate, actually, who has a bloodline limit. He's treated almost like royalty in Konoha. Seemingly, Uzumaki was knowledgeable about the politics between villages to understand that Mist Nin were unkind to bloodline clans. Kenshin questioned Uzumaki's ability to communicate effectively with Haku in that direction. Kenshin had witnessed this kind of brainwashing before, having witnessed multiple ninja bent on the notion that ninja were merely tools to be used. This could not have a happy ending. The masked ninja took a step back, his body language defensive, and Kenshin was about to reach out and pull Uzumaki back when Haku shook his head. Kenshin was astounded to see that the boy was genuinely thinking about what Uzumaki had said. At last, he answered, then he is lucky. The boy never said anything more after that. A hand covered in blood and chirping louder than 1,000 birds protruded from Haku's chest, shocking Uzumaki. Sasuke. He exhaled, his face turning red. Glancing around, Kenshin noticed Terumi was holding a hunting scroll. The kind that held the missing nin's heads. It had ended so abruptly that it had shocked him. I won't let him hurt you, the Uchiha muttered as he withdrew his fist from Haku's chest and allowed the body to slip away. He was about to say something, but Uzumaki pulled back his hand and gave him a slap across the face. At least I saved him from knowing that the state of Momochi's life did not hinge on his ability to be a useful tool. He only ever wanted to be a tool, and the Uchiha received a light smack that hardly made a dent, but the expression on his face was one of agony. Naruto. You killed Haku. You didn't even give me a chance to try and turn him. Kenshin observed the unfolding drama. He was feeling a little awkward and uneasy. Terumi jerked her head in the direction of the base after touching his elbow. Kenshin exhaled a quiet breath of relief as he removed her. He was relieved he wouldn't have to listen in on whatever the Uchiha and Uzumaki were going to be discussing. Kenshin-san, Mei-san, Sakura scowled and asked, what happened? You may have been right that the demon of the mist and his cohorts could have killed me while I was alone or with Mangetsu, but I only had to take on Momochi, and I had help. Terumi shrugged her shoulders and gave Sakura a kind smile. Momochi was no match at all for me and a Sharingan wielder. Terumi's smile turned nasty. You and Sasuke. Momochi-san is dead. I thought you were taking him back to Kurigakure alive. Sakura said, putting a trembling hand over his mouth. Though he was too relieved that the immediate threat had been eliminated to truly feel sympathy for the 8-year-old girl, Kenshin had feelings for her. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. With a trembling voice, she asked, and Haku-san. Kenshin nodded toward the direction Terumi and he had just come from. Sasuke-san killed him. Sakura shot him a single, heartbroken glance before launching herself toward her teammates, tears welling up in her eyes. Kenshin was not interested in hearing, not interested in knowing, and not interested in caring. Regretfully, it didn't appear to matter what he desired. Uzumaki's voice rose first, then Uchiha's, saying, I'm a tool as well. With a sound that combined anger and fear, Uzumaki exclaimed, no, you aren't. You're my friend. Kenshin forced himself to stop speculating as to why the container would take offense. On the other hand, the Uchiha was acknowledging that he thought of himself as a tool to be employed and then set aside. "I'm your tool, Naruto. I always will be." "Okay," Uzumaki angrily exclaimed, "why did you kill Haku if you understood him so well?" "Because I'd rather die than know that I failed you." Sakura yelled at them, "Shut up. Shut up, both of you," while Kenshin gave Terumi a sidelong glance. The kids' voices subsided once more, and Kenshin was able to make out some whispers but not words until he used chakra to sharpen his hearing, which was not going to happen. He had no interest in listening to a team that was as close as Tensai argue. The information he had gathered about the discussion was concerning enough. Kids shouldn't think of themselves as disposable. Terumi simply grinned at him, the same smile that had always been on her face. As he observed his team during a team exercise that he had arbitrarily assigned, Kakashi realized there was a serious problem. Okay, not as random as his team believed the exercise to be. Kakashi was aware of the events that transpired in the country's periphery. He had read Kenshin Sato's report and had had a private conversation with the man following his release from the mission headquarters. Though whatever was going on among his teammates had affected Sakura as well, there wasn't really anything he could do to help, and none of them wanted to talk to him about it. To his surprise, though, the team exercise proceeded flawlessly, and he couldn't help but wonder how Tensai, who weren't speaking to one another, were able to finish their tasks with little fuss and no evident issues. It had been more than a month since they had returned from their border patrol and they still hadn't spoken, so he figured he was going to have to actually get involved instead of just hoping that they would get over whatever was bothering them. Yes, they exchanged words, but they were not intimate or supportive. Iruka tapped Kakashi-sensei on the shoulder and said, "May I have a word with you?" The copy, Nin, who was curious about Iruka's knowledge of the situation, nodded and said, "Let me dismiss the team and we'll go for ramen." "No thanks," Iruka shook his head and laughed. "Naruto's been eating ramen every single day and I'm almost ready to ban it from the house." With a smile, Kakashi said, "Okay," his eye curved upward. He knew that even though Naruto enjoyed eating ramen, he typically only had the noodles for 4 or 6 meals a week, so his smile wasn't very pleasant. Since ramen was Naruto's go-to comfort food, there was clearly a problem if he was eating it for supper and lunch every day. Kakashi said, "You pick then," almost inadvertently. He went to each member of his team separately and dismissed them, leaving the Chunin to decide for themselves. He also gave Sakura some words of encouragement, Naruto some praise, and Sasuke some strength. He waited for the Chunin to notice him patiently after meeting up with Iruka at the edge of the training field. Even though Iruka was just a Chunin, he was more situationally aware than most because he was a teacher and had been one for a few years. Iruka began to move toward one of Konoha's smaller food districts, saying, "So I was thinking either takoyaki or bontan-aim," and Kakashi followed suit. With reflection, Kakashi remarked, "Really, I'd rather takoyaki." Iruka's alternative was a semi-sweet treat, and he was not in the mood for it. As they made their way to a tiny, obscure street vendor selling his octopus dumplings to onlookers, Iruka questioned, "Ronguzura?" Kakashi was happy. Since he was a young child, Ronguzura had been selling takoyaki, and he liked the intricate takoyaki the man offered. He said nothing and let Iruka take care of the ordering and payment. Then, they hopped to the rooftops with their treats and headed to a tree plot near a rather quiet park. Excellent. Iruka took a seat on the ground near the foot of a tree, while Kakashi assumed his position above him, stretched out among the branches. He asked absently, happily gobbling up his takoyaki, "So, what did you want to talk to me about, Iruka-san?" Iruka whispered, "Naruto has been withdrawn and moody lately." Naruto, moody. Kakashi was a little surprised because he knew the boy didn't like his two best friends, but he had assumed Naruto would try to keep that a secret from his guardian. Naruto was not the kind of youngster who would allow other people to worry about him. "He's only eating ramen, as I told you before, and he won't really talk to me. I ask him how his day went and he just shrugs at me, tells me it was fine and heads off to his room." Iruka paused before he continued, "Neither Sasuke or Sakura have come over since they got back from their border mission." Smelling, Kakashi rolled to his side and peered down at the anxious parent, saying, "I talked to Sato-san when they came in. He mentioned that there was a fight between them near the end of their mission. Iruka looked up, her eyes wide. Did he happen to mention what precipitated the fight? Kakashi gave a headshake. Kenshin was Junin, and Kakashi was. They knew the importance of quiet during a mission. Though he wasn't as serious about it as the elite ninja, Kakashi was certain that Iruka recognized the same value. But then, he wasn't used to being privy to secret knowledge that needed to be handled with caution. Iruka worked as a missions desk employee and a teacher. Although the Chunin handled regular missions rather than RS ranks, he did occasionally stumble upon some important information. No, Sato.san didn't say. Iruka leaned back against the tree and hummed. His brown eyes were filled with emotion, and Kakashi sensed that although he wanted to ask more questions, the Junin would probably have very few answers to offer. 5 minutes later, with a cup of instant ramen in hand, Naruto discovered them. "Iruka, when are you coming home?" he asked, hunching his shoulders and not taking his eyes off his food. Kakashi looked on, slightly taken aback. Although he was aware that there was a problem within his team, it was shocking to witness Naruto looking so hopeless. "I'm on my way, Naruto.kun," Iruka exclaimed as he stood up and pried the grass from his trousers. As they left, Kakashi observed how Naruto snuggled into Iruka after his guardian put a firm arm around the youngster. When it came to interacting with him, Naruto was very tactile, and Kakashi knew exactly what to look for. Naruto felt terrified, not of Iruka, but rather of Iruka moving away from him. He needed assurance that his protector would not desert him. It didn't seem like Iruka was succeeding in convincing his charge that he wasn't pulling away from him, but he was trying his hardest. Kakashi sat down on the tree and watched the children and their parents come and go from the park, letting his legs swing aimlessly. Itachi heard a soft voice say, "Kakashi.san," and rolled up his gray eye to see the Uchiha watching over him. Although Itachi was Chunin like Iruka, Kakashi saw the young man as one of his students, referring to him as Itachi.kun. That he was in charge of an entire passil of brilliant kids with significant issues startled and unsurprised him at the same time. It was also not surprising that their families appeared to be traveling with them. Aside from Itachi, who had more than lived up to the legend of the Sharingan, the Uchiha still detested him for taking their Sharingan, but Kakashi believed that they were ignoring him more because it was the current thing to do than because they were truly angry. After a protracted period of silence, Itachi cautiously took a seat next to Kakashi. Despite not objecting, Kakashi arched an eyebrow at the 11-year-old boy. Although he enjoyed his privacy, he remained concerned about his team, and Itachi had a 3-mile-wide protective streak toward his brother. Itachi said in a clear, quiet voice, "Sasuke.kun is disturbed." Kakashi gave a nod. Itachi continued, "He refuses to talk to me. He does not bring his team over. Has not brought his team over since the border mission." Again nodding, Kakashi said, "I know." Itachi asked, a hint of nervousness showing in his dark eyes, "Do you know what happened between them?" Kakashi gave him a noncommittal shrug. "There was an argument," he voiced, "and Sasuke isn't the only one who is having problems." Itachi closed his eyes and nervously licked his lips. Kakashi blinked at that and said, "He is having nightmares." That was a fact he was unaware of. Itachi turned away and made the self-conscious gesture of reaching up to tuck a short lock of hair behind his ear. "I don't know what he's dreaming about, but I'm worried," he said. "I can hear him cry out in the middle of the night, but he won't confide in me." Before biting the bullet, Kakashi took a deep breath to give himself time to reflect. "I'll talk to him," he said, not wanting to get embroiled in the drama among his teammates, but at this point it didn't seem like he had much of an option. It was more serious than he'd thought, if Sasuke was experiencing nightmares and Naruto was living off comfort food all the time. With a relieved expression, Itachi said, "Thank you," and he placed his hand on his lap to smooth out a crease in his pants. "Okay," Kakashi replied, waving the boy away before beginning to brood briefly after Itachi left. He could talk to Sakura, but he couldn't approach Sasuke or Naruto first because they would freeze like scared virgins. She was only stuck between them, not wanting to support one over the other, and he didn't think she was as involved as the other two. Kakashi kept that in mind as he slipped off the tree branch, fell to the ground, and then flickered toward the house of his lone female teammate. He knocked on Shiori Haruno's door, and she gave him a big smile when he drew a quick bow and said, "Hello, Haruno-san. Hataki-san, she exclaimed, extending the door and waving him inside. Please, be welcome. Ma. Haruno-san, is Sakura here? Shiori asked, nodding as she cast a quick glance upstairs. She paused and tilted her head to the side. Let me get her for you, Hataki-san. Are you going on a mission? No, nothing like that. There's just some things I need to talk to Sakura-chan about. With a nod, she quickly ascended the stairs. Sakura doesn't take long to show up at the top of the stairs, wearing a beige t-shirt and soft green overalls. Her eyes betrayed curiosity, and Kakashi smiled at her with his eyes turned upside down. She gave him a smile and hopped down the stairs. She called back, waiting for Shiori to respond, then said, Ka-san. I'll be home later, okay. Before putting on her blue ninja sandals and trailing Kakashi out the front door. They stopped on the porch, and Kakashi smiled a little more broadly before reaching over to give her a hand. Sakura laughed, grinning, but still took his hand. He pulled her up onto his shoulders, tucked her feet under his arms, and went roof-top as she softly gripped his hair. Sakura burst out laughing as they hurried from one roof to another. Though he had assumed she would decline his invitation, he was relieved that despite her chunin status, she was still considering having fun. He stopped in the same park where he'd spoken to Itachi and Aruka, and she climbed down his body like a monkey, laughing so hard she was huffing and giggling. Not to make sure she didn't fall, but to make sure he didn't lose her, he swung her up into the trees and followed. Sakura said, perched on one of the highest branches, and hung her arms down to greet him. He kept an eye on her, anticipating her question about what he desired. She arched an eyebrow at him, and he shrugged, finally decided that enough was enough and had to know what's going on. That was sufficient truth, and he had nothing to conceal from her. She turned onto her back and gazed up at the sky, saying, I see. Kakashi patiently awaited her to gather her thoughts. Being enmeshed in a fight is difficult enough for an adult, so imagine how much more difficult it must be for an 8-year-old when her two closest friends are involved. She finally says something. There was an incident. Someone died that was an enemy, but wasn't a danger to us. Died? Kakashi asked, letting out a sigh and nodding. Sasuke killed him. I see, Kakashi said, understanding that Sasuke had already killed someone. Therefore, the issue wasn't with killing this enemy. There was more to it than that. Sakura whispered again, he didn't have to die. Naruto was talking to him, making him stand down, and Kakashi wasn't shocked by that. Naruto was a young, incredibly talented diplomat in training. He could break up a fight while blood was still flying. Kakashi knew for sure that it had happened before. And Sasuke-kun killed him. He was standing down. Sakura murmured, he was standing down and Sasuke didn't even hesitate before killing him. He'd already killed the boy's master. She took a shaky breath, I think that he forgot that it wasn't personal. Kakashi grew acerbic at that. What did not feel personal? He was tempted to ask, but he was aware that Sakura would become defensive. He knew that the only reason he was getting this much out of her was because she wasn't really paying attention to what she was saying at the time. Of course, Naruto forgot that it wasn't personal either and now they're fighting. In silence, Kakashi pondered in his head. Typically, 8-year-olds would fight by hurling mud and screaming aloud. It wasn't normal to have two quiet boys who avoided talking more than was necessary. However, his squad wasn't typical, was it? With another sigh, Sakura said, it doesn't help that the event is only 4 months away. Sasuke is so scared, before turning to look at him with horrified eyes and loudly clapping her hands over her mouth. She whispered through her fingers, I didn't just say that, and Kakashi stared back. It sounded sinister, whatever it was that she hadn't meant to say. Extremely concerning. With his body relaxed and approachable, Kakashi said, Sakura-chan, what's going to happen in 4 months? Nothing, she yelled softly before sealing her lips and holding her tongue. Kakashi softly questioned, wouldn't Naruto want to be with Sasuke to help him if he's scared of whatever is happening in 4 months? He couldn't force her to answer his questions because if he did, she would shut down and he wouldn't be able to find out what she knew about this mysterious impending event. He did not want her to go into a self-destructive state in order to avoid being questioned. Sakura bit her lip and lowered her gaze. She blinked rapidly, and Kakashi briefly believed that he could see tears in her eyes. Well, yes, she said. But, sensei, it's not what's happening, it's what's not happening. Sakura looked at the young girl with one gray eye, and Kakashi could tell without a doubt that she didn't want to discuss this at all. Not at all. Whatever it was meant to remain confidential and private. Sakura, is whatever that's not supposed to happen, is it going to hurt Sasuke? Kakashi said, lowering his voice as he reached up and caressed her arms in an attempt to reassure her. With wide eyes, she gave him a brief look before slowly shaking her head and saying, "No, sensei. It's a good thing if it doesn't happen." It was telling that she was referring to him as sensei rather than Kaka, sensei. He was aware that she was concerned about his plans regarding this information, which she wished to keep private, but he was determined not to disappoint his children. Sasuke was somewhat content to remain in the dark about whatever it was that they didn't want to come to pass if the event meant that nothing bad would happen to him. She shivered beneath his hands as he gently pulled her down and gave her a tight hug. "Sakura, can you tell me exactly when this is supposed to not happen?" she asked. She whispered, "September 2nd, into his vest." "Sakura, would it be alright if I kept watch over Sasuke on the 2nd? Kakashi softly rocked her, reassuring the half-scared girl. "It's okay, I won't do anything. I want to make sure that Sasuke is alright. Would it be alright if I did that?" She tensed in his arms. She nodded into his chest after a long, drawn-out moment. "Only if Naruto and I can watch with you. We can't tell Sasuke though, he'll never let us keep watch for that day." Silently nodding, Kakashi mentally scheduled that day off so he could spend the whole 24 hours observing the boy. Although he didn't know it, he knew that the team would benefit from knowing about it, and he wanted to keep Sasuke safe as well as his children safe. Although he wasn't prepared for the discussion to stray into possible future catastrophes, at least he now had some background on the tension within his team. Now, he would only need to persuade Naruto that, despite his distaste, he must forgive Sasuke for killing the boy. When it came to Sasuke, manipulating Naruto was always simple. That could have been harmful if Naruto hadn't been able to recognize the tricks and turn them to his and Sasuke's advantage rather than being an outsider trying to profit from them. Though the tension within the team would probably not entirely disappear, Kakashi was certain that it would lessen and their team could begin mending the rift that had appeared if Naruto took the initiative and forgave Sasuke. With a sigh, Naruto crushed the drawing paper and threw it away without even looking at it. When it struck Sasuke between the eyes, she blinked. She growled, "Watch it," as she fixed her Hokage across the Kappa copyright table. Naruto began a fresh scribble on a different piece of paper without even noticing. Sakura twitched his eyes and swept his lengthy magenta bangs from his visage. After returning, they had long since gotten used to meeting in this manner and using Naruto's sexy technique to hide their identities. Luckily, the method remained completely unbreakable. Silently, "So, we have a plan?" he inquired. Sasuke informed him right away, "You can heal him if he gets hurt. You'll watch over Aniki." He sighed, "At least tell me that you and Chan aren't fighting anymore." Sakura said, raising a thin, aristocratic eyebrow. "Obvious, Chan. No, we've managed to figure that out," the petite brunette said, shaking her head and delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. He emphasized the last word, and Sasuke rolled her dark eyes. "Good," Sakura mockingly scowled, "that was something I thought that you two dealt with years ago. Then you had to go all emotional after killing him, and it's taken, what? 3 months for you to figure it out? Again? Whatever. It's done and over with. That's what you said the last time," Sakura exclaimed with a sudden smile. "I know." He nudged Naruto with his hand and said, "Hey, Chan, wanna prove that you and Chan are good?" "Good, wha?" Naruto asked, perplexed, looking up from her most recent seal. She wasn't sure what was going on. It had never been difficult for her to lose herself in the craft of sealing, and this time was no exception. In actuality, it was much simpler when this seal held such significance. Sasuke insisted, "Tell Ra.Kun that we're not fighting anymore." After blinking once more, Naruto shrugged. "We're good, we're fine, we're awesome." Smirking, Sakura said, "Show it." Naruto asked in a cautious, "How?" Sakura was almost as skilled at practical jokes as she was. The girls gaped at him, more than a little surprised, and his smirk deepened as he said, "Kiss." Shaken, Sasuke cried out, "Ra-kun. We're not going to kiss." "Why not?" Sakura asked, leaning forward and resting his elbows on the table. "You've been friends for years. And girls kiss all the time." He smiled, and the two women at the table exchanged grim looks. "Not how you want us to kiss," Sasuke muttered, blushing slightly and turning her face away. Even at 30 years old, the idea of making public shows of affection still unsettled him, of any kind. Sakura shot back, bending back again and crossing his arms over his flat but sexily masculine chest. "That's what you think," Sakura said. "Where do you think that girls learn to French?" "You mean?" Sasuke asked, her eyes widening as she gave Naruto a quick glance before turning back to face the stocky man. With sparkling eyes, Naruto giggled and said, "Did you engorgeous?" before trailing off and bringing up the old Ino and Sai's previous moniker for her. "Ladies don't share kisses," Sakura responded with a sly smile. Sasuke examined Sakura from head to toe, noting his strong jaw, lack of breasts and shoulder length magenta hair. "You aren't exactly a girl, now are you, Ra-kun?" With a blink, Sakura responded classily, "Gentlemen don't, either." Sakura then took a seat again on the bench and motioned to his two teammates, "Now kiss and make up." Naruto gave Sasuke a look. Sasuke gave Naruto a look. "What the hell?" Naruto uttered with a shrug as she extended her hand, slipping her fingers through Sasuke's hair and drawing the latter girl near. Shutting her eyes tightly, Sasuke bided her time. She would stop at nothing to support her teammates, and if Sakura desired for them to share a kiss and Naruto was amenable to it, he would accept it. Sasuke was surprised by how long the kiss lasted, even though it was simple and consisted only of pressing lips together. Sasuke opened her eyes and allowed herself to recline comfortably in her chair after being set free. She tasted Naruto's cherry lip gloss as she absent-mindedly licked her lips. She went all out when Naruto went all out. The trio turned to face the Kappa Copyright's door, and Naruto flinched. He didn't think anyone would be that excited about seeing that. Kurenai Yuhi bounced over to them, her hands twisted up under her chin and her eyes wide with delight. "Hello," she exclaimed, looking over the three people who appeared to be in their mid-20s. "I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Kurenai." Sasuke scowled and said, and, not pleased that their team time was being cut short. Sakura was sitting on a bench when Kurenai sat down next to her. "Well," she said with a crazy smile, "see, a few years ago I saw you two girls at a bar when I was with friends and, she looked to Naruto for her name. They'd considered what names they'd use if asked, so Naruto generously gave the woman a name. Hitomi. This is Akemi," he gestured to Sasuke and then to Sakura, "and this is Akira." Sakura had reminded them that in order for their fake sexy names to be credible, they had to include their nicknames in each one after they had gone through a number of options. Kurenai pointed to Sasuke and then turned to face Naruto. "And you said that you lived together in Akemi. Chan kissed your cheek," Kurenai said, gesturing to Sasuke. "And Hitomi. Chan said something about taking you home, see." Naruto remembered that moment in the past. She remembered Kurenai from when she and Sasuke had gone out to drink and Sasuke had gotten sick at the bar. "Yeah, sure, I remember. Well, my friends and I have had a few discussions regarding whether you two were roommates or were together." Kurenai blushed. "I apologize for bringing up your personal lives when we don't even know you, but ninjas are notorious for spreading rumors." Naruto rolled her eyes and smiled brightly at Kurenai's excuse. "Okay." Naruto sighed, "and seeing us kiss right now, that tells you that we're together, I suppose." Kurenai nodded. "Yeah, I mean, I was for you two being together, but Genma just thought you were being drunk and friendly with each other." She blushed again. "Seems I was right though." "What about me, Kurenai-san?" Sakura smirked conceitedly, and as soon as he said it, Naruto and Sasuke realized their medic was planning something. Sakura hadn't been present when Kurenai was discussing that particular instance, so they were interested in learning Kurenai's response to that query. Kurenai gave the man some thought as she slowly inclined her head to the side, then grinned slyly and said, "Fag hag." The three members of the team lost control of their humor and started laughing. Sasuke wondered briefly what Sakura was doing as the medic leaned over Kurenai, grabbed her face, and gave her a full French kiss before pulling away a little and giving her a gentle smile before sitting back down. Sakura wiped a few tears of mirth from his eyes and chuckled as he shook his head, not quite. With a suggestive hand on Sakura's large wrist and a breathy, husky voice, Naruto laughed as Kurenai stared at her. "What about me?" she said. Sakura smiled, bent over Naruto, and gave her a kiss as well. In the same comprehensive manner. Sasuke scoffed silently at Kurenai's wide-eyed expression of giddy delight and disbelief as he watched his teammates kiss. Really, Naruto had far too much fun teasing people. They weren't all that close, but they had worked together for so long that a little spontaneous kissing wouldn't break their bonds or hurt their feelings. When Sakura and Naruto's kiss ended, Kurenai cleared her throat and said, "So, you're, all together." Her voice sounded a little squeaky as she finished her sentence and Naruto laughed. "Yes, it feels like we've been dating forever," she said, running a hand through her blonde hair and shaking her head as her hair fell around her face. "And since we're sort of on a date, Kurenai-san," Naruto pointedly observed the intruder as she left, making Kurenai blush even more. She was about to turn around and leave when she paused and a hopeful expression appeared on her face. "Can I tell Genma about you two being together? We, sorta, maybe have a bet." She quickly stood up and drew a bow to them, saying, "I'm sorry, I'll leave." Before Sasuke could reject her, Naruto interrupted, saying, "Actually, we'd rather not be bet on, Kurenai-san. We can accept gossiping, but we'd rather not have our lives bet on. Please, Kurenai-san, I don't mind if you speak about our relationship, but betting on us is." Sakura nodded gravely, his voice lowered with disapproval. "You're right, I'm sorry Hitomi-san, Akira-san, Akemi-san. We shouldn't have done that." Kurenai swallowed and bit her lip. "I'll make sure that Genma knows the bet is cancelled." "I wasn't thinking, I'm sorry." Naruto perks back up, waving a lethargic hand at the red-eyed woman. "No worries, I'm sure that some people don't mind. We're just not in that group." Naturally, Kurenai bowed once more. She muttered, "Again, my apologies," before turning to leave and barely giving the three of them a sidelong glance. Once Sasuke was certain she was gone, he turned to Sakura. "The hell was that?" she muttered. "You are needlessly complicating our cover's lives. Serious, Ra-kun. It's fine." Sakura waved a hand at him. "That gives any of us, in any pairing, an excuse to be seen with each other. And want to have private, alone, time." Reluctantly, Sasuke nodded after giving it some thought. "Yes, but, a threesome?" she asked, casting him a disbelieving glance. "Isn't that going a little far?" "Not really," Naruto spoke up softly. "If we were seen together, we'd just be two girls. But if, Ra-kun and you go to a dark corner of a bar and then the next night goes with me, there would be a lot more gossip and more than likely someone would butt their nose in and tattle on Ra-kun dating two women and expect a blow up. This way we may seem a bit unconventional, but no one is cheating on anyone. Cheating gets far more gossip than a threesome minding their own business." Sasuke sighed and gave into her Hokage's reasoning. It was logic, albeit an odd and peculiar kind of logic. And Sasuke could believe Naruto's arguments were valid because Sakura was in agreement with her. Sakura was one of those girls who liked to gossip naturally and without malicious intent. He assumed that had Sakura and Ino been aware of a threesome, they would have discussed it briefly before moving on. Had they heard rumors of a cheating man with two girls, Ino would have definitely gone out of her way to track down and tell the two girls what was going on. The team most definitely didn't need someone attempting to locate them and learn their true identities. "All right," Sasuke said, returning their focus to the main topic of conversation. Sakura's expression became serious, and Naruto's gaze dropped back to the partially completed seal in front of her. As Naruto resumed drawing, Sasuke said, "Chan, how is the seal going?" Naruto remained focused, saying, "Good. Great. Awesome." She paused, shook her head, threw the test drawn seal into the trash can over her shoulder, and conceded, "Could be better." "And what about the plan of action?" Sakura asked, her chin resting on his hand as he raised an eyebrow. Naruto said, "Good," not taking her eyes off her new seal. "Got a plan. It's good." With a frown, Sasuke muttered, "Please expand." While Naruto worked, thick lines read, "We kill him." Sasuke attempted to mentor Naruto by saying, "Yes, that is an excellent plan. How are we going to do that?" in an attempt to get her to elaborate on her current plan. Although Sasuke was a skilled strategist, Naruto excelled in tactics, and since the plan was intended to be a one-time event, it was within Naruto's jurisdiction and training rather than Sasuke's. Well, Naruto sulked, crumpling the seal drawing like the dozen others she had drawn. Haven't got any further than that yet. Alright, so we have a plan without any specifics and a seal, or several, that haven't been made yet. Inari. Sama, too. Chan, we've only been talking about this for a year, Sasuke said, folding her arms on the table and resting her head on her limbs. Naruto mumbled back, her tongue hanging out the side as she carefully examined the new blank paper before using her pen. Yeah, well, we had a few issues this year, she said. Sakura gave a shrug. Can we put containment seals around Konoha, so he won't escape if we miss our first chance? Dryly, Naruto snorted. Yeah, because we totally want him running around Konoha injured, furious, and trapped. Sakura bowed his head and said, "Oh, that's right. I didn't think of that." He began to speak again, paused, and shook his head. "I guess it would be worse if we trapped him in the Uchiha compound. It's a smaller area, but it has the targets he wants anyway," he said. The thought of Madara being angry and stuck in the Uchiha compound made Sasuke pale. He would resort to simply murdering everyone he encountered. "Oh my gods, no," she sighed softly. She felt a hand land on her shoulder and looked up to see Sakura's empathetic and perceptive dark green eyes. "I shouldn't have even said that. I'm sorry, Chan." For a while, they were all silent, lost in their own thoughts. With a sudden growl, Naruto scrawled her seal away. "I'm trying to get too many things into this seal. They just won't go," she said, tossing her pen on the table and covering her face with her hands as she smeared a little ink across her forehead. With focus, Sasuke inquired, "What are you combining?" She was more experienced with seals than Sakura was, but Naruto was far more knowledgeable than her. "I'm trying to put together a time stabilizer, a reality force, a chakra drain, a sensor, and a seal stabilizer into this. I just can't get all of them in there." Sakura inquired, seeming far more intrigued by Naruto's sealing than he had ever been before. "What are each of those for?" "Well, the time stabilizer and reality force will negate his space-time techniques, making it impossible for him to go through time to dodge killing blows and also negating his ability to phase out of our reality." Both of Naruto's teammates nodded in understanding. They needed that advantage over Madara, so they couldn't risk anything with those two seals. "The sensor is so that I can tailor the entire seal to him. The chakra drain will be linked up with the sensor so that I can use his chakra to power the seal without having to use mine so I can fight too. The seal stabilizer is sort of required so that it doesn't blow up in our faces." "Wait," Sasuke frowned intently, "do you need the sensor in there? If we could drive him into the area of effect for the seal." "See, that's the problem, I don't want to have to drive him anywhere. It'd be like herding cats, only worse." Naruto rubbed the back of her neck, "And if I want to drain his chakra then yes, I do need the sensor." "Well," Sakura rubbed her eyebrow thoughtfully, "if this is a surprise attack that he isn't expecting, do we need to drain his chakra? If this goes down as fast as we think it's going to, you won't have time to use all your chakra anyway, right?" "True," Naruto nodded, "but I need to be able to tailor the seal to him and that still requires the sensor." What about a portable seal?" Sasuke murmured, thinking out loud, "like one you could draw in blood ink and throw when it's attached to a kunai. How big of a radius could you put in a seal like that?" Naruto's face lit up as she fumbled through her stack of papers, searching for a clean piece. "What, you mean throw a kunai at him and activate it when he's in range?" she muttered, drawing something, then hummed to herself and drew something else. Quietly she spoke under her breath, "If I use my chakra as the battery and a mobile seal tag like a flashbang, I could take out the chakra drain and the sensor. All I'd really need is the time and reality. I could even drop the seal stabilizer because it's only two separate seals and they usually work well together." A sigh of relief left Sasuke. Now at least they had solved one of their problems. With a seal taking shape, they could focus on figuring out just how they were going to kill Madara by surprise. Sasuke still wanted to be the one to deliver the fatal blow to the bastard, no matter how they went about doing it. She owed the Hokage a duty to tidy up the mess her clan had caused. Kakashi lurked outside the Uchiha compound's walls. That day it was. That was the day his students dreaded. He was not sure why, but they were afraid of this day. As he watched, Kakashi thought to himself that his team was remarkably well armed. They were armed to the teeth. Even knowing how anxious Sakura had been all those months ago when he'd realized his team was waiting for something specific, he hadn't expected them to take today so seriously. Naruto and Sasuke appeared to have given this their all, as they had now essentially made up. Whatever it was, this was it. If their issues had persisted, Kakashi was positive they would have set it aside by now. They had also parted ways. Sasuke was spending time at the Uchiha daycare, which was used by the kids who weren't enrolled in the academy. Unexpectedly, Sakura was the one circling Itachi while Naruto made a point of trailing Sasuke's parents about. Even as Kakashi was thinking about it, he wondered if that was the reason Sasuke had distanced himself from his closest family members and chosen the emotionally simpler job at the daycare. Had this been a protection detail or mission, Kakashi would have expected Sasuke to be split between protecting his brother and his parents. The daycare wasn't exactly a difficult target. Itachi wasn't either, for that matter. Gazing upon Naruto as he paced the roof of the military police building, Kakashi was certain that the most formidable member of his team was keeping watch over the hard target. However, the daycare would be the best place for someone to seriously harm the Uchiha and Konoha's feelings. Furthermore, Sasuke had a strong obsession with defending defenseless kids. Given his past, not surprising. Sakura instinctively followed Itachi, saying, "Hataki-san," landing on a branch in the same tree that Kakashi was currently occupying. Sakura kept one very sharp eye on the 13-year-old and one on their surroundings. Sakura was more watchful than Kakashi had ever seen her inside the city walls. He said, "Itachi-san. Sakura-chan," with a smile. Kakashi. Taiko. That caught me off guard. When he knew so little about his team's self-imposed mission, why did Sakura call him her captain? Itachi turned to face his watcher and then back to Kakashi, saying, "This is very strange. I have never been hovered over before." This morning, Sasuke would not let mother, father, or myself out of his sight until Sakura-chan and Naruto-kun showed at the house to escort us. With a hint of humor, Kakashi asked, "And how did Uchiha-san take that?" Noticing Sakura's slight smile, Itachi gave him a bland look and lifted an eyebrow. Itachi didn't have to mention that his father was prepared to put up with it, though, for the sake of Sasuke, he did not take well to it. Sasuke seldom asked for things for himself, and when he did, Kakashi had observed that his demands were nearly always met. Even though Naruto is months away from Junin. Though he was one of only 3 adults in the village to take pride in Naruto's advancement, Kakashi was not the only one concerned about how swiftly his team was making progress. Naruto greatly emulated his parents. Sakura was supported by the Yamanaka, Akamichi, and Nara clans, while Sasuke had the support of his entire family due to their shared clan affiliation. Naruto was the only one with so few obvious fans. In Kakashi's opinion, those who gave him silent support were insignificant. They ought to publicly support his sensei's son if they were going to do so. Naruto was almost too close to his teammates, so it didn't seem to bother him that he had so few people on his side. Thank goodness, at only 8, Kakashi had never caught them doing anything improper, but he knew it was only a matter of time until his children developed hormones and their teamwork completely collapsed. Fortunately, that wouldn't occur for at least another 3 years. Father cares not that Naruto-kun is almost the same rank. The fact that Sasuke believes his teammate to be capable in some manner that he is not indicates that Sasuke trusts Naruto over father. Itachi drew his shoulders up just the slightest bit. Father will not deny Sasuke something so trivial as someone watching over him for the day, however. It didn't surprise Kakashi in the slightest that Fugaku was so submissive to his son. He was still attempting to prove to Sasuke that, despite his apparent miserable failure 3 years prior, the child could have faith in him. And you have no indication as to why Sasuke would want to protect you and your family today. Kakashi didn't really ask, since he could tell Itachi didn't know the same things he did about the motivations of his team. His nightmares haven't abated even though he and Naruto-kun have reconciled. His nightmares of not being worthy of serving are mostly gone, Sakura cautiously remarked, looking up from where she was using a senbon to clean under her fingernails. The nightmares have changed though. Now that he knows that Naruto will not leave him, he is afraid that his family will vanish. Ah, Kakashi realized all of a sudden. Now that their friendship had finally healed, Sasuke was terrified of just one more thing than Naruto. His family vanished from view. Itachi muttered in a low voice, "I see," as Kakashi showed that he understood. "He does not fear you leaving?" Kakashi asked, thinking that Itachi's question was appropriate because Sasuke was more likely to experience his fear of losing his friends before his family, but as far as the Junin could remember, Sasuke had never, not once, questioned Sakura's commitment to the team and himself. He blinked several times as he thought quickly and turned to fully face the 8-year-old girl who was acting as his protector. Sakura beamed pitifully at the two ninja, saying, "Sasuke will never doubt me. I have proved my loyalty in many ways." Itachi retorted, "Not even with your death." Sakura's smile strangely warmed. She merely said, "My Aijutsu isn't just for others," before becoming silent and refusing to look at them once more. Itachi and Kakashi weren't sure how to handle that, but they were both shivering from every possible scenario. Aware that Sakura would not provide them with any additional information, Kakashi turned back towards the Uchiha compound. For now, he had better things to worry about. After returning and spending some time studying the compound, he noticed something strange. Then Otter's adorable little guardian team. Ninja lurked in the shadows. White-faced, black-cloaked ninja. He would have recognized the Anbu masks, but the masks he glimpsed had no faces on them. The oddest thing of all was that none of the Uchiha the fake Anbu were shadowing noticed them. Approximately 1/8 of the Uchiha had their Sharingan activated at any given time in the compound for a variety of reasons. Kakashi put his hand on Itachi's arm, just above his elbow, as the boy hissed next to him. Though Itachi's muscles tensed and clenched, the Uchiha clan heir did not shake off his hand. Itachi had also observed the shadows. As they weren't acting strangely and Kakashi noticed while keeping a close eye on them that Naruto knew the shadowed nin were present, he concluded that maybe this was just another part of Sasuke's scheme to keep his family safe. He still didn't know from what, but Sasuke obviously took this threat seriously. Itachi finally mumbled, "I should go," releasing his arm from Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi could tell by the look in the 13-year-old's eyes that he was going to arm himself heavily and get ready for full-scale combat. He was certain that it couldn't be easy to be unaware of your family's danger and to know that they were in danger. "Be careful," Kakashi said, waving goodbye in a practiced nonchalant manner. Sakura followed Itachi, swift and silent as a cat, as soon as he jumped from the tree and headed back to his house. Kakashi took his time circumnavigating the compound's boundaries in an attempt to determine the number of shadowed nin keeping watch over the Uchiha clan. It was challenging because he knew there were at least 10, if not 15, of them, even though there wasn't much separating them. Based on his observations, he was perplexed and enraged to discover that a minimum of 50% of the shadowed nin were small, framed individuals, under the age of 15. Not a dozen brilliant kids existed in Konoha. Itachi numbered 1, and his team had 3. And then there was Shikamaru Nara. But now that he could hardly see the nin, there was no name he could ever give them. Uncertain about the shadows, Kakashi allowed his focus to shift to Sasuke at the daycare. His eyebrow shot up as he observed the 8-year-old stroll over the swing set's upper pole, his hands gentle yet his eyes sharp as he held a 3-year-old on his hip. It made sense that even though Sasuke was barely big enough to hold the child, he was not struggling to carry the weight. Because Sasuke was a shinobi, his 3-year-old weight would not stop him. When the 8-year-old reached the end of the pole and began to walk down the side of the swing set, the toddler clapped loudly and excitedly and giggled in Sasuke's arms. Gathering around, the other small children leapt with excitement, all pleading to be the next to go up with Sasuke. Under the pole Sasuke had been walking on stood a mild-mannered teacher, and Kakashi wondered why she was concerned that Sasuke would drop one of his relatives. That Sasuke would be so thoughtless was beyond comprehension. particularly on this particular day when he had managed to recruit his whole team along with a few other unidentified nin to act as the Uchiha's guardian angels. It was understandable, though, that Sasuke's overly protective nature escaped the teacher's notice. The fact that Kakashi was still perplexed by Sasuke's overprotectiveness today was another source of worry. But if Sasuke's assessment of its significance was correct, then he assumed it was time for him to join in on the action as well. Kakashi made sure not to make as much noise as usual as he leapt down to the playground's edge and then walked the remaining distance inside the daycare. The younger kids all giggled and scampered towards Sasuke, holding out their hands in a plea to be picked up and carried wherever he was going. The older kids, who had been raised to despise him, sent a few glares his way. That's what most kids from shinobi clans did when they were around someone wearing the Konoha uniform. As he moved in the direction of Sasuke, he accommodated a sweet little 4-year-old girl by holding her on his hip. The kids continued to laugh and giggle as they followed him back to the swing set. Kakashi grinned up at his Chunin pupil and said, "Sasuke-kun." Though Sasuke would be able to tell, his tone and smile belied their apparent brightness and happiness, as they were cautious and slightly tense. After giving him a brief glare, the teacher reached out, took the girl from him, and began gathering the kids to go inside for morning lessons. Sasuke nodded to him, Kakashi, Taiko, and completed escorting the youngest child across the pole. He got down on his knees, helped the child stand, and waved to him as he sauntered off in the direction of the other kids the teacher was calling over. "So, Sasuke-kun," Kakashi said, leading the way back up the building's side to the roof, where he knelt down and carefully noted everything he saw. "Is there anywhere in particular that you'd like me to be stationed?" he asked, scanning the area with his eyes. Frowning, Sasuke asked, "What do you mean, Taiko?" as he peered at him out of the corner of his eye. "You are prepared for both an assassination and outright war, Sasuke." Kakashi shot the boy a stern look and pointed to the shadow cutter hilt that was visible above Sasuke's shoulder as well as the other weapons that weren't entirely visible. "You think that something is going to happen today and I'd like to be able to be a part of this with you. I want to help you." When Sasuke considered Kakashi's words, his brow furrowed, and Kakashi waited calmly. His children knew they could trust him because he had demonstrated his trustworthiness. The most doubtful of his children, Sasuke, would reveal to Kakashi today just how much he could trust him. The boy, intent on examining the compound, finally asked, "How fast can you move with your Reikiri?" Kakashi moved slightly. Having demonstrated his Reikiri to his students several times, he was certain that Sasuke had created his own rendition of it, which was expected given the boy's genius and Sharingan. It was interesting that Sasuke was asking for speed rather than duration. Now that Minato was dead, the fastest he could move in Konoha was, in fact, 150% faster than my body flicker. However, Kakashi's Reikiri and the Flying Thunder God technique would not have combined. Sasuke nodded and then pointed north. "The entrance to the north is the least protected. My information tells me that the threat will come from the north-east. If you see a man in a black cloak with red clouds on it, wearing an orange swirled mask with only one eye hole, Reikiri him before he sees you. Through the heart, and then again through the head. We'll have reached you by then if you can do that." Though less confused than before, Kakashi nodded. Now that he had a target, he was confident that the mission leader had reliable information. It was important for him to keep in mind that Sasuke was accompanied on this peculiar mission by Naruto and Sakura, even though Sasuke was not being followed blindly. However, he wouldn't abandon a teammate or the entire group. Never again. He had previously lost a team, and he had no intention of losing another one. He would have assumed that someone was pursuing the Uchiha if Sasuke had mentioned it. "Do we know the main targets?" he asked, assuming that the 3 Chunin stations would be the primary targets. However, his estimations were quickly revised. "No. The information that I have gathered indicates the Uchiha clan as a whole is the target. I have placed myself here at the softest target and given my weaknesses over to Naruto and Sakura to defend." "I understand." Kakashi scowled. "Do you have a time frame?" In reality, he was asking, a time frame smaller than the entire day, but he kept it to himself. He didn't have to say it aloud because Sasuke understood what he was requesting. Sasuke straightened his back and headed back to the building's edge, determined to return to the daycare. I previously thought that late afternoon and into the evening would be the time frame, but things have changed and I cannot limit myself to what I believed before. Abruptly, he stopped and glanced over his shoulder at Kakashi. There was a hint of fear and loss on his face. I will not fail in this, Kakashi. Sensei, not this time. Sasuke wasn't talking about his childhood assault, whatever it was. No, this was something more significant. Kakashi's resolve to defend his family, despite their lack of blood ties, was strengthened by Sasuke's words. With a tight embrace, Kakashi said, I will not let you down, Sasuke. Sasuke's gratitude was muffled by Kakashi's vest. After clinging to his pupil for a brief moment, Kakashi let go. Burn brightly, and use your will of fire to defend those you love to the death. His final remarks were a paraphrase of the Yondaimi's farewell address just before he sent his army into combat. Knowing that there would be blood in the air, Kakashi thought it only fitting to leave Sasuke with words of war. At the military police headquarters, Naruto stopped him on his way to his designated post. Sensei, you can't take this lightly. If he comes, we have to get him, Naruto whispered softly, holding his hand. Who are you protecting? Kakashi asked softly. I've only ever seen you this intense when you're protecting someone you love. With a determined expression on his face, Naruto said, I won't let him. I'm protecting Sasuke, and Itachi, and every other Uchiha in Konoha. He wants to kill them all. He would kill them all. Kakashi was worried about a man who his students believed was capable of killing over 300 people without being discovered, not whether a man could kill infants and children. There was a reason why his team was named Team Tensai. He will escape if we don't catch him first, Sensei, Naruto said, pausing to shake his head. It would take him less than 2 hours to subdue and kill every Uchiha from the eldest to the newborns. He would escape. Naruto looked up at Kakashi with a lot of emotion in his eyes. Feeling a little desperate and worried, he said, please don't die. I don't want to lose you. With a gentle comb over his hair and an inverted smile, Kakashi said, I'll do my best, Naruto.kun. Unable to lie or give his student false hope by claiming he wouldn't die, all he could do was try his hardest. As he turned a page in his imaginary book, Kakashi pondered that waiting was perhaps the most difficult aspect of an assassination mission. It was difficult for him to wait indifferently, but he had practiced so much that his genjutsu down to the words on the pagesa was flawless. But since it was an illusion, he could see right through it and use it as a good cover to move his eye back and forth, searching for danger. He was still extremely anxious, and the strange shinobi's flickering blackness, their childlike height, and their Mizu.nin, like professionalism were starting to irritate him. The tension in the entire compound increased, which did not help that the Uchiha had discovered what was amiss. Like all missions involving waiting, Kakashi's stomach growled at him, so he quickly jammed a piece of rations into his mouth. Small servings whenever the desire arose. He found that fighting with an empty or partially filled belly was easier. He had never inquired about the best fights others had ever had since he knew when people fought the best and the worst. Such information included knowledge about something that could be taken advantage of. Kakashi's attention was drawn to a flicker in the corner of his eye, and for less than 1/10 of a second, he examined the orange swirled mask with 3 eye holes, one in each eye and one in the forehead center. He wouldn't let that deter him, even though that wasn't the mask his team had described to him. That was an orange swirled mask, 1 eye or 3, covering a black cloak with red clouds on it. Before his Reikiri had even formed in his hand, Kakashi had already traveled half the distance between him and the man. Kakashi heard the lightning chirp as he dashed in the direction of the man. Time appeared to slow down, and for the first time in his life, he realized the meaning behind people's previously ridiculous remarks. Time, slowing, though, wasn't idle. His body was not keeping up with the speed at which his mind was operating. In the 2.5 seconds it took him to get to the man, he was able to see and comprehend every move the man in the mask made. His flaming fist struck the man's black cloak with red clouds, causing some resistance, but only initially. He realized how dangerous the man was as his hand and arm went through him like a ghost. It had been justified for his students to fear him. A flash of brilliant yellow stopped Kakashi in his tracks as he spun to regain balance and set his feet for another pass, only to find Naruto at his hip. Hiraishin. The realization that Naruto had successfully imitated Minato's signature, unattainable jutsu nearly knocked Kakashi out of his mental struggle. Naruto practically growled the word, Madara. Slithering out like a snake, Madara said, "Hello, Naruto-kun. It seems like you haven't changed in the last 3 years, Naruto-kun." Madara, the man in the mask, said with a laugh, and Kakashi gave him a severe frown. This man claimed to have known Naruto for years, so where did he get off? However, Naruto's expression indicated that he was familiar with this man. Given that Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi shared everything, Kakashi was certain that the three of them also knew him. Kakashi watched the altercation with a searing anger in his veins. He disliked being kept in the dark about matters pertaining to his students, and he was as far from the truth as it was possible to be. About this man and his relationship with his students, he knew nothing. Naruto grinned and waved a kunai, saying, "Actually, I have." A flash occurred as the sun shone on the blade, and Kakashi was certain he had seen markings engraved into it prior to the kunai passing through the air and becoming embedded in the earth a foot behind Madara. The masked man laughed cruelly and shook his head, asking, "Are you still having trouble with your aim, Naruto-kun?" The kunai had gone through the man's knee as if he was still a ghost. Naruto blinked and held up a hand in an unusual position with a finality, a sly smile tugging at his mouth. Fuinjutsu. Madara wore a mask that prevented Kakashi from seeing his face, but he could sense the artificial calm in the man. And just what was that supposed to do, Naruto-kun? You aren't the sealing master that your father was. Kakashi blinked in shock as he felt a surge of chakra, greater than anything he'd ever felt before. No, Naruto nodded wisely. No, I'm not. It was undoubtedly unique as well. Although Kakashi was certain he had experienced that type of chakra previously, he was unable to recall the location or occasion. Madara said in a mocking tone, "We are to fight then." But he still assumed a fighting stance. "As we have done before." Naruto answered, "I think it'll be a little different this time." Positioning himself behind Naruto, Kakashi raised one hand to reveal his Sharingan while the other raised to his Hitai. He was stopped by Naruto's hand on his knee. "Don't look at him with your Sharingan, Kakashi. Sensei," Naruto gave an order. It didn't bother Kakashi that Naruto hadn't even looked at him to notice that he was getting ready to take the eye. It made sense to use your best weapons in a fight you knew would be challenging. Apart from that, Madara remained motionless. He cocked his head to the side. "You aren't going to let your sensei fight with you, Naruto-kun. That's not very sporting, for you." Naruto muttered, "I don't need Kakashi's help for this one, Madara." Something in the boy changed as the sensation of that odd chakra started to rise once more. Even though Kakashi could only see Naruto's back, he could tell that his pupil had undergone some sort of transformation. Wind. Rasenshuriken. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, weighing the implications of the attack's very name. Shuriken Rasen. Had Naruto designed his attack based on the renowned Rasengan of his father? Was Minato's Rasengan attack as destructive as this one? With a 4-point chakra shuriken in his hand, Madara so formidable that even his most intelligent students shied away from him or retreated a step. While Madara attempted to brush it off, Kakashi could see that the man was wary of this new tactic. Trying that old trick again, Naruto-kun. Though Kakashi was unsure of its exact function, the jutsu's name, style, and form suggested that it would deal a lot of cutting damage, much like the Rasengan had done before it. Naruto bragged, "I've improved it," before he withdrew his arm and hurled the spinning chakra at the person in front of them. When Madara attempted to avoid it, she instantly bounced off an imperceptible barrier. Wah! Madara let out a startled cry as his head snapped back just in time to feel the shuriken style blow to his chest. The impact was followed by an explosion that covered the man in flames and smoke. Kakashi summoned an earthen wall between them with his intertwined fingers to shield Naruto from the falling debris. The force of the sound made his ears ring, and he turned to face Naruto. "Naruto. What was that?" "No time, sensei." Kakashi finally managed to catch a glimpse of Naruto's face as he gasped for air. His pupils were horizontal slits, and his eyes were yellow. Kakashi's eyelids turned orange, and he instantly made the connection between the name and the chakra he sensed emanating from Naruto. He'd witnessed Jiraiya employing this form of chakra. As Naruto bolted up the wall he'd built, his voice faded to a whisper, "Sage. How'd y'all like them apples?" Kakashi scowled at his pupil as Naruto bellowed from the top of the wall. What was Naruto doing, encouraging such a strong person? Even if someone survived that attack, they would have needed to be among the strongest individuals in the elemental nations due to the intense chakra used in it. The wind chakra on its own could easily slice through the majority of defensive moves. A wind chakra enhanced by a sage had to be even more lethal. Kakashi hurriedly followed Naruto to the top of the wall, crouching next to his favorite blonde, and peered down at the 6-foot radius damage caused by the Rasenshuriken's strike on Madara and the ground. Moments after some of the smoke from the impact point cleared, Kakashi was startled to see Madara still standing there, with debris in his black hair and a burn mark on his chest from both Kakashi's Raikiri and Naruto's attack. What have you done? The man exuded anger, and Naruto gave him an unsettling smirk. Naruto teased the man, saying, "You've never been caught before, have you?" Madara's waves of murderous intent broke through, and Kakashi survived the storm. He wasn't entirely sure how Naruto was holding up under the intense pressure, but if he had previously faced the man in combat, it was likely that the man had developed a resistance to his ki. Boy! Madara snarled and threw her hand forward, clearly ready to charge at Kakashi and Naruto, but she was once more stopped by the invisible barrier. What have you done? I've done the impossible before, Madara. You know me, I'll just keep doing that. The man looked in that direction after catching a glimpse of pink out of the corner of Kakashi's eye, only to discover Sakura holding Itachi motionless with his arms twisted behind his back. Sakura muttered something to him that seemed to soothe him a little, but not enough that Sakura felt comfortable taking a chance and letting the boy go. With the sounds and feel of battle in the air, Kakashi paused to wonder where everyone else was. That was as strange as it got in Konoha. No other shinobi had arrived. However, he thought back to the strangers with gray faces and black cloaks who had been circling the Uchiha compound, and he wondered if that was the reason Sasuke and the group had employed them, crowd control at the Uchiha compound. It was no surprise that Sasuke would not allow any of Madara's intended targets to get close to this battle if Madara was after every Uchiha in Konoha. Sasuke's ferocious hiss of anger, "Madara," was barely audible, but all 5 of the people in the battle area turned to look. That little face had never shown such hatred and animosity to Kakashi before. The idea that his adorable little students could experience such feelings nearly made him nervous. Sasuke-kun, Madara leaned a hand against the barrier and crooned. Madara whispered, "I see that you've come to join us. Tell me," and Kakashi experienced a wave of personal disgust towards Madara. Kakashi didn't like that he appeared to be attempting to woo Sasuke with his words, disliked that completely. Kakashi sensed the man was smiling beneath his mask as he paused once more, asking, "Are you here for your precious Naruto, or are you here?" Itachi flinched visibly, his eyes going wide at the idea that this strange, insane, murderous man was working with his little brother. It wasn't just him. Kakashi's eyes grew wide as well. But the other 2 on the battlefield were as solid as stones, evidently having total faith in their comrade. After saying, "I'm here for you," Sasuke struck Kakashi like a battering ram. The silver-haired shinobi stared at Sasuke for a moment before hearing him speak again. "I'm here for you, to kill you, Madara." Kakashi's hackles rose at that. "And you think that just because the Uchiha have become close with the rest of Konoha?" Madara spat out the name of the village. "Not even bastards like this man insulted his village. That someone won't be ordered to do what was done before?" the man asked. Sakura raised her voice and said, "Here's a little something you don't know, you dick," drawing attention from everyone. With a shark-like smirk, she said, "The man that ordered that. We own him, and he wouldn't dare go behind the Hokage's back ever again." Kakashi was perplexed and wondered what his students were discussing. The Uchiha clan had not suffered any harm, and Sarutobi had not benefited politically from any change in the village's political landscape. Who was the Hokage they were referring to, if Sarutobi wasn't? Madara sneered, "I don't need him to do it," but Kakashi could see the whiteness of his fingers as they pressed against the barrier surrounding him and hear the tremble in his voice. Madara turned back to Sasuke and tapped the barrier with his index finger, saying, "This won't hold me for long. What do you think you can do to me when it goes down? I've already drained your little leader of half his chakra. How much time do you have left?" While Sakura looked back and Kakashi whipped his head to the right to look at his blonde pupil, Sasuke avoided looking at Naruto. Despite his pale complexion and perspiration, Naruto remained upright and focused. When Kakashi saw that Naruto was, in fact, the one powering the barrier, he scowled. However, what kind of barrier could really be able to use up so much chakra in such a short amount of time? Naruto possessed a chakra store that was almost absurd for an adult, much less a young child of his age. Sasuke asked in a melodic voice, "What makes you think the barrier is 2-way?" As Sakura let go of Itachi's arms and made a move for the barrier. Easily getting through it, she wrapped her arms around the man posing as Madara and pinned his legs to his chest. Her legs twisted around his, preventing him from moving. Knowing how strong his girl was, Kakashi wouldn't be shocked if, after his team killed him, an examination revealed that the man had multiple broken bones. Sakura lunged for the man in the barrier, and Sasuke followed suit, drawing his shadow cutter in a single swift motion and aiming accurately. Milliseconds after Sakura, he arrived at the man, and as Sasuke swung while still in the air, the sword flashed. With blood streaming from the blade of his shadow cutter, Sasuke blinked quickly from his crouching position on the ground. Gazing at the scene, Kakashi staggered over to Sakura and gently pulled her away from the man's torso, reassuring her in a whisper that everything would be alright and that she could release her hold. This was not what he had anticipated would happen in the confrontation. He wasn't sure what he was anticipating, but this wasn't it. Sasuke's hoarse voice could hardly be heard over Kakashi's comforting words for Sakura. "Check it," he said. "Check what?" Kakashi asked, glancing at his pupil Uchiha once more. "Check it." "The head." Sasuke had not yet shifted from his spot. "Check the head. Tell me who it really is." Kakashi heard the boy's high-pitched hysteria growing louder. He released the girl on his team and carefully walked to the still masked head, which had rolled a bit away. He did this while carefully avoiding most of the bloody patches on the ground. He was so focused on Naruto and Sakura that for a split second he believed they would set him on fire just by staring at him. Sakura had begun to approach the crouching figure, seemingly waiting to seize Sasuke when he allowed himself to relax once more, but Sasuke had not moved. Being stuck in this position must have been killing Sasuke's muscles. Kakashi tiptoed around the masked head and rolled it face up. Sasuke practically screamed, "Check the face." Kakashi knelt down and touched the mask with a finger. Sasuke moaned softly, "Please, check it and tell me." Without any difficulty, the mask moved away from the man's face, and Kakashi was left staring into broad black eyes on a face that was strikingly similar to Tataki and Sasuke's. Madara brought to mind a Uchiha. When Naruto's little voice reached Kakashi's ears, the Team Tensei leader shook his head and said, "Sensei. I'm not sure what you want me to confirm, but it appears to be a Uchiha." What did that mean? If it was a Uchiha, what could make one Uchiha turn against another? Why was Sasuke feeling the need to murder a member of his own family? What plans did this Uchiha have? What had his group avoided? And why in the world were they discussing this before Sakura and Sasuke united to attack? Like a hurt puppy, Sasuke whimpered, "Naruto. Is he really? Was it him?" In the back of his throat. The strange markings on Kakashi's face disappeared as if they had never been there, and Naruto hurried to his side before passing out and falling to his knees. As he looked down at the face hidden behind the mask, Kakashi was both shocked and completely unsurprised to see tears in Naruto's eyes. The boy let out a low hiss that translated into the words, "Mission complete." As the other boy broke down in tears, Sakura grabbed hold of Sasuke. There was a slight sound as his sword struck the hard earth and bounced. Sakura held his face against her neck while staring blankly, her face as pale as Kakashi had ever seen it. When a hand touched Kakashi's elbow, he turned away from his sobbing kids to see Itachi, looking shocked and with a pale face, standing between him and the parents of the 13-year-old. It was clear to Kakashi from their facial expressions that Makoto and Fugaku were equally as terrified and perplexed as he was. Though they were witnessing something that no parent should ever have to see, he was still glad they were here. He had no idea where they had come from or how they had gotten past the unidentified Anbu forces that had been keeping everyone away. They were witnessing Sasuke crying in his friend's arms following a man's death. It seemed like they had never witnessed Sasuke cry so much before. Maybe not even the summer prior to the kids enrolling in the academy. Makoto's gentle inquiry echoed through the largely quiet room, "Sasuke-kun." Sasuke raised his head from Sakura's neck to look at his mother, sniffling. Sasuke.kun. What? Who is that? A murderer, Sasuke stammered out of his voice as he pushed past Sakura and staggered toward his mother. As Fugaku pulled Itachi and his wife into a family group hug, Makoto pulled him into her arms and held him close. He was going to kill you. Kill everyone. The question Kakashi was wondering why no one was asking it. Why? But the moment was not now. It was now Sasuke and his family's turn. When Naruto faltered, Kakashi was there, gently cradling the boy in his arms. With her hands already glowing green, Sakura hopped over. Shrugging one hand over Kakashi's vest, Naruto waved her away and said, "No, it's just chakra exhaustion, Sakura-chan." The sound of the crying, the talking, the crumbling earth wall, and the still hissing fire at the base of the Rasenshuriken strike in the ground were all drowned out by the sharp voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi, asking, "What is going on here?" Naruto wheezed, "G.San," and Kakashi got to his feet, effortlessly carrying Naruto. "Good to see ya. Naruto.kun, Sakura-chan." Kakashi moved toward the girl as he felt her get up. He was not going to abandon any of his children to face this storm on their own. He hadn't abandoned them during this ordeal, and he wasn't going to do so now. Sasuke.kun. "I am the leader of this team," Kakashi muttered, bringing Sarutobi's attention to himself. Hokage-sama. Raising an eyebrow, Sarutobi questioned, "And you take responsibility for a murder of a Uchiha in the Uchiha compound?" "No," Sasuke exclaimed, removing himself from his relative's embrace. "I held the blade. Kakashi. Sensei is not at fault. I planned it," Naruto stammered through his words. Sakura seized both Sasuke and Naruto's hands and exclaimed, "I restrained him." Silently, Sarutobi took in all four of them. The bloody little girl, the shell, shocked Uchiha, the decapitated body on the ground, and the weary container. Next, he faced Fugaku. "Uchiha.san, as the head of the military and civilian police force, what is your opinion of this debacle?" With a deeper bow than he had likely ever given to a Hokage in his life, Fugaku stepped forward and said, "Hokage-sama, I must investigate to be certain." Sarutobi surveyed the damage and those involved once more. Even though Kakashi was aware that the old man preferred his team, it didn't mean they would get away with it. It was murder, as Sarutobi had said. Assassination. Without a mission or orders. Skirl. Naruto gently prodded Kakashi, glancing down at the child in his arms. "I've a scroll." He indicated his pockets, and Sakura brightened noticeably. She turned to face him at that moment, causing Sasuke to stumble around her body in a half-circle while searching through Naruto's pockets. "Aha!" she exclaimed, taking out a scroll that appeared positively antiquated and carefully unfolding it. She glanced through it quickly and gave the Hokage a bow before coming up to him. She handed the scroll to Sarutobi, who accepted it with a puzzled expression on his face. "This is a mission scroll for the termination of the life of one Uchiha Madara, betrayer and traitor of Konoha and his clan. It's signed with the blood seals of the Shodai, Nadaime, Yondaime, and yourself, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi's expression indicated that he had indeed noticed the signatures that Sakura had indicated when he peered to the bottom of the scroll. The sight of four Hokage's signatures on a mission scroll did not lessen Kakashi's shock. All those in hearing distance were as professional as he was, and he was sure there would be many heated discussions about it once everyone was off the battlefield, even though they didn't talk about it or seemed impressed by this apparent mission. Unconsciously, Kakashi pondered how the Hokage could have overlooked a mission of execution that he had agreed to with all the previous Hokages who had governed Konoha. He then questioned how Naruto managed to obtain the mission scroll. He and Naruto may need to have another conversation about never robbing allies. "This is a legitimate unranked mission," Sarutobi muttered while perusing the mission. "If the body can be confirmed as Uchiha Madara." Sasuke grimaced. "We have a family registry you may use, Hokage-sama, for a visual confirmation." Again raising a white eyebrow, Sarutobi turned from Sasuke to Fugaku and said, "With, of course, the approval of the head of the clan." Sarutobi didn't appear to be expecting that response, but Kakashi was now more familiar with Fugaku than Sarutobi was. Anything for his youngest son, Fugaku would do. Anything at all. "If you wish access to our family registry," Fugaku barely even winced, "you need only to ask, Hokage-sama, and it will be provided to you." After rolling the old scroll up, Sarutobi said, "I see." Before turning to face Sasuke and the other members of Kakashi's group. His voice hardened and his eyes like steel. "You are dismissed from your duties until such a time as I recall you." There was silence for a moment as Team Kakashi processed the news. "I will take the body and verify the completion of the mission, Team Kakashi. If this murder was indeed an execution that was assigned as an ongoing mission, pay will be proved and you will be allowed back onto duty." After swooping down to collect the dead man's head and body from the ground, a white, masked Anbu took off. Sarutobi scanned the crowd in front of him, nodded, and disappeared. Right away, Sasuke's mother pulled him back into an embrace, and Kakashi gave Naruto a single, gentle shake. "Why didn't you show me the mission scroll, Naruto-kun?" Naruto mumbled happily, nodding off from weariness. Sakura smiled up at him, happy that the recently exonerated convict was now free. "I think he stole it, actually, Kakashi. Sensei," she remarked wryly. "I mean, unranked missions don't generally get picked up by Chunin teams, do they? And why would you guys steal that mission?" After saying, "Because it was a Uchiha," Sasuke pulled his parents toward Kakashi because they would not let him go. "We made the mess, we cleaned it up. If I had a little help, no one is going to begrudge me. Besides, I had reliable information that he was planning on massacring the rest of the clan." Fugaku scowled. "When would you have gotten that kind of information, Sasuke-kun?" "A couple of months ago on that mission where we ran into Momochi and his group." Sakura interjected. Naruto and Sasuke had a big fight at the same time and Naruto wanted to prove that Sasuke wasn't as bad as he thought he was and so he stole that mission from the mission's office and we came up with a plan. Kakashi cast a slightly disapproving glance at his team. "If you had shown me the mission scroll, I would have been a much greater help." Sakura was happy with herself, pointing out that, "No one got hurt, Sensei, and Naruto just got a little tired." "I think we did quite good, altogether," Sakura said. Baruka, looking flustered, walked across the destroyed area, glancing only at the damage caused by Naruto's sage technique. "Other than scaring me stupid," she exclaimed, storming across the area. "I felt Naruto's chakra twist and I freaked out." "What happened here?" she asked. "That, Baruka-san, is a long story," Kakashi said, shoving Sasuke toward his parents with his hip as he handed Naruto to Baruka. He then picked up Sakura, who was covered in blood, and placed her on his shoulders. "I'll explain at your place after you put Naruto to bed and we get Sakura in some clean clothes."
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.